drink and just suck it. This tank is staying along with four more shots. Patron and give a fuck about come home. Straight buzzing, robo tussin'. Wanna get your mix in my oven. Wanna get a lick of this lovin'. Get a lick of this lovin'.
I'll make you shout. Give you that black eyed peas. You know that boom boom.
If you wanna get with me, there's some things you gotta know. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. It's like 1, 2, 3, okay. Can I get a little goose in my OJ? Birthday, feel like my birthday, and we sip champagne for weeks to stay. Quit frontin', why your husband? Gonna get his mix in my oven. Wanna get a lick of this lovin', get a lick of this lovin'.
Turn the speakers up, yeah, the bass is not enough. DJ, push it to the limit, blow the power in this club. Power in this club. Power in this club. DJ, push it to the limit, blow the power.
If you wanna get with me, there's some things you gotta know. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low.
DJ, push it to the limit, push it to the limit. Power in this. DJ, push it to the limit, blow the power in this club. DJ, push it to the limit, push it to the limit. Power in this. DJ, push it to the limit, blow the power.
If you wanna get with me, there's some things you gotta know. I like my beats fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beats fast and my bass down low.
Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
This is culturally inappropriate.
You run from the spirit of repossession. Too much enamel covers your necklace. I buy bitches, you buy them sections. You buy watches, I buy collections. Misery's fueling your aggression. Jealousy's turned into obsession. Reality TV is mud wrestling. Some sign checks I know better than. Beware of my name that there's delicate. You know I know where you're delicate. Crush you to pieces, I hum a breath of it. I will close your heaven for the hell of it. You think it'd be valor amongst veterans? I'm watching your fame escape relevance. We all in a room, but here's the elephant. You chasing a feature out of your element. And those lab diamonds under inspection. The question marks block your blessings. It's no tombstones in the desert. I know by now you get the message. Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
It don't take much to put 2 and 2. Your lucky streak is now losing you. Money's dried up like a cuticle. You're gasping for air now, it's beautiful. John 10:10, that's my usual. Mamas is falling out in funerals. And bombing blue, they now fueling you. They never find a gun, but the sewers do. Bubbles was sick, he need medicine. Brought him back to life, now he dead again. Richard don't make watches for presidents. Just a million trapped between skeletons. This the darkest that I ever been. The diamonds make you taste peppermint. You ain't driving the snow like it's the Revenant. And send orders back down to keep shoveling.
Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and Uncle said, nigga, you must be sick. All you talk about is just get rich. Choke my neck, nigga, and ice my bitch. Beat the system with chains and whips.
You know, we get caught when you look side to side, like what did they say? And they ain't the Lord's verse, and then you realize that the devil is talking to you.
I'm not the candidate to vibe with. I don't fuck with the kumbaya shit. All that talent must be God sent. I send your ass back to the cosmics. The things I seen under my eyelids, kaleidoscope dreams, murder and sirens. Let's be clear, hip-hop died again. Half of my profits may go to Rakim. How many Judases done let me down? But fuck it, the West Minds me right now. Therapy showed me how to open up. It also showed me I don't give a fuck. The two-time Gemini with the genocide. I'm generous, however you want it. I'll be the gentle kind. Gentlemen and gangsters connect. The agenda of mine. Move niggas up out of here. This shit get gentrified. Heavy jeans like Genovese. I drop your Pentagon to show up at your gender reveal. And tell them, give me mine. I son niggas, I am the general. Where my gin and juice? Every song is the book of Genesis. Let the sonics boom. Niggas want the T on me? Well, here's the ginger root. I generate residuals, bitch. Get off my genitals. They say I couldn't reach Gen Z. You fucking dickheads. You must be full of that ginseng. Here comes the jinx, yeah. They genetics been synthetic. Screaming they genius. A finger wave, they all fall. Niggas is Jenga. God gave me light. A good year full of free will. Truck car, tell me not to spare your life.
Fuck, you know, we get caught when you look side to side, like what did they say? And they ain't the Lord's verse, and then you realize that the devil is talking to you.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Welcome. Nope, that's not what we want. Oh. So I've been practicing in making videos. It's been fun. It's been a fun process of learning and, you know, trying to see what works, what doesn't, what feels nice. I will say it feels like there's a staggering difference in terms of recording a video, trying to present the video nicely, trying to be as coherent as possible, concise as possible, without it sounding, what's the right word? I don't know. There's a natural fluidity to streaming or whatever where it feels more comfortable. You can just kind of be yourself, but you're like trying to present something very specific with editing videos, making a point or whatever. So it feels like you have to really do like multiple takes to make sure you get this delivered correctly, I think. All right. Let's see. GOP senator changes tune on Epstein files release. Now I see what the big deal is. There's a reason I'm not showing my screen at the moment. Hold on 1 second. I'm just going to read this real quick. Some of this. Senator Cynthia Loomis told congressional reporter Pablo Manriquez on Monday that she now supports the full release of the Epstein files after expressing shock at the inclusion of a potentially 9-year-old victim in the latest document. Did you just think this was like a fibophilia? It was the downplaying of like, oh, it's just a fibophilia? This is cringe. Like, this should have been concerning from the word go. What is this? Just because they were closer to the legal age, like you weren't concerned. Hold on, one of these quotes is crazy. Where was this? It was somewhere here. She was saying it was like not a big deal. Where is it at? I'm not one of the members who gloomed onto this as an issue. I sort of intentionally deferred to others to find out about it, but 9-year-old victims. You deferred to other people? Why didn't you look into it yourself? You're a senator. You got a lot of responsibility. You should probably look into something yourself instead of deferring it to some other people. Initially, my reaction to all this was, I don't care. I don't know what the big deal is. Now I see what the big deal is. Actual subhuman waste. Oh, I only see what the big deal is when 9-year-olds are involved. Like, yeah, no, it was still really bad beforehand. With what you could have picked up already. What are we doing here? Oh my god. Hutch had a bad experience on Live and Learn last night. I didn't watch all of it. I watched a majority of it. I think I still have like an hour left or whatever, but we're going to go over it today. There might be, no promises, there might be an Asmongold viewer to debate us. Or debate us, I see. To debate me a little bit later today. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if I got an answer. I told him a time. I wasn't sure if I was going to work today, what my schedule was going to be. But I did give them a time when I found out that I had no flights today. Let me check on that, actually. I will say, like, making the Asmongold videos, his audience are rabid. Rabid subhuman waste. I can't believe the dedication to just going to like a smaller channel and just hounding them. It's just really silly. Like, dog, I'm like really, really small. You felt this sensitive for Asmongold of all people? I just can't imagine having that level of dedication. Okay. I did tell them a time, they didn't respond. It's fine though. Like we'll see. If they show up, they show up. If they don't, they don't. I don't know. I told them I'd be streaming or whatever, so this would be the way to find out, you know. It's like that with all the small channels I watch. It's like they are. I think you fucked up the wording here. It's like they are ice for Asmongold. Yeah. Okay, I understand that. They do that to all the small channels. That's really pathetic. That's really sad. Really sad, pathetic behavior. But like, you know, Asmongold's a sad, pathetic man. So I can't be that surprised. So before we watch the live and learn stuff, we might have to skip a little bit through some of this. I think the beginning stuff is more cordial, but well, is there like a time marks to get to the like meat? Well, that's unfortunately. It's okay. We'll figure it out. And then there's the, I was saving this for the Asmongold debate or whatever of like, okay, you're saying like kids aren't being abused. That's the other thing is a lot of these people are just like, oh, no one's being abused. No one's being like kidnapped. No one's being, it's just like you live in another reality. You're not paying attention to the surroundings. Like, I feel like a lot of the like aggressive back and forths I gotten into with these people, it's just like, the lowest IQ engagements with the topics, if they ever even engaged on the topics. This is what we call defending a friend. It's just like the saddest loser behavior too. Here's the other thing, like it's like, remember when Keffels always did the ratio stuff? Like, the reason the ratio stuff is cringe is because, like, I mean, a ratio doesn't really say whether or not you're correct or wrong. Yeah, no, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean like literally anything. All it means is that you had enough people like your stuff at that time. You had enough engagement. So a lot of these are just like, I guess they just post it in a Discord server or whatever, and if people look at it, they look at it. I don't know how they do it exactly, but it seems like you get enough attention here, which it's not at 1K, but it's close to 1K for this one. The Emperor one might be at 1K right now. But basically, they just go in and they hound you. Actually, this one's gotten more than the Emperor one, and their Emperor one released, what, 2 days before this one? 843 days. 843 views. I noticed this one though. This one didn't get really that much attention. I just dropped this one, but it didn't. I didn't really lure them in enough. I didn't lure them in with like with anything that was like too antagonistic towards Imru or Asmongold. So they were just like gonna ignore it, I guess. Not give it as much attention. This one, I was just like, it was mostly about Hassan, to be honest. One thing I figured out is that like making these videos, if you want to be creative too and like have like a little bit of creativity to it or whatever, it takes a lot of time even just to make like a 2-minute 41-minute video, especially if you're trying to follow a cohesive like argument or whatever, and you know, deliver it in a not long-winded manner. I think my goal is to try to get out closer to 5 to 10 minute videos. This one was a bit of a... I was also working on the time constraint of like when I had to go to work. But I like this delivery. Like you could tell I kind of used some of the time for this moment here, which I thought was funny. It's okay. It's acceptable then.
The thing that I want to say about Graham Plattner is that his
beyond
previous
doing
work
multiple
for
tours.
Blackwater
It's
obviously made me a little bit skeptical. Not even a little bit.
Many
Very
ways,
skeptical
we're just like
of his
listening
background.
and being
But I'm going to be
evaluated
honest with
through
you,
this experience.
some of the
What
stuff that I
is
saw
morally
from
valuable as
him,
opposed to
by and
fine
large,
art,
many
art,
years ago,
some of the
shit
shit
that he was
before
saying back then
growth.
kind of made me feel like
And the
he might
much
be a good dude.
what do you feel that was wrong about your art?
Or he said, like, Graham Plattner one call-
What does that look like
the
to the
outsiders
outsiders?
all police?
Do you think that we are actually building a serious art?
Okay, do you think that we are actually doing redemption?
That's it. That was his Blackwater cope, the Graham Plattner Blackwater cope. Listen, he went on. I just kept him up on the screen up there, the reaction thing. Yeah, you can kind of tell not most of my time, but a decent chunk enough was on this part where I just wanted to be like a little goofy here. Really annoying thing is they keep comparing being undocumented to violent crimes or DUI. Yeah, it's really stupid. I mean, at a certain point, it really is just racism. Like, it really is as simple as racism. Like, crimes are the same punishment, and they use extreme forms of crime. Yeah. Guys, the 5-year-old, you don't understand. The 5-year-old had to be deported. They never like mentioned like any of the conditions also that like some of these people are being put into the concentration camps. There's not an acknowledgement of like the poor living conditions or anything like that. In fact, like with Asmongold, it seems like he seems happy to put people in camps or whatever. So this is why I'm so aggressive in the comments with them, because they're basically, again, like I use this language, and usually this language is used by fascists to like talk about a specific group of people as being intrinsically this way because of their ethnicity or even sexuality or something like that. But they actually are subhuman. Like they project their subhuman traits onto other people. They're actually subhuman, worthless fucking vermin. And honestly, it's amazing how like anyone can tolerate their fucking existence in terms of the way they operate. It's crazy how much we have to like put up with in terms of like your fucking self-loathing is being projected into something like deeper and more ideological, and then like that has a negative impact on everyone else who just wants to live their life like a normal person. I might look at Hutch's cope a little bit. We might not go over the entire Live and Learn because I want to see his cope a little bit more. I don't know how long my stream's going to be today. I think I'm going to go for a long stream today. I don't have any flights. I might as well. I don't have any, yeah. Loaderbox rejects the notion lefties were warning people about MAGA in 2024. I saw this a little bit. I wanted to go over it really briefly. I've seen Hassan and Denims do this a lot. This is what rewrite. What is that rewrite? No, you didn't. You try to equate them to Democrats, which actually props up the right wing.
The worst thing about all this is that people like that are now coming and saying, and I've seen Hassan and Denims do this a lot, like now they're saying, oh yeah, if only you listened to us about how bad things are going to be with MAGA. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? What is that rewrite? Like, no, you didn't. You tried to equate them to Democrats, which actually props up the right. They
did. They were very transparent too about like, yes, one is going to be worse than the other. Now, I can't confidently say that because I don't watch as much Denims, but I don't think Denims would be stupid enough to be like, oh yeah, they're both equal. This is just like a straw man. This is like an argument that like Loaderbox is making that doesn't even make sense, because if you actually looked at their content and you were to engage with it in any good faith at all, you'd be able to understand that it's very basic. It's like, okay. I have to describe it this way. Chris Hedges said this, so I'm kind of like, I'm sure he's not the only one who has made this argument in this way. So I don't think I'm entirely stealing this, but like I don't even care. It's like it's not even stealing. It's like this is the take. Is that how it all functions? Is that American democracy seems to be mostly an illusion, right? And the way that it functions in reality is that there's two parties, right? You have your Democrats, which are corporatists, and then you have Republicans, which are oligarchs. Now, the corporatists want stability and they want decorum, and then the oligarchs are more chaotic in nature. They want to reconstruct the entire system. They want to deconstruct it, destabilize it, destroy it. They want to target very specific things to get more out of the working class, more out of the people. They want the working class to suffer more. Like the oligarchs are in control, is basically what I'm saying. Right now, this is how it functions right now. Like the corporatists basically want to like appeal to like a very specific way. Like they want to appeal to the billionaires, but they don't want to destabilize it. They didn't want to destroy everything. So yes, the Democrats just in function for the American people, at least, not for other foreign places where they're funding genocides or whatever in other places and destabilizing and doing imperialism in other places. For the American people, the Democrats are a better choice. Obviously, this is not even like really debatable. Does it like, you know, obviously there's incrementalism. They're still fucking over the people in other different ways. But, you know, compare that to the Republicans, the oligarchs right now. It's like a night and day difference. But like what the argument is basically, the argument is, oh, well, you have to be aware that the Democrats still don't have your best interest. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if you're trying to get concessions out of them, very specific concessions, moral concessions, if they're bought and paid for whatever A, B, and C reason, they don't care. They don't give a shit. They'll like to hand wave you. They'll like to pretend like they're listening, but they're not listening to you. Now, it's better than constant warmongering. It's better than launching a trade war. It's better than alienating us from all of our allies. It's better than inflation going up. It's better than unemployment rising, right? It is better, but it's not like we have it's an illusion. It's not like we have a choice in the matter. That's the problem. And that's why, like, you know, people keep constantly bringing up this idea of like, you need to make a third party. You need to make a third party viable. This is why someone like Mamdani is like actually refreshing, because he's getting shit done. There's criticisms to be made for sure, but he's getting shit done by comparison to other people. They're not incentivized. Corporatists are not incentivized to do things for the American people. They're not. They're just not. They're compromised. It's very simple. Also, to be here's another thing that the corporatists are better than oligarchs. Another thing out of there's tons of reasons, but another thing is that we wouldn't have a buy now pay later system. You know, we wouldn't have stuff like Klarna right now. This is like insane. Klarna is like just this insane. Why would anyone want this? But here's the other thing is, like, it solves your question of like the Epstein files. There's tons of people compromised in the Epstein files that are Democrats that appeal to the corporates too. Biden might not be in there. Harris might not be in there, from what we know, from what's released, from what's being digged up. That being said, you know, like, if the whole system is corrupt, then I mean, why you need to point that out? So you need to address the problem before it can be fixed. Balenci Owens, best known for his viral designer pickup video, says he's now in debt after using Klarna's buy now, pay later service to fund his shopping addiction. I'm not rich. I'm not buying any of these things straight up. Of course, I was putting it all on credit. And they're doing this with housing, apparently, too. And pay now, buy later, rent now, buy later. I think they're gonna do that with like rent. It's just not a good idea. Not a good idea, I would say. Party of Dick Cheney, not the Republicans. Have you heard about the encrypted diary related to the Epstein files? Watched a stream about it last night. They read some of the pages. It's the Anne Frank of our generation for sure. Link me that if you can. Wait, I don't have you as mod. If you don't want mod, let me know. But right now I'm going to put you as mod so you can link that if you have that. Tell me if you have it first before I put you as mod. Not that I have a reservation with putting you as mod in general, but I don't need to have a billion mods if it's not necessary, especially with a 4-viewer chat.
Fuck are you doing, man? What is that rewrite? Like, no, you didn't. You tried to equate them to Democrats, which actually props up the right wing. If there's like a left wing and they're there, and the right wing is there, and you do that, you're propping up this one, right? That's how that works. But now they're just like, now they're just sitting there. Well, we tried to warn you about these people. Like, fuck off. No, you didn't.
No, they did. I posted here, once the narrative of the corporatist and the oligarch party takes grander flight and becomes the truest understanding of how our system functions, past comments like Lonerbox just made will be even more embarrassing than they already are. To be fair, Lonerbox also rejects the notion of women having consent. I don't know anything about that. I can't co-sign this. I can't co-sign that. It's funny, but I can't co-sign that because I don't know. I don't know anything. Maybe she knows something. Let's just see a little bit of his cope real quick. Oh wait, we have 2 tweets to bring up. One that I posted. And substance tweets. Yeah, I can get it. Okay, cool. I'll give you mod. Mod. We'll give you standard for now. I think you should be able to link. Let me know. I think standard gives you the ability to link. Okay, Hutch loses it. Unfortunate circumstances for Hutchinson as he spirals from last night's Live and Learn, where he gets stomped on by Ogre Boy and called out by Vadim for his genocide denial, creating the permission structures for things to only get worse for Palestine. Dude, like, this is a clip from the actual showing, and it's pretty goofy. It's pretty funny. Let me I feel like this is too big. It's we're gonna have to find a way to use my new PFP in a way that, wait, clicked the wrong one. Okay, and then there we go. I don't like that. I don't like it looking like that on that side. I can tolerate it, but I don't like it. I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. We'll do it this way. Trump and 25 others implicated in more emails. Okay, we might look at this later. Right now, we'll focus on this.
What a shit show last night was. I took a beta blocker before that conversation.
You have the thing.
Bro was taking some beta blockers. That's crazy.
What a shit show last night was. I took a beta blocker before that conversation.
You have the thing of like, they're not helping build the wall, right? Wait, Hutch, please, Hutch, I want you to listen.
And my
he was muted. He was muted here. He was freaking out, dude.
You have the thing of like, they're not helping build the wall, right? Wait, Hutch, please, Hutch, I want you to listen.
And my beats per minute still were probably way too high.
Please, Hutch, the idea that tell me this is wrong with Demon Overboy.
Sometimes I get furious in these kinds of debates.
And then they didn't build it out of concrete, and then the ocean
Dude,
destroyed the
it's
village.
so
or whatever,
good.
right? So, like, you engage with, like, they think this is.
And so I take a fucking beta blocker so my shit doesn't go completely ham. What a shit show last.
Poor guy, man. He's having such a bad time. He was having such a bad time there. Very unfortunate circumstances for our boy Hutch. Hutch tells lefties once again, we don't need you. Fuck you. First of all, you are not the base. Second of all, we don't need you. Do you see what's happening in elections for the last year? Do you understand our power? Fuck off. Make your own party. You hate us, we hate you.
It's Democrats are not going to get the base. You better excite the base. Democrats are not going to get the base off the couch with the same campaign trying to court Republicans. No. Listen to me. We don't need you. Fuck you.
Okay, simultaneously, you're blaming leftists. And he can say, oh, no, it's not as simple as, like, the leftists are the problem. But, like, you highlight it as if that's the main problem. Like, you're hyper-focused in on it as if the leftists are the main problem for the loss of Kamala. Nah, dog. Kamala just ran a shitty campaign. Nah, dog, she was just uninspiring. No, she was cringe. She sucked. She was just lame. She had no interesting switch-ups or anything. The honeymoon phase was what's the word? A fluke. Yeah, there we go. The honeymoon phase was a fluke, man. And Tim Walz kind of carried the honeymoon phase. I think it was only because Tim Walz, and some of his witty banter that gave like such a strong start. But like, dude, there was nothing that was captivating about Harris as a candidate. It just truly was not the case. Now, it can lead into another conversation, and this is a valid conversation to have, where some people think that the election was stolen through Elon Musk interference. That is possible. I haven't looked into it enough to feel confident in that being the case. And that truly being the case, but I won't completely write it off. Because to be fair, I think while she was a trash candidate overall, an uninspiring candidate, I think she could have easily won still. Not easily won. I think she could have won. Let's just say it that way. Because Trump was not exactly on his best game. So, I mean, if you wanted to really, really switch things up and have more confidence and being able to win, you needed to stand out from Biden. And it was just like, it was like one of the arguments on Live and Learn. We'll get to it later, but one of the arguments was basically just like, oh, she differentiates herself from Biden enough or whatever. That'll make her look weak. Well, she already looks weak either way. I think Pisco fucking said that. And I was like, dude, what? Like, why is this coming from your mouth? This is like, she looks weak either way. What are you talking about? She looks weak to like tons of different people. Who cares if she like throws fucking Biden under the bus? I don't care. You should be a political monster. Just like, I'm doing anything to fucking win. That was the last term. Do you really need Biden that bad? I don't think so. I think you could just throw him under the bus and be like, you don't even have to complete. That's the other thing. You don't even have to completely throw him under the bus. You could just have like distinct enough things that are differential to Biden's way of handling things to make yourself more captivating to the voter base. I don't know why that's like such a hard thing to grasp. I just don't like. Second half is when they read the diary. Okay, cool. I thought Walz was going to be the next JFK. I was in love with that man. Walz had a strong start. He was not allowed to breathe. He was not allowed to do more for the team. Let me compare this to a game I had on Marvel Rivals today. I'm a strong player. I'm a strong Namor player. But sometimes if the team's not doing enough, if you're not given room to breathe, you cannot do your best game. You cannot do like as efficiently. So like the other team is just not giving you any breathing room because like the tanks are not going in and doing their job, right? The tanks are not doing their job and making the space for you to be able to get in there and be able to like stab through and get the kills that you need or to give the damage that you need to give. Like you're just like your team needs to be there for you. And Tim Walz was like me in that position where it's like Tim Walz is being restricted, is not given room to breathe and be able to like really pounce on the opportunity. Now I have grievances. I have strong grievances with Tim Walz and how he's handling Minnesota. Right. That being said, that doesn't take away from the fact that that was a strong start, and if he was allowed to continue, man, I think he alone could have carried Harris to a victory if he was really allowed to flourish. I'm gonna be real.
You understand that? Fuck you. First of all, you are
fuck you. Fuck you.
Not the base. Second of all, we don't need you.
Well, if you don't need us, stop fucking complaining. Stop your bitching and moaning. Stop your fucking whining. Like, it's really as simple as that. Like, we don't need you. So,
do you see what's happening in elections for the last year? Do you understand our power? My coalition is fucking pissed off. My coalition is fucking furious. My coalition is fucking energized in a way that we haven't seen from a voting.
Your coalition's dog shit. Your coalition hasn't really been fighting the fight strong enough. It's been continuously letting us down. What's your coalition? Fucking Schumer? Like, be fucking for real, man. I will admit, on the peaceful protest angle of like peaceful protests like work, I'm like a little 50-50 on how it's been working for the Minnesota stuff. I think on one hand, there's been, I don't even know if you, can I call this peaceful? On a technical basis, it's non-violent for sure. If we want to go into the specifics of peaceful protest, if a peaceful protest is only non-violent protest, right? Then obviously, like, we could call it peaceful protests are working. But like in terms of like Minnesota and how they've been handling ICE and been looking out for their like neighbors and stuff like that and using whistles and calling out ICE or whatever and like constantly shaming them or whatever, that's pretty aggressive protest. It's not that it's violent, it's that you know that there's a risk for escalating things by your approach, by pissing off the ICE agents, as we can see from some of the victims of these circumstances by ICE's behavior. Do I want to necessarily call that a fully peaceful protest? Sorta, yeah. But like on the other hand, just imagine, and I'm just saying, I'm not advocating for this illegally. I'm just saying, just imagine had there been a more aggressive approach, how much more cowardly and how much more the ICE would have just backed down then and there. I think maybe it would have risked for like future crazier shit to happen, obviously, but like I'm just saying, like, this approach already had them on the back foot. They're not having a good time. ICE is not having a good time. So I would say the argument of, peaceful protest work is sort of right, but if I'm going to be technical, the approach wasn't necessarily just like, let's put up the signs or whatever and just, use our voices or whatever. It was more so of like, let's take an actual action. Let's organize. Let's take an actual action to stop for what we can do without using violence at all. The most aggressive way we could do it without using violence up front. So,
A voter block since the
what I was going to say is that Tim Walz and the mayor kind of threw people under the bus because they were actively just not doing more for the Minnesota people, for the people in general, to be able to really, really pursue like ICE, like to really pursue the idea of getting ICE out completely. They were complicit. They were just, appeasing them as much as possible to not have more violence or whatever, escalate the violence. They're just like, oh, we'll bring in more protection for ICE members or whatever. That's not what the people wanted. That's not what the people wanted at all. So basically, what I'm saying is like Democrats throw the people under the bus a lot. Like, oh, we're working within the fascist system, but like I don't want it to operate like this. This is that's the corporatist mindset. We want to appease. We want to do this smoothly. We don't want to make too much noise. We don't want the messiness of how the Trump administration works. I think Vadim might come on. He seems interested in coming in. Fuck, man. I still haven't fixed this fucking audio issue. It's so fucking annoying. Because I'm probably going to have to share my screen, and I still haven't fixed this audio issue where my stuff comes off.
The fucking Tea Party in 2010.
I know it doesn't look like that on my screen, but I did something to where like it won't constantly have the it won't show it, but like somebody can still hear my like desktop audio. I still don't know what the fuck I need to do to fix that. But anyway,
we are showing up in large numbers and punishing the Republican Party. We don't need you. Fuck.
But like it isn't just liberals. This is the most annoying aspect of all this too, where it's not just liberals. It's anyone anti-fascist in general, but it's not just liberals. It's leftists too that are showing up as well. You keep failing to take this into account. This idea that like Destiny said, you can't have these CCP agitators like Hassan over here in these liberal spaces. It's not a fucking liberal space, dumbass. It's an anti-fascist space. So leftists are included in that. And even people that are like generally, as much as they contributed to the environment of escalating, it to this point where fascism actually takes rise. There are people that like meant well or whatever that might actually be conservative or like a Republican in generally, and then they're like, nah, this is too much. Those people are included too. You're right to resent them, but like, they're welcome to those protests if they realize, oh, it's gone too far here. Okay, hold on. We are reading Vadim. You broke up a little bit for me. What's up?
Oh,
I can hear you
how's
now.
This? Okay, cool. I think it was just opening jitters. My microphone.
Keep this in mind. I have a problem with my audio, and I have no idea what the solution is. Like when I play Hutch right now.
Fuck you.
You could probably hear him, right?
Not really, no.
Oh wait. Strange. I don't know when you can hear them. The general issue is that when I play audio, it depends on how loud it is, and I guess what platform I'm using. Like right now, that was a Twitter video, so I'm not sure if it works that way. But like somebody can hear my desktop audio, and it's very, very annoying, and I don't know how to fix it. I've looked at like numerous different ways to fix it, and I still haven't figured it out.
Okay.
Even though I fixed it before, so just keep that in mind.
So far, it's not a problem. But it could be a problem because
it could be. I'm just letting you know.
My ADHD is such that like sometimes distracting background noises are really difficult for me to deal with. But
I'll try to mute myself if that happens enough.
Cool.
That'll probably be, yeah. Anyway, your thoughts?
I felt pretty good about it. I mean, I definitely got baited and screamed a lot. Part of the reason why I was doing that was just because I knew that Hutch was going to just, no matter what, just engage in these really obnoxious tactics and just he was going in circles. I mean, like I just, you know, when I don't really have a problem with me like yelling and saying "fuck you" and whatnot. I mean, what it did do is that it maybe to an extent prevented Ogre from contributing as much as, you know, more than he did, and he definitely is incredibly on point. So that's probably like my biggest regret, is just kind of not pulling for him to get involved more. But overall, I felt pretty good about it. And I think the only reason why it lasted 4 hours, I think at the end of it, they even said that it was the longest discussion that they ever had. I think the only reason why it lasted as long as they did was because Hutch and Pisco were not satisfied with, you know, they didn't feel like they had satisfactorily gotten one over on us enough. And I was actually, another thing I'd say is that I was a little surprised with Pisco, because I think Pisco is usually like pretty in certainly in comparison to just about anybody on that panel, like kind of capable of being like cool. But I think he like came into it, and I think he was in this frame of mind of both getting one over on the lefties and maybe even like being like a little territorial with Hutch. And I felt like maybe you noticed a couple of times there like there was at least one or two times where I was just like, I don't believe that you actually think that, Pisco. Like, and maybe he did, but I just felt like it was a little, like, in terms of his argumentation, from what I've seen, it felt like kind of cheaper than his usual arguments are at certain points. Maybe, I don't know if you picked up on what I'm saying, if you agreed.
He went down the route of talking about complicity. I think it was because, I don't know if you mentioned this first, I can't remember, but you were talking about how there was a complicity in him denying or doing genocide denial in general, like certain arguments or whatever. And he got really triggered after that. You really triggered him after that. I think that was the moment.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. He tried to frame it as though I was saying that there was a great deal of culpability with, you know, I guess him as well. Maybe he also, I don't know his history with that. Maybe he is kind of a genocide denialist, or at least like didn't take it seriously at all. So maybe he felt like it was an attack on his character as well. But it's just like, again, I think I made it clear that if I was talking like in terms of, if we're going to do some sort of hierarchy of blame that needs to be assigned to every American, what exactly they did, the ways in which they contributed or did not contribute to the to Harris's defeat.
Yeah.
I am absolutely going to blame the people who just cheered on the status quo, that you know, that like they are the ones who manufactured consent and just you know, created a permission structure for it all.
So there was the bombing hospital comments that make more room for like the the IDF to make excuses for saying like, we have more places, more you know, hideouts or whatever, so we need to bomb this hospital, without like even being able to verify that and prove that to like the rest of the public or whatever, or anyone who's investigating. So he was making excuses for that.
About Hutch personally, things that Hutch personally, because I know he did make excuses for the like hospital bombings. Is that why you're bringing that up?
Yeah, so there was that, and then there's if their intent is to destroy the population of Gaza.
Everything with him.
Yeah,
it's everything with him. It's the way that he like the way that he approaches every time that he talks about Israel and Gaza in that situation. It always comes down to, no matter what he says, he'll always make sure to be like, oh, you know, I do think that they've committed war crimes, but it always ends with, but Hamas is the problem, right? And I'm sorry, but you know, like I don't think that anyone has to necessarily look at Hamas as angels, but if you don't recognize that they are a response to a greater problem, and that when human beings are treated like absolute garbage and cannon fodder, and are, you know, for decades and decades just treated like they're in a, I mean, they were in a fucking concentration camp.
It was also a lack of coverage on the current ceasefires being like not actually held to, Israel breaking the ceasefire continuously, even to this day. Like, there's a lack of coverage on that. There's a lack of care in general on the topic alone. Just the endless excuses. ICJ ruling was nuanced. Some that voted meant don't continue in Rafah. He's making excuses for the ethnic cleansing and stuff like that. Yeah.
But also, just again, back to Hutch. So there's that. There's the fact that like he is good friends and has like had just genocide deniers on the show, like Loner Box. He, like, you know, kind of considers him like just a great guy and or rather more of a, what am I trying to say, like just an authority. He also, of course, his standing of Ethan Klein, and when he talks about Ethan, he will say things like that it's absolutely insane, supposedly, to characterize Ethan as a Zionist, and he just doesn't get it. He does not get it. For like a while, I thought when it came to this situation, Hutch must know, and he's like engaging in a bit of bad, like, you know, faith, but which he is. But I think he genuinely does just have this completely brain-rotted view of, like he does not really understand fuck all about the situation in terms of, like, you know, why Israel is just this disgusting genocidal Nazi-like state. And that Nazi brings another thing to mind that Hutch does. He, like, you know, whenever anyone makes that comparison, he will just clutch his pearls and act like, you know, like you're being anti-Semitic by saying, you know, those are his priorities. His priority is to protect the genocider.
Yeah, it's the Holocaust exceptionalism, pretty much. It's pretty obvious.
But it's also it's even more than that, because it is that, but it's also like rooted in just he thinks they're the good guys in the situation. And you know, like, maybe he wouldn't say like, I think they are good guys, but if you asked him, like, you know, gun to your head, who's the good guy in this situation, he would say it's Israel. And that is just a fundamental, like, moral fuck up.
Well, there's a lack of acknowledgement of the Democrats basically helping build up the permission structures for ICE to do what they're doing right now as well.
Yes.
There's a lack of acknowledgement for, like, Democrats in general, you know, building up a lot of permission structures for a lot of different things to happen to us as we, like, you know, just like the war criminals, Obama, Harris, just like, like there's a lack of acknowledgement of the fascist acts that they engage in or are complicit in for other states to engage in. It's just like,
Yeah. Obviously, we don't have like kind of a alternate world, kind of crystal ball kind of a thing. But to me, the idea, like, let's say that that this whole situation in Gaza, Israel did not occur, right? But Trump did win. I don't think that would have occurred if it didn't happen. But let's just say that those were the circumstances. I think in a world where we had not invaded Gaza, I do not think that we would be going into Venezuela. Wait, did I just say Venezuela or did I
Venezuela?
Okay, I think maybe I misspoke there. I said in a world in which we did not engage in funding that genocide. I don't think that we would be invading Venezuela. I don't think this talk about going to trying to take over Greenland, and just, I mean, we're basically like turning into like a colonial power again, and the world hates us for it. I don't think we would be there if with Trump.
Did you notice all the different places have been finding a lot of cancer research, like a lot of cures or potential cures, as soon as we left WHO?
No, I didn't.
It was like cancer research. There's tons of different places. Korean researchers have developed a new technology to treat cancer cells by reverting them to normal cells without killing them. It's just like update after update after update of like different places finding like cures for pancreatic cancer, blood cancer. I think one was like how we could potentially cure people being paralyzed. Tons of different things. And I thought that was kind of interesting. I'm not exactly sure if like there was this. I'm left to assume, because it feels like this is too coincidental. I'm left to assume that, was the U.S. blockading a lot of these like different, like, did we have a lot of this on the go? A lot of people had that, but they weren't being funded, or they being blockaded for whatever reason? Because it's just very strange, coincidental timing. Breaking 6 cancer cures claims suddenly went viral after U.S. left the WHO. February 1st to 4th, 2026, pancreatic cancer. February 3rd to the 5th, 2026, colon cancer. February 3rd to the 7th, what is this? Colorectal, I'm gonna butcher this. Lung metastasis, HPV-related cancers, blood cancer, leukemia, Russian cancer vaccine. Tons of different things are happening apparently here. So,
well, that's good. I'm glad.
I mean, yeah, but it's also just like it's also like if the U.S. continues at this rate, we're just going to alienate ourselves from like all of our potential allies, and that.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But just I don't have a lot of time, so I just kind of wanted to mention a couple of other things.
Can I give you criticisms real quick?
Yeah, but okay, sure. Yeah,
I'll keep it brief.
What?
I feel like I know that your goal was kind of to criticize Hutch a little bit more, but I feel like bringing up the Hassan dog collar thing or anything related to Hassan and those specifics got off track a little bit and kind of made you. What it does is it gives Hutch a perfect way to frame you as more so like, oh, you don't care about any of these issues. You care that like you're trying to protect Hassan's image or anything like that. Like I think it gives that like appearance or whatever.
I mean I don't I think that it like the issue the problem with bringing it up was that I was not given the floor properly to explain exactly what what those issues were. I mean, but yeah, I didn't really care about that. Like, I thought it provoked kind of like some funny conversation.
Sure, yeah. It's not the worst thing. It was just like one of those things that he can like tackle on a little bit easier for you or anything like that. So
Yeah.
I felt like mainly like you should have stuck to his comments on genocide denial or anything like that if you wanted to attack like the very specific wrongdoings of him. I feel like that should probably be
this is the whole thing. I did not confront Hutch. I came there to say far more than I did.
Mhm.
And I'm actually like, I haven't had a chance to talk with Soy Pill. I'm not really mad at him because like I know that this wasn't done maliciously, but basically I told him, look, I'm going to come on if you make sure to kind of like regulate so that I have the chance to go into what I want to go into.
Yeah.
And I said to him, I said, like, he first of all, he told me that the show was 2 hours, right? And I guess like it should be understandable that sometimes things go on longer, but he said, like, we're going to talk for a half hour and then the floor will be yours. So we ended up talking for about an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and 10 minutes about like kind of more small talky stuff about like current events and whatnot. And then we got to the one topic which had to do with like voting and whatnot. I probably should not have even brought that up, or maybe brought that up second. The second part of what I was going to go into was like kind of like an opportunity to like just kind of itemize. Like I had like a list of things that I was going to go through with Hutch, and basically kind of start out by just discussing his tendency to really ice out. Maybe that term is in my head these days, but like, yeah, just kind of eliminate. He's trying to eliminate lefties as much as he can.
He's trying to alienate them. Yeah, like even
yeah.
This tweet right now from him watching to Live and Learn today. He's saying, fuck you. First of all, you are not the base. Second of all, we don't need you. You see what's happening in elections of the last year. Do you understand our power? Fuck off. We make our own party. He simultaneously wants to blame.
He's a fucking moron when it comes to that, dude.
It's like
one, like I said in the discussion.
Yeah.
The overwhelming majority of that either has to do with the Republicans self-immolating, right? Or it's either that, or it's gains that in great part are being made because of people like Mondani. And I mean, like, and also like he rightfully gives a lot of praise to people who are going out in Minnesota to protest and whatnot. But who the fuck do you think are organizing these protests? Who do you think? Like, it's overwhelmingly like at least progressives who are significantly to the left of him, or people who are like leftists. You know, I mean, when it comes to the organizing and whatnot, like these people's politics are way more to the left than I'm not saying like, you know, it's predominantly, and obviously like you have a lot of just kind of normies joining into it and whatnot, but it's just like he completely denies all of that. And it's just like, bro, like you're like he practices fucking get off my lawn politics. It's so like antiquated.
He goes with the take that it's a liberal protest, just like Destiny does, where it's just, it's a liberal protest, like a CCP agitator like Hassan doesn't belong at a liberal protest. You need to bully him out. It's not a liberal protest. It's an anti-fascist protest. I was even saying, I was like, I think even for people that like are generally leaning like Republican or conservative, who probably regret like where it's gone by their support, they're allowed at those protests too. They're allowed to advocate for an anti-fascist stance overall. You know, leftists are there, liberals are there. Anyone who regrets their vote that are Republican leaning usually are allowed to be there. Like, you don't have to strictly be a liberal. Like, it's not just liberals. It's an amalgamation of different people who are generally anti-fascist. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to understand.
Yeah. I 100% agree, but yeah, I mean, I just honestly, I just felt pretty good about it because kind of like leading into the debate, I was kind of like I am now. I'm really out of it, and you know that I have struggles with brain fog and whatnot, and definitely the last time that Hutch and I had a debate, it did not go well for me for that reason, and so I almost dropped out of it. But then earlier yesterday, I started feeling kind of like, you know, I realized like, oh, okay, I actually, like, in spite of the fact that I'm really fucking tired, I feel more on point. Like I don't know if I've mentioned this to you before, but I have what I call good brain days and bad brain days. And I just kind of was like, fuck it, okay, I'll join. And I know that I did way better than the last time, and that's really all I care about. Like,
Can I bring up another criticism real quick? I think this is a fair one.
Sure.
I think if you're not like 100%, okay, hold up, not 100%. I think you need to have a little bit more of an understanding of something, like a 80% of an understanding of something before you bring something up and say, oh, just look into this person more or whatever. Like, I feel like if you bring something up, like say for the propaganda things or anything else that you brought up, like when I review over this, I'll be more specific later. But I felt like there's a couple times you brought up something and then they would try to push you on that or try to get more elaboration from you. And you would be like, oh, well, like, I'm going to bring it to Ogre Boy to explain it further, or you need to look at this other person's perspective. It's going to feel like Weasley to other people that are watching, or it's going to feel Weasley to the people on the panel. Even if that's true, like, I feel like you shouldn't go with that angle unless you're like a little bit more specifically into, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, look, I understand from like a public perception standpoint, it's very easy to, but it's sort of like, I mean, to me, one of the big annoying things about debates is that like you're expected to be an expert on everything immediately, and really nobody is a fucking expert, and they're just taking they're just choosing a stance. And therefore, like, you know, that projects to some people that these people know what the fuck they're talking about. When it came to the propaganda stuff, I was fucking right. And then I whipped out that quote, and I felt like when I whipped out that quote, I blew Pisco's what he was saying out of the water, and I absolutely validated everything that I said.
Well, with the abundance thing, I think the abundance thing got you a little bit. Were you as thoroughly knowledgeable on the abundance thing where you felt like you could have meaningfully challenged them on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that people should be able to like if I was playing the same game that they are, then when I can get sort of like pedantic, and when someone brings up, I can't think of an example here, but there's always going to be like small examples that people throw out in order to make a larger point. And I am not going to take every opportunity to say like, well, do you understand this? Do you understand that? What I said should absolutely stand. It is a really like to me, it is incredibly telling, like when the funding that groups get, and also just what I brought up, like right now, you know what, I'm like so tired that I don't want to get into like all these details, because I don't think I can talk about them in kind of as coherent a way as I'd like to. But my point is that like if I was kind of employing some of the slippery debate tactics that they were, then I could kind of make them look just as bad. It should be it should be respected when somebody says something like it would be like one thing if like when I launched into the abundance stuff, I wanted to have a robust conversation about abundance, and then I was not able to put my money where my mouth is. But if I am just kind of bringing it up as a secondary point, and then you have to like launch into this whole discussion about abundance, and then someone is like kind of made to like in that moment you have to like be an expert on abundance in order to like and they're not even fucking experts like that. I think it is more than reasonable to say like, bro, like talk to someone who is a proficient abundance expert. You haven't had anybody on the show who is like anti-abundance who has challenged you on these things. And that's also like, you know, part. I mean, I could have talked a lot more about Palestine and whatnot, but that's another reason why at the end of the day I wanted him to talk with Chris Kunzler, because
Well, yeah. Well, I was gonna say is, you know how I can't, because I think Pisco is a lot more good faith and charitable. And the grievance that I've had with Soy Pill, it seems like Soy Pill is a little bit like that too. But like someone like Hutch, and I don't know about IRI. The IRI is a whole other thing. But someone like Hutch is going to pounce on something like that, and they're not going to treat those moments as weakness. That's what I'm saying. Is like if you go into that kind of setting, stuff like little things like that will be treated as moments of weakness. And I think even Pisco might pounce on that just for the sake of like making a point, like a more larger, substantial point that like he wants to make. It might not even be like in terms of like I just want to dismantle like, you know, Vadim here completely in bad faith or anything. Like it might just be like, oh, I need to make a larger argument here. So like he's gonna say, oh, like, well, like you're here speaking to me right now. Why are you leading me to like some other person? Like that, I feel like moments like that will are better for like after the conversation. Like it's better to like recommend a hey, like a challenge them on the hey, like you're dodging Chris Kunzler, stuff like that is probably a better time. Like, does this make sense? I think this makes sense where it's like a time and place of like when to bring stuff up.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Sure,
honestly, like I did one. Like I think he is a slippery bastard, and I wanted.
He was definitely cowardly and being like, "Who is that? Who is that?"
Yes. And I had already brought it up to him, and Chris Kunzler had reached out to him, and he watched a Chris Kunzler like bit and just kind of said all these kinds of disparaging things about them, and he was completely out of his depth while talking about it. He like spread so much disinformation, so much like so many Hasbara Zionist talking points, while also framing them as pretty like he didn't just go out and say that they were anti-Semitic, but like he strongly suggested it. And and then Chris Kunzler got in touch with him, and well, I mean, they didn't, you know, he didn't reply to him, but he said like, "Hey, I'd like to talk to you," and it got no response. So I don't care, you know, like I wanted to make him uncomfortable. That was the point, and I'm not going to kind of like I know that like I will afford that sort of grace to someone who I think more highly of. Like I would not do something like that to Pisco. Like I wouldn't do that to Pisco, even though that you know I thought like his argumentation yesterday was kind of
yeah. If you're okay with that approach, that's fine. I was just letting you know how like the audience might treat that, or how like someone could take advantage of that moment. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not saying like you need to do it this way. I'm just letting you know. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, overall, I felt pretty okay about it. I mean, considering the like that it was 4-on-2, and considering just I don't know, I mean, I don't think Hutch would be freaking out today like you say he is as much as he is if he felt like he had really scored a significant win yesterday.
Listen,
you know
you still got a dub. Both of you still got a dub at the end of the day. You made him freak out, and he's like panicking and coping about the last stream. So none of these criticisms are made in the sense of, oh, you took it L last night or anything. Here's what you could do to fix this. Just, observations.
Yeah. I mean, there's. Don't get me wrong. I do not think I'm a great debater. Like I debating is not my thing by any means. I used to be a lot better at it when I did it. I used to do it with a degree of frequency, but it's something that maybe I could get better at these days, but in general, I'm just not going to do it. One, because it's just not that interesting to me. I mean, especially this debate space, like this debate space is cancer. The kind of the like DGG, like what's the word, like orbiter verse, and like all the debates that go on, like maybe when you're talking about like Sam Cedar debating Tim
About to
Pool
drive Hutch up a wall again. He's going to be like, I'm not a DGGer. I'm not a DGGer. Meanwhile, showing up in his space.
He's totally a fucking DGGer. He just the other day, he was like saying something to the effect, were you the one who clipped that? He was saying something like, I started calling out this crazy left stuff on the left in like 2021, and kind of like, and he mentioned Destiny and mentioned him like, just kind of.
I didn't even realize way back he had such a grievance with Hassan. I didn't even realize it went that way back. Like I thought this was not super new, but like relatively new for his content. But like he's had like grievances with this guy for like a while now. It's crazy. Like.
I don't think that the grievances were anywhere near as significant as he is making them out to be now. I think it's a little bit of historical revisionism. I'm not totally sure. I did have a conversation with him in around 2022 because I made a video about Lauren Southern and we watched it together, and he actually reached out to me and he was like, hey, I hear this video is awesome and I'm interested in it. Would you like to come on my channel and watch it with me?
Yeah.
Not a completely different time. And I got the impression of him that he was, like he did not come across like, of course, also at the time I was a little more to the center than I am now, but he came across like he was very like that he just like looked at leftists as allies at the time, so that I could be wrong, but really like that clip that I was just talking about where he was saying that, it sounds exactly like something Tim Pool or Dave Rubin would have been saying in like 2016, 2017, 2018, like, because he just this whole like acting as though speaking out against the left is some.
Someone said very Anna Kasparian coded. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, it's extremely Anna Kasparian coded for
it
sure.
Is.
And I think that's the direction that he's going. It's interesting with him because I actually think that he is someone who is going to very likely to arrive at that Anna Kasparian / Dave Rubin place at some point. And I think that it usually, I mean, we don't know for certain what goes on in these people's minds, but I usually get the impression that when people end up there is like a great deal of like conscious grifting towards that side. Whereas with him, I think he's a true believer. I think
Oh no,
that's
yeah,
that's not to say that he doesn't knowingly engage in kind of tactics that are underhanded, but he believes himself to genuinely be a hero in this. And what were you going to say?
I sincerely think he's just like a naive, like one of those DGGers that it's like, oh, I watched Destiny or whatever. I picked up a lot of different things from that, and then like I looked into it my own or whatever, and then like I want to be like Destiny when I have like most of these takes, and like he thinks he's fighting for the cause, and like there's the greater enemy or whatever like that, and like one of the enemies is like is the leftists that are intervening on fighting the greater enemy. So like he has a huge grievance, and he's like, oh, like it's okay to fight this enemy and largely focus on them, but like doesn't understand. He's naively thinking that like it's okay to have focus all this attention on this area, when realistically this is not the main issue or whatever. And or like even if it is an issue, it's not a great enough issue to focus on it in the way that he does. I think he's just genuinely like bought into the cult. Like I think it's like a sincere like neoliberalist perspective that is like a little bit more DGG coded. I could be wrong. Maybe there's something in his history or whatever like that proves that like he had these like kind of politics before he went and watched Destiny or anything like that. But like a lot of these people pick up like their streamer daddies like ideology, and they like hyper focus in on it instead of being like hypercritical, and then like it becomes a little bit a part of themselves in one way, shape, or form. So
yeah. I'm gonna have to go in like 5 minutes, but I want to say real quickly in terms of the God, my brain is not working today. Orbiter thing. I mean, the whole thing about like, the analogy is he looks at it in this way, like, oh, if you don't watch that streamer all the time, then how can you be an orbiter of that person? But it's like you're talking about like, sorry, I said this is going to be fast, and now I can't explain myself for the fucking life of me. You're talking about so much more than that. You're talking about like the gravitational pull of personalities. So like there's no doubt that the overwhelming majority of his audience is DGGers, is loner box fans, is people who like, I mean, if he polled his audience, how many of you guys watch or like Destiny? That right off the bat, you're going to get tons of those people. And then also, if you like, if you ask them how many of you were big Destiny fans at one time, that I would be shocked if it was less than 60%. And so that in itself, that's part of like the whole like the whole thing. And it's like, well, what do you cover? Who are your enemies? All those things. And the fact that he just kind of breaks it down to like, who are you hanging out with? And then on top of that, he did fucking go on just a couple weeks ago. He and I'm Really Important, just out of nowhere, hung out with Destiny and had a conversation with him, which I think is really gross considering just who he is these days, and the fact that like, he was just acting like everything was normal, and it wasn't. But the last thing that I have to say is just as I was saying, I didn't finish mentioning with I'm so tired. The fact that I had this like completely different plan in terms of what I was going to discuss. I had basically told Soy Pill, like, okay, I'll come on, but I'm going to need you to regulate if I'm not able to go into what I want to go into. And I said, like, this is how it's going to be. We're going to talk about I'm going to read this one thing, and then I'm going to read something else at later, and I'm going to need you to kind of like, direct everyone's attention so that I have the permission to do that within the, and to a degree, I should have spoken up and said like, okay, I want to do the second part now, which is like the real part. But he told me that we were going to do a 2-hour show.
Yeah.
And I also wanted to start an hour later, and I don't have a problem with the fact that they couldn't do that. At first he said that they could, right? And so just my point is that like I ended up thinking like, oh, okay, this has to be a tight 2 hours, right? And therefore I didn't get to say like what I really wanted to say at all. Like I literally, maybe with the dog stuff and a couple of other things. That's the thing. Like the dog stuff, in context of like how I was going to bring things up, it would have made a lot more sense.
It would have been more fluid, is what you're saying. It would have been a more natural progression of the conversation.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I do think that I was fucking right about that situation. I don't even know if you know what if I made it clear, but there were two. I only have time to explain one, but I was not talking about the initial incident with Kaya that everybody talks about. There was another cheap like cash grab that he did a few weeks ago where 2 months after it had all died down, he swore up and down that Hassan had done that again. And and again, literally 3 minutes after he supposedly shocked him that one time, he allowed the Kaya to walk right out.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, if you don't get why that's absurd on its face, to think that he like is going through the trouble of shocking Kaya and then just 3 minutes later it's totally fine with him that she would get up.
I have to be honest, Pisco's argument back to you on that one is actually pretty coherent, where it's like in the world where you believe that Hassan shocked that dog, 3 minutes later the dog gets up, wait, why didn't Hassan shock the dog again to keep Kaya into place? Well, it kind of makes sense on the optics level if Hassan's concerned about optics. If he realizes, oh, I shocked the dog, that actually does make sense. That's a coherent argument for their side.
Because then why would you do it in the first place? Why would you do it in the first place?
Well, if I'm being generous to the argument, which I still think it's pretty psychotic to overly obsess over this, but if I'm being generous, the idea is that somebody does something that they would normally do in a more private setting, but they forget that they're live on stream at that moment, and like it's a habitual thing that they'll do this exact thing. Like that does happen. So that would be the argument. That would be the argument. Not saying it's right or wrong. Like at a certain point, like it almost seems like that whole thing is like a oh, you see what you want to see, or you see what you think you're gonna see, and like it doesn't even matter what's true or not at that point. Like people are just going to make their own assumptions.
No, I know,
Yeah.
and that's why it. Yeah, I know like that. You know what? I need to get going right now. I'm sorry.
You're good.
I'm kind of being weird, but not only do I have to go, but also just like I am really fried and
go get some sleep. All that good shit.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think I'm more kind of needing just 3 cups of coffee and.
Yeah. I was gonna ask, how much caffeine do you drink? What's the Is there?
I drink on certain days. I drink like a shitload. Of like some days I drink like 3 to. I mean, I used to drink like a pot and a half a day at my worst. But some days I don't have any at all, and some days it really doesn't affect my ability to sleep or not, but it does wake my brain up like temporarily.
Has it on the days that you're drinking a lot, has it affected your sleep worse?
No.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It you'd think it does, but I mean, if I were to drink it too late, if I was to drink past, you know, I never drink it past like 6 p.m. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
all right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I'm going to cover this if you want to watch.
Yeah, I would have done those experiments by now, or I mean, I have. But anyway, I'll talk to you another time. Have a good one.
Have a good one, man. Thanks for coming. Later. Okay. All right, we're back. Here we go. Psychosexual freak Ethan Klein talks about Casey Tron like he's a serial rapist in a movie.
Casey Tron, friend.
We'll cover it right after this. I'm sorry. Well, I just want to see this.
To the show and my favorite benefactor. She's my favorite patron. Isn't it nice getting a check every month from my favorite patron? So, friend of the show, Casey Tron, everybody. And
like this, like we already knew it was bullshit too. Like the approach of like the arguments that were being made of like, oh, he was being sincere. He was being sincere. Like, oh, he wasn't forcing her to apologize. Dude, it's even more transparent and like footage like this where he's just like transparently just being like threatening of like, oh, you're stating your opinion on something that I disagree with you. Oh, may I remind you, he's such a psycho. He's such a fucking loser psycho.
And, she has a take about it.
I hope this motherfucker gets bullied more. I hope he gets called a Zionist more and more and more. I hope he gets called a genocidal freak more and more, and he cries in his fucking sleep.
True. I'm surprised she's still running her mouth. I recall her apologizing to Asmongold, who she despises.
Yeah.
That was pretty.
What does that have to do with Imuru? I mean, there is a connection, obviously. So, like, the question is, but, like, in this very moment, she's still critiquing Imuru. Is she not allowed to have an opinion on Imuru, you fucking psycho freak?
I'm surprised she's still running her mouth.
You know what I mean? It's like her whole, her whole platform is just, like,
By the way,
to, like,
why are you
the
so
work.
mad at her? Like, they're talking
The whole goal is basically to shut down the First Amendment, like, freedom of speech here. Like, if he doesn't like it in terms of like specific targeting here, that's like the entire like. This is why he's such a like loser piece of shit Zionist and like, admittedly, like he's doing fascistic kind of like behavior here. If you gave this motherfucker like the presidency or whatever, like it wouldn't surprise me if, whether in a left way or in a right way, if he appealed to like fascistic means.
Her so nasty. She didn't do anything except be like, why do I need to say fuck ICE? Like, I'm just here playing video games, right?
First fucking men. And
well, I'm guessing it's the same reason that Denims is going in on her because of what she said about the lawsuit.
Yeah.
It could be a combination of things. It could just be simply that, yeah, like you hang around like weirdo, psychosexual freaks, like actual abusers, and you don't denounce them publicly. Like that's part of your image too. Like it's kind of important that, like when one of your like past like co-hosts or whatever, or past friend or like friends at the very moment are doing a deplorable behavior, like you want to like maintain distance. You want to like any normal person would do that. Otherwise it comes off as like, it's weird that you haven't said anything about this. Like, should I judge your character like a little bit more thoroughly? Like, is your moral character at question here?
Well, I don't know.
It's really not. Like, even on a pragmatic sense for your like image, unless like you stand by those people and you don't care about that behavior, like that. Like people are left to assume
she's mad. That was Casey. I think maybe Casey Tron forget her public statement, but she also thought my lawsuit was like really valid. And she wished me luck against the other people, too. Mm-hmm. So I think Casey John must have forgot her position on this.
What does this have to do with you, you fucking narcissistic freak? No one asked you. No, she didn't even mention your fucking name. It has nothing to do with you.
Right? Hopefully I don't have to remind her, right?
Just my opinion.
Fucking pedo troll freak.
But yeah, she sucks. And I mean, like, I don't know. I think that this was a long time coming. I think the other thing that was just like, okay, is how she didn't say anything whenever it came to Tectone and Pinky Chew. You know? She didn't say anything like in support of Pinky Chew or like, you know, like, yeah, like I don't associate with, like it's.
So, I mean, when are you going to announce your friends? For example, I know...
Why are we like? Why are we downplaying? Because like this is kind of an important thing to acknowledge. Is like, yeah, why are you not condemning Tectone after he violated when it like a friend or like his girlfriend or whatever? And then you're like, oh, why does she need to condemn? Well, yeah, it's important to kind of be vocal.
I don't associate with...
Also, isn't this the same guy who was like, oh, you're associated with this person, you're associated with this person, this person, and their behavior. Oh, you're associated with Bad Empanada. Do you condemn a Bad Empanada? I have it's an important question. Like, Hassan, you were watching Bad Empanada, so therefore you agree with every single thing Bad Empanada has ever done. Like, isn't this the same guy? Like, hey.
Like, it's...
So, I mean, when are you going to announce your friends? For example, I know Mike from PA violently assaulted a couch. When are you going to speak out in defense of that?
Wow, amazing. Amazing joke. Violently assaulted a couch. Wow. Mike from PA is a monster. Obviously, he's not saying Mike from PA is a monster. He's saying Mike from PA is against Ethan Klein and against Zionist freaks. And so, therefore, Mike from PA is a bad person. He just doesn't have anything, like, real substantial to, like, hit Mike from PA on in terms of, like, actual deplorable behavior. So he has to go, oh, he's an embarrassing freak. He's an embarrassing freak. Yeah, he did an embarrassing, freakish thing. But, like, that's not even remotely comparable to, like, an actual person violating their girlfriend, abusing and like basically raping their girlfriend, like violating their consent continuously. It's not the same,
right? I mean, it's easy for you to say because you're not close to it, but like if there was truth and honesty in the world, you would have denounced Mike from PA long ago for the horrible things he's done to couches.
Oh, okay. Why haven't you denounced any of the deplorable people around your vicinity? A good question. Fucking loser. Did we finish this? There's like 10 seconds left. Does it even matter? Whatever.
You are not the base. Fuck off. Make your own party. You hate us. We hate you.
What's funny too is like make your own party. Like, and then it's like people try to start a third party, or people try to make a third party more substantive or whatever. And it's like, oh, like you're ruining the chances for the Democrats. You're ruining the chances for the Democrats.
It's mutual. Fuck you. We're not on the same team. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Let's see. All right, let's just get it started then. Let's try to skip through any of the niceties. Any of the where we just start. Doesn't it start with the they start where they start talking about Epstein, I believe. 133.26 of this video needs to be replayed more when talking about Destiny and how he arrives at the positions he's argued for. Let me 133. A discussion with Destiny. I don't want to get too off track. Is this going to be brief?
Concerned personally with whether or not at the end of the day I'm enriching their life. It's more just like in a roundabout way of acting like that. Maybe more people act like that or pass it on or whatever. And at the end of the day, it improves my personal experience.
No, how does that any different from bringing donuts to construction workers to help enrich people's lives on the platform that you have? It would absolutely make the world better in the exact same way that you're defining.
Sure. So like I do it, but it's with a different intention, I guess. That's what you have to be careful of. And I actually just realized this a couple weeks ago. I think that people think way more highly of me than they should be. I don't have like noble intentions to improve the world and to make everything a better place because I love humanity and because I love other people. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. I only care about myself. But to make the world a better place for myself, it's generally better to improve the experience of other people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then that's what it breaks down, because you would be doing that by enriching and enlightening other people on your platform. I don't get why
yeah,
you cut it off at the
but
stream. You'll bring donuts
well,
to you bring donuts
because
to
I have
fucking construction workers, but you'll be like, fuck all these people in chat.
Because,
Because
because
no
that's
value.
really easy to do. I'm not gonna make a so for instance,
What?
I can,
It is not easy to convince people.
No, that's very hard, and I really don't enjoy it. Because the best way to convince people to come over to your side is to use irrational arguments. And that's not fun for me.
Wow, everything is selfish. Yeah, like that's nothing new. Yeah, it's a good moment to hyper specific. Thank you for the moment to bring it to a little bit more of him vocalizing that. But yeah, he's selfish. I don't think he hides that either. Like it's a very clear. Anyway,
having access to some of these redacted files.
Okay, they're on the files here. Where we want to start? Let's go with 13 on the 13 mark.
A bad knockoff of Black Entertainment. So I think that is kind of ironic.
Did you see where the like Fuentes, Clavicular, Andrew Tate, and all these like guys went to the club and listened to the Ye song HH? It does feel like there's like an element of glorification of certain of these figures who are meant to represent this like comeback against the woke, this kind of standing up for white culture, masculinity, and it's a very diverse palette. You know, half of them are very obviously queer. They're brown, and so yeah, no, I do find that there's a reluctance or almost a revulsion to some of these old boomer memes or music, and so when they see that as a reflection, they reject it.
Okay, right now, they had started this conversation a little bit before, but this is in reference to Nick Fuentes making a comment. I'm not going to bring it up because I don't want to search for it, but basically he made a comment where it's like, this Kid Rock concert's fucking lame, and I hate that, like, you know, our specific vision of white supremacy and being cool, like looking at like the cool guys, basically, it's being represented by these fucking losers. Like the Super Bowl performance, the TPUSA Super Bowl performance was lame. It was like not hip. And so like the image is, I want to craft an image of fascism and white supremacy looking cool. That's what Nick Fuentes wants. That's what a lot of these people want on the right. I want to look cool. It's all the vibes, man. It's all vibes, man. I want to kill all the people that I don't like. And I want to stick with the vibes. I want to mog you. And he's basically just being like, Bad Bunny, like, in summation, Bad Bunny gets bitches. Bad Bunny doesn't scare the hoes. I can't believe Bad Bunny is just making us look like fucking losers. And so, like, it's all about image, maintaining image or whatever, and the, like, he wants to fit in this, like, specific, like, he's like, it's like, I want white supremacy and fascism to look cool, like genuinely look cool, but it doesn't look cool right now. And he was complaining about that.
Yeah, I agree with.
It's all vibes, man. It's all vibes at the end of the day, man. It's just a vibe, bro. We're just vibing out, you know. Oh, you know, this trans person, I don't like their vibes, then I'm transphobic. Oh, you know, fucking this black person exhibiting a stereotypical trait, a certain racist archetype. Well, that vibe, I don't like that vibe. So I think of all the rest of the black people. Like, it's all vibes, man. It's all like center focus, like my feelings.
To kind of say, I was actually sorry, I got like a little sidetracked because, man, I don't want to.
You know what's funny too is I've never listened to a single Bad Bunny track. I've never listened to a single track. He's like one of the most, I don't know if he is the most streamed artist, but he's like one of the top 10 most streamed artists, if I remember correctly. That guy is like apparently just making waves and shit like that. I haven't listened to a single track, and I'm not saying this as like fuck Bad Bunny. I just like, it's like, it's so funny that like, all this motherfucker had to do is like be a Super Bowl performance artist, and like the entire right is just like, he's not American, and like tripping out about it. It's like, he's Puerto Rican. That's part of America. Ultimately, all it is just like, oh, we don't like you because you're brown. Like, that's what it's all amounted to. It seems like that's like, at the end of the day, like they, like, if you look at a Megyn Kelly tweet or any Republican tweet about like complaining about Bad Bunny or whatever, you might as well just say like the most aggressive racial slur towards Puerto Ricans or anyone brown at all. You might as well just be up to, because like that's like the vibe. That's the entire vibe. You might as well just scream out like the N-word. Just like Trump just like tweet out like inward like over and over and over and over again are I'm not gonna say it, but the wet and then the B. I don't know which slurs will get me taken down, but the S slur too, with the S and a P and an I and a C. You know, like you might as well just be saying slur after slur after slur because that's what it all amounts to. It's just, you know, that's the other thing. It's like I don't think I've talked about that. I was gonna make a video on this, but I was just like, I was preoccupied with the Asmund stuff. But I was like, it's like that moment where Trump is just like showing that video where it's like Obama and his wife. I cannot remember her name right now. I do not know why. I feel like a fucking idiot. Dude, I'm Michelle Obama. Like they're both portrayed as gorillas. It's just like that's when the Republicans are like, okay, you're going too far. You're going too far. You're going too far. Never mind the fact that like he was saying like deport all these fucking all these other fucking Somalians and shit like that. They're eating cats and dogs. The Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Like never mind all that racist stuff. We can do wiggle room for that. But like no, you just portrayed them as monkeys. Like it's just like the mask is ripped off. Like it's like the meme of like the Hitler mask unveiling Hitler. It's just like now the mask is off. the first mask was still Hitler. Oh my god. Hey, you went out? I bet you went out. Bad Bunny performance was more of a music video party than an actual choreographed performance. I didn't watch it, but from like the images I saw, it seemed like that. Yeah. The Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl performance was really overrated. Not very good. Not very good. Which actually surprised me. I expected a better performance.
Disregard what you said, but I actually like just remembered. This is kind of like a very weird fun fact about myself. I thought to myself like, oh yeah, I actually opened up for Kid Rock in the like I think it was around 2006 or 2005. I used to host this thing called Punk Rock Heavy Metal Karaoke, which is kind of like the first band. Well, kind of the first band in America to kind of like make that a thing. There's a lot these days, a lot of live shows that do that, right? And we it still goes on in this place called Arlene Grocery in New York City. But we would do like a lot of shows. Like we did weird shows. We opened up for Andrew WK. We opened up for Naughty by Name.
I didn't like Bad Bunny's clothes. His voice was grating. Representing people as either manual laborers or sex dolls made me uncomfortable. I just did not like. Yeah, there's probably some problematic traits. I didn't pay too close attention to like the overall thing. But, I mean, like you also have to like keep in mind is that I think part of the commentary of probably representing some of those people in that video as manual laborers or whatever is the ongoing idea of like this is how like people see immigrants already as like mostly the manual laborers or something like that, but like people who come in and they specifically need jobs and they're willing to take a day labor kind of jobs or whatever, the stuff that like most people do not want to end up doing for a living or whatever. And then with the sex doll stuff, it's the general like environment of like Hollywood music scene or whatever. You know, they're gonna do that a lot. There's throw out women looking very provocative or just sexually enticing or something like that. I wasn't paying too close attention. Main thing I saw that was mainly just like people covering like the subject of the Republicans spurging out about it. It was just like images flashed here or there. I wasn't hyper focused. But like, yeah, that's not too surprising actually.
Nature one time, just random as gigs, and we opened up for Kid Rock, and man, like that crowd was like I did not know. This was New York City. Maybe I already said that. And I just did not know that there were that.
It's so kind of like astounding too, where you get Kid Rock to do your TPUSA performance on the Super Bowl, and it's like beyond parody. like the boys can't do it. No one can parody like the American like the political scene. You just can't parody it any further. Like, we're done. It's a wrap. Like, say what you want about how South Park parodied where it was like too on the nose or whatever, but it's like they literally couldn't do it. They couldn't make it any funnier than it actually is. Where it's just like it's dark, it's depressing, but it's also like it's so funny. What's the pedophile song? He made a song where it was basically the statutory like, this is who you got to perform for TPUSA. It's like, oh, we care about the safety of children. It's like, you clearly don't. But, like, this is just one of billions of examples here where it's just like, dog, this guy, this is his lyrics in one of his songs. I didn't even know this for the longest.
Young ladies, I like them underage. See, some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory.
Some say it's statutory, but I say it's mandatory. Dog. Why would you even put this in a song? You're just like tattletaling on yourself. I don't. What made him think that was a good idea to make as a song? I guess there's some songs where like somebody can be like making a song where it's like clearly parody, but that's a song, like maybe in context. If I were to be charitable, maybe in context. It's like, oh, I don't actually mean it. I'm like talking from the perspective of like a creep or whatever, but it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, you know, some songs are out there and it's like clearly there's some like problematic lyrics that are like, this is way too fucking much. What the fuck, man? Like, but it's clear, like, you know, like if you're like listening to like something like Relapse or something, or you're listening to like a Tyler the Creator song, but like, you know, what you're listening to is absurdity. That song was in Osmosis Jones. That's so insane. That's so insane, dude. Oh, I can make this critique for Tyler the Creator too, though. Like, this song... I can't tell. I'm just going to assume. Look, this is going to sound harsh, but like I'm so paranoid that I might as well just assume almost every single person in Hollywood, unless I'm like giving like extraordinary evidence to suggest like the complete opposite. I'm giving no indication. But like if you're doing shit like this, I don't know, man. It's like this song is like...
Where the story of confusion began. Cause I was at Nirvana, but I had to pretend that I wasn't.
Bro, talking about like a 17-year-old here, I'm pretty sure. Like, or 16 or something.
They go to police, man, knocking at my door. Do I leave out the back and grab my wallet and call? Or do I answer it confused like I don't know?
Now, if I were to be charitable, again, Tyler the Creator makes like pretty out there songs where like clearly it's like, oh, like I'm murdering women or I'm doing this, I'm doing it, like a hyperbolic, like hardcore, crazy shit. But like this seems like a song where like what era was this too? I can't even remember when he released this song. Is this like was this Wolf? It's Cherry Bomb. So you have to keep in mind, I guess he still has an aesthetic that he's going for, where there's some absurdity, but it's still like a little like, we're heading into that era where it's like, I know, it seems like you're, I don't know, man. It's a little too sanitized. Like it doesn't feel as transparent where like this is wrong. It feels like more so we're touching on like a taboo. That's the point of the song. It doesn't make it like, I don't know. It's a little sus, is what I'm saying.
Just dumbass hicks in the tri-state area. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're around.
That was the majority of. Not everybody was like that. There were some, cool.
Some of them I assume were good people.
But yeah, my most vivid memory was after the show. I was backstage. like we were like all partying, and I was wrecked at this point, and I was talking with him, and I forget what I was talking about, but just like at a certain point, I mean, like I don't think that like I was that bad, but maybe I was. He basically like looked at me and he's like, man, you're like, he said something like,
Okay,
you're freaking me out.
this is off topic a little bit, but like in terms of the Asmongold stuff, where like all the fans are like, these people are like actually deluded and like insane. They think my position is, or some of them think my position is, oh, I hate ICE, so therefore I love the Democrats. So like this person tweets out, baby farming, snuff films, slaves, cannibalism, trafficking, all from the point of view of a child surrogate. All these people picking political sides when you're being lied to by everyone. It's all a lie. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Why did you just assume my perspective was like, oh, the Democrats aren't doing any of that? The Democrats haven't like done anything like insane like that. The corporatists don't do that. Yeah, they do. They do that. Yes, they're complicit. There's active people that are actually in the files that probably have done those exact same things and engage in those exact same things. Yes, that's my point. Everything. We live in a hamster wheel of theatrical nonfiction by the elite untouchables. Yes, I understand. I know. Most of us have never truly experienced a true trauma and yet are being told by the elite every day to be angry and feel oppressed by each other. Yeah, I know. That's what we've been saying. That's what leftists have been saying for quite a while now. But, like, you know, you weren't listening. Meanwhile, they're impregnating children for the purposes of baby farming. Yes, I know. Crazy. Can we please stop hating each other like we're told to? Like, can we... Dude... We wouldn't hate you if you weren't complicit. We wouldn't hate you if you're saying, "Oh, ICE is doing its job. ICE isn't doing any of these horrible atrocities or whatever." Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Stop denying reality, you fucking loser. Can we stop allowing ourselves to be mentally enslaved so we can? Yes, I agree. They came illegally. That is, you're part of the problem. You're part of this. You bought into the narrative. You bought into the Trump administration narrative. You are part of the problem, you fucking moron. Dude, I hate these people. I hate neoliberals so much. I hate fucking Republicans. I hate conservatives. I hate them all so deeply. You have no idea. My hatred for them is at like, oh man, there's such a hatred that like it's hard to even put in words. It really is.
And I think the reason why he said that actually is because there were like 5 hot girls around that I was talking to, and I think he just kind of like wanted me away from them. So like the moment that I said that, this like big ass bouncer came over and was like, "Excuse me, please step away from Mr. Rock."
Oh shit! So you think he was trying to like fuck with your game?
Yeah, I think he just like calling in like the big guys to like cock block, basically. And,
just to be clear, the women were not underage, right? Because Kid Rock does have that song. No. Some call it statutory, I'll call it mandatory. Is that what the lyric is?
I think they were all of age. They definitely looked at.
You think? Is that what you just said? Well, okay, Hutch, he wasn't IDing all of them. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
It's a poor choice of words. That's all.
But there was a mutual friend who ended up being there. This like model chick who was on a cover of Rolling Stone with
Jennifer Aniston.
Okay, I don't care about any of this stuff. Let's skip through a little bit.
But who knows about the rest? So.
All right, well, I have a couple little thoughts here. I think that people are perhaps drawing the wrong conclusions from these different files. I don't really know what I'm talking about in terms of what conclusions those are, but it feels like everyone who's saying that Pizzagate has been corroborated, they're like probably the farthest away from correct. I think that
this is insane to me. Just look at the files, but just look more deeply before making a affirmative opinion like this. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I'm sorry. Just look a little bit more deeply into the files. This is just, I don't want to say directly like it operated in the same exact way that like QAnon thought, where like the Pizzagate operated in this specific way, but it's like a lot of similarities. It's a lot of similarities. I'm pretty sure it's not even that far enough. Like, isn't like the Chuck E. Cheese CEO? Like in the files, he had to leave, right? David McClips, the CEO of Chuck E. Cheese, just resigned because his name is in the Epstein files. I'm imagining Chuck E. Cheese surveillance equipment and this POC with this access. Again, let's go with it's not a 1-to-1 of the theory, obviously. Nothing's going to be a 1-to-1 with the theory of a conspiracy theory for sure, right? There's going to be some there's going to be some reaches, there's going to be some ideas that aren't substantiated. Yeah, but dude, this is a diluted fucking take. You fucking neoliberals, you liberals, however you want to frame liberals in general, when discussing anything related to Epstein, stop treating this as if it's just conspiratorial. We have enough files out there to reach some genuine, good, firm conclusions. Are it's not just, oh, you're just throwing this out of nowhere, with no substantiations. Oh, we have substantiations at this point now. Stop treating it as if it's just a conspiracy theory. Fucking retard. Please stop doing this. They asked what radicalized you. Informed them that the term pizza was mentioned 911 times in the new Epstein files dump. FBI coded word for girl, most often used to the term slicing. Who all wants pizza? I only have one slice, so you need to know how thinly to slice it. Who all is in the Austin office today who's going to want pizza? We only have one slice and we don't know how to slice it. I think Obama spends about $65,000 of the taxpayers' money flying in pizza dogs from Chicago for a private party. Began the pizza arrangement. It's just I don't know. Some of the code words: hot dog equals boy, pizza equals girl, cheese a lot of different a lot of different ways to look at this stuff. It's better than a Chinese cookie. Let's go for pizza and grapes. So I'm pretty sure he's going to say what Bisco, if I remember, I think he says this. With more Epstein dogs coming out, I thought I'd do a quick one about how pizza has officially been debunked for years. Okay.
No, the theory that
Okay, let's go a little bit more thorough. I'm pretty sure, though.
the Clintons were somehow involved in some child sex trafficking scheme or something. If you're not familiar, I'm going to show you all about it and show you exactly how it's been debunked. So you can go to any reputable news source of your choice. I chose PolitiFact for this one. It was just the first one that came up, and I just highlighted all of the language they use to help you understand that it's debunked. When we scroll down in this article, you can see that they're citing their sources with links, and so we'll click on this link that should show us how there's no evidence. Well, that links us to another PolitiFact article. That tells us that there's no evidence. Cool. So we'll scroll down in this article to find the evidence. Cool. So they're citing their sources with these links. We'll click on this link. That'll take us to the evidence. Oh, cool. It took us to another PolitiFact article. That's interesting. And if we go back to the original article that we were at the very bottom of the article, I found the part where they cite their sources. So we're all good. Their sources are the Wall Street Journal and PolitiFact, and those are all more news organizations. Spoiler alert, if you go to those articles, they'll just be nepotism circles of them linking to their own articles as well. If you look up PolitiFact, they're owned by the Poynter Institute. If you look them up on influencewatch.org, they're labeled as very left of center. Poynter continues to expand its role in fact-checking through the creation of the International Fact-Checking Network of MediaWise, a Google Foundation-funded partnership with Stanford University to teach teenagers how to discern fact from fiction online. All right, let's teach teenagers how to discern fact from fiction online, because you guys are failing at it, and it's so easy to debunk the whole Pizzagate conspiracy theory using actual facts and evidence. Why don't you guys actually link to facts and evidence and primary sources instead of to your own news articles? That's not how you teach teenagers to discern fact from fiction online. That's propaganda. Look, I'll show you how it's done. First things first, you look who's funding your sources, and this is who's funding PolitiFact. And if you know anything about these organizations, it says a lot. But even more interestingly, this is who's funding the Poynter Institute. That says gatesfoundation.org at the top, $382,000 when they were starting PolitiFact. You know, this Bill Gates. And this is a good time to remind us all that the Pizzagate conspiracy came out way before the Epstein revelations came out. Am I way out of line to say that Epstein is pretty solid evidence that there might be some child trafficking going on with elites? Right? Is that too far out there to just say that we should maybe be...
I was thinking with the connections is the idea that Pizzagate is a very specific thing. Now, if Pisco's talking about a very specific theory, Obama ordered 65K worth of hot dogs means little boys per the FBI pedophile definitions. Our entire government is controlled by Epstein-style scumbags.
See the archived Instagram post from James Alefantis' Instagram? No, because that's a dark place. So that there's so many layers to Pizzagate that they tried to cover up intentionally for very good reason.
Well, how about the logos?
Well, the thing is, I avoid in the way I've talked about it, I've avoided all the symbols and logos and even some of the pizza stuff because I think there's so much more ripe, clear evidence that is way more powerful. And James Alfonso's Instagram account is a great example where
can you find it?
I guess my general sentiment right now is I'm pretty sure there's enough to get out there from the Epstein files that there's something very similar to Pizzagate going on. I don't know if specifically this exact theory is correct, right? So if he's not going to grand alert like that to that specific instance, then yeah, it would be
some fucked up shit that happened, but I just don't trust. I think that there's a wide scale manipulation happening from everyone right now. And so I'm just on guard right now for a lot of these narratives. And particularly the administration right now, their posture on some of these files has been completely contradictory. And we just had, I don't know, Guy, if you saw this, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey come out after them having access to some of these redacted files.
Who is this Ian Carroll dude, and why is he everywhere now? I don't know when he was on Joe Rogan, but the Ian Carroll one, this was January 3rd, 2024. I saw him before this year, for sure. Jeez. I know it's a meme, but still. I don't know when his Joe Rogan appearance was. I don't know if I ever saw that. I say that as if I watch Joe Rogan, but I really don't. Spelling it right. Yeah. This was 11 months ago. March 5th, 2025. Okay. All right. I don't need full context. I don't need to go too long on this part, but okay. I don't want to look around for a billion years. If it's gonna lead me directly to the comment section or whatever when I'm trying to look at the transcript, I don't want to fuck with that for like.
They're straight up like
years.
redacting the names.
No thanks. I'm good.
People who are prominent, people who are accused, even though that's not one of the bases of redaction. So I think it's unfortunate. Democrats should bounce.
Yeah, they said there's 6 guys who had their photos redacted or something for no reason with no explanation. So clearly something has gone wrong here.
Well, it's funny you talk about the Pizzagate corroborated, and it's like you read, it's like, see, look, they ordered pizza.
They said
see,
pizza.
Look, they ordered walnuts.
I don't trust his videos on Tucker Carlson. Nobody who talks to Tucker is to be trusted. That's fair.
So clearly something has gone wrong here.
Well, it's funny you talk about the Pizzagate corroborated, and it's like you read, it's like, see, look, they ordered pizza.
They said
see,
pizza.
Look, they ordered walnuts and almonds, and this is code for like children of this like flavor.
So who deadass doesn't like cheese pizza and grape soda? The only thing I can think of for order pizza for Bobby Slayton. Better than a Chinese cookie. Let's go for pizza and grape soda. Again, no one else can understand. Go no. I feel like there's bits and pieces of Pizzagate that are definitely part of a greater truth here to the whole thing. If you want to just take the narrative of Pizzagate as a whole as correct, I think that would be like a little asinine. There might be some reaches. I have to look into the whole theory again to like certainly feel comfortable with. Pizza party was great. We had a lot of fun. Stayed late. We all slept in yesterday morning. Your night was good. Yeah, I feel like motherfuckers are talking about like they had a slumber party or whatever. Like that I don't know, man. That seems like it was being used as a code word here. Thanks for taking the boys for pizza. Blank said he was sad to leave. And it's like, I guess somebody could say, it's gonna sound funny, but it's like, who would spend $65K on pizza, on a pizza party? Why would Obama spend $65K on a pizza party? That's a good question. Now somebody could say, oh, well, it's a big party. You need a lot of pizza. It's a big event. It's like, for a pizza party? For a pizza party? I mean, maybe. I guess. But I don't know. Like, it all, like, is it interconnected a little bit, you know? All the code words and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know.
Or whatever. And to be fair, it could be the case. But then you read the emails and it's like, hi, I really like that 10-year-old you sent me. And it's like, well, okay, like they're not talking in code. Like they just had sex with children. Like,
oh, it isn't. Rich people throw money around. Would you throw $65K around for a pizza party generally? I mean, I guess. But what I'm saying is, like, if it interconnects with like all these other different like ideas of like all these code words being thrown around and the way they've like talked in these emails, they've exchanged the emails, there's a little bit more the grant of like the suspicion. Again, I'm not saying with certainty that Pizzagate is real and that Obama definitely funded, child trafficking or whatever with that $65K. It's just like what I'm saying is I think you can understand the suspicion a little bit now with the overall context of the Epstein files and stuff like that. Right? Here's the other thing that could take into consideration too as well is that Obama is not really in the Epstein files as a perpetrator so far, or there's no indication that he's a perpetrator, or even Michelle for that matter. So then, like, so far from what we've seen, it feels like it's a little bit more revealing that, like, is that part of Pizzagate really true? Now, just because he's not in the files doesn't mean he isn't a perpetrator in one other way or another. It just means that, like, he's not a part of this specific thing. But is it really true? I don't know. I feel like... Rich people will spend $1 million on a piece of dog shit as a status symbol. But yeah, like, it's just a particular thing of, like, a pizza party. Right? Like, again, I'm not saying definitively, oh, like, I'm just saying it's a little sus in terms of overall grander context. That's all I'm saying. You would see why I'm on edge. You would see why I'm not trustworthy. You would see why I'd be like, I don't know. Makes no sense why they would go back and forth between talking in code and talking without it. No, it doesn't, but like people... I think people probably do that, where they're trying to be extra careful. Some other people are like more cautious, and other people are like just flat out like, yeah, I don't care. I know I'm not gonna get caught. This is my schizo. This is my schizo way of handling like the inconsistency of whether or not they're using code words in specific instances. Is I would imagine is the way they would handle this is it being like, okay, when I'm talking to A, B, or C person, they'd rather use code so it's not as obvious. So we'll just indulge in that way. But with this other person, we might be a little bit more straightforward. Does this make sense? I think this makes sense. I think this would explain the inconsistency of like when or when not to use code words. Just a guess though.
Patel came out. I think the story hit AP today, basically saying like, no, we looked into it and there's no evidence of any kind of sex ring, so it's fine. Like, everybody can go home. It's fine. There's nothing to see here. Move along.
He said there was no evidence that he trafficked minors to other individuals. That's, I think, what Cash Patel said, like, based on the information that he knew. And a lot of people are looking at that and saying, well, did he couch it in enough qualifiers to be free from any kind of perjury charge in the future, saying, well, I didn't see that information. But at a bare minimum, the sort of optics and the PR shit has been disastrous. And yeah, there's blood in the water here. And there's something fucked up about it. I don't know that everything inculpatory is being said on email, but it doesn't seem like everyone has the same level of
Didn't Patel say that there was no evidence of sex trafficking at all? It was something like that. He says there's no credible evidence Epstein trafficked minors. So he's just directly saying there's no credible evidence at all of Epstein trafficking minors. It's not even just related to Trump. I don't know how much Pisco has paid attention to any of the Epstein stuff, but like I think he's misremembering this.
Credible information. None.
Which, to be fair, it's a bit overwhelming of a case. So, there was a tweet I wanted to read too that was like talking about how the way you would release all this stuff becomes like overwhelming. Like it's like it's a way to overwhelm people. Oh yeah, this was a really insightful tweet about it. But let's look at Kash Patel denying just in general that there was no evidence that like Epstein did any sex trafficking. And this is incongruent with like Pisco's remembrance of Patel's words.
There's no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
The information we have is limited. It is definitely not limited. You have an extensive amount of information. It's a bit of an overwhelming amount of information, but I mean, before you even had a position, they, in general, the FBI has had plenty of time. All these people had plenty of time to comb through all this stuff and hold the people accountable.
For the information that we have.
For the information that we have, but you have basically all of it. So he's trying to couch it of the information that we have. Okay, hold on. To be fair, if I'm being charitable to Mr. FBI Director Kash Patel, constant liar. I'm trying to think of this. What he's been given access to, what we don't have enough to confirm that Epstein was sex trafficking any minors. I don't believe him, right? I think he's telling a lie. But what he's saying, he's couching it in a very specific way of from what we have. But it's like, we don't know what exactly you have, but I would imagine it's hard to really believe you don't have all the information. Really? I'm just not, it's hard to believe that you don't have even enough information to make that conclusion too. I don't know, man.
In the files.
In the case file.
Okay.
There's no credible information.
Okay. What was this tweet in the terms of how they released this stuff? I thought this was pretty insightful. The release of the Epstein files feels less like transparency and more like a psychological operation. It overwhelms the most empathetic and intellectually enraged people with outrage and despair, while numbing everyone else into apathy and boredom, explained by a lawyer. That was the other thing is they're going to tackle this on Live and Learn a little bit, but there's like a general disinterest or apathy, and that all like the only reason the Epstein files gained more traction is because the Trump administration fucked up by saying like, yeah, we're going to reveal it. And they did the like whole phase 1 thing. And then it gained more traction of like, oh, actually, yeah, you guys still have to reveal that stuff. And the apathy arose because it arose because, what's the best way to put this? It was clear they weren't going to do anything. You kind of become nihilistic about it, like rightfully so. You're just like, oh, it's corrupt. They're not going to do anything. So why keep bringing this up? You know what I mean? And it wasn't bad enough. It wasn't bad enough. The circumstances weren't bad enough. The Biden administration wasn't bad enough. And the first term Trump administration wasn't bad enough to where people felt compelled to keep bringing it up, even though they should have kept it. We all should have kept bringing it up. Because it's like, wait a minute. You motherfuckers really need to be held accountable. You got motherfuckers need to be transparent. Why is this not being touched on? Let's see. Lawyer here, the method with which the Epstein files are being released is deliberately designed to put you in a psychological trance. This is their strategy. Here's how I know this. In trial practice, when there are exhibits involving violence, children, or extreme harm, we do not simply dump information into the room. We go back and forth extensively about how and when something is showing. The judge guides the process. Experts contextualize it. It is a container equipped to hold this content. Courts understand that when the brain is flooded with horror, your system gets hijacked by a primal brain. Like, by the primal part of the brain. Which would it explain a lot of rage that a lot of people feel when reading this. Would it explain, like, because there's an overwhelming sense of, like it's like the part of your brain where it's like, I'm actually out of the matrix here. Like, I had a sneaking suspicion, but like this is like hardcore confirmation. You have like the evidence in front of it, like as much of the evidence that you can be brought to give a solid confirmation on the world running exactly how you thought. Or if you were like the opposite kind of person where you didn't think it was as corrupt as it was, or you didn't think it was as deeply corrupt or whatever, like you're just like getting that solid confirmation and you're just going to be overwhelmed. So you go into hypervigilance, rage, obsession, and collapse. We have a name for this: reptile theory. Reptile theory is a trial strategy built on this premise. If you can bypass the cognitive brain and activate the primitive survival brain, the oldest reptile part of the brain, you can control outcomes without ever persuading on facts or law. The strategy is not allowed at trial. This is why trials involving extreme harm rely on structure. The law does not do this to protect perpetrators, but to protect the jury. What is happening now is the opposite. There is a massive document drop with no categorization, containment, or guidance. True. Like, all this stuff is like flooding out, and there's no real order or structure to how like to view them in a coherent manner. So a lot of people are just like flooding in and dropping everything that they can from their own reads, right? But then here's the other part: is you're dropping all this stuff, you're dropping all these files in the midst of a environment filled to the brim with constant like misinformation, constant manipulations, AIs like framing and stuff like that. You're dropping this in that environment. So a lot of people feel overwhelmed with, okay, I read this file, don't know if this is fake or not. You have to go to the actual like source of the matter. This is why going to the actual source of the matter to corroborate it is kind of important. A lot of other people don't really want to do that, unfortunately. And then like when you look at the official source too, it's like, how do I find exactly the confirmation for this? Because it's like it's hard to really gauge where exactly you can get a confirmation on what piece of information is true or not, because it's such an overwhelming amount of material to go through, to sit through. It's still not all like transparently clear, because it's still like there's so much to like actually read. Onus is placed entirely on the reader to make sense of chaos. There are random redactions that force the brain into constant guesswork. Yeah. You have to deduce, infer, fill in blanks. This keeps the mind spinning, searching, and looping. Yeah. This isn't new. Legacy media has used the same playbook years ago, publishing story after story, stripped of legal context, consequences, or follow-through. You become consumed, you deep dive, you push to get more information, you stop sleeping, it takes over your life. Your focus narrows until there is nothing else. Gradually, they frack all of your life force. They keep you locked in an endless energy loop in their sick mind games. You become one of their victims. You disengage completely. You decide it's too much. It's too confusing, too overwhelming. You walk away. It implodes from your exhaustion. Either way, they win. Same here. We received events frozen in fragments. There was no arc. Only horrifying snapshot after horrifying snapshot. A nervous system can hold horror only if sequenced, paced, and contextualized. If it's not, it will oscillates, fixate, or shut down. What you're being fed is exposure to terror without containment. Make no mistake, this is psychological guerrilla warfare. When the nervous system is overwhelmed, it seeks relief. This looks like outrage, doom scrolling, obsessing, or wanting to throw your phone into the ocean. Time starts to collapse, days blur together, you check your phone compulsively, you think, I just need to understand this piece, but there is no final piece. There is always just another fragment, another horror dangling out of frame, and you lose your agency. When the trauma cannot be held by the people who caused it and cannot be processed by systems designed to contain it, it looks for somewhere else to go. It looks for nervous systems capable of carrying the terror. Mothers are particularly vulnerable to psychological warfare because of their protective instincts. So your body begins to alchemize what the children could not because they were in a shock state. Like, here's another thing. It's like, when we had to speculate just generally on like what Pisco just said, it's like, oh, like I think we can like safely confirm like or like gauge that Pizzagate is like full of shit. You understood that. Like, my immediate response was, well, like this piece of information, the Chuck E. Cheese CEO being connected, and this other piece of information. In my head, I'm like, oh, I feel like that's a little bit of like a jump here. I think Pisco's jumping here. I like all these conclusions, but then I have to go and shift through like tons of other different contexts and look at the Pizzagate theory, and that in of itself is a whole other thing. So now I'm left in a state of like ambiguity on what pieces of information on that conspiracy theory is actually true about the actual overall context of what's in the Epstein files. That's a like an overwhelming experience of like, oh, what's true about this and that and this and that. It's a lot. It's a whole lot is a good way to sum it up. Is a TLDR, you're psychologically responding to a whole lot of information, a whole lot of horrifying information all at once. Let's see. Are in a shock state, and what these men responsible refuse to metabolize. Kelon. Yeah, fuck you, Vodka. Kelon. Wait, did I miss this? Was there another one? Oh, wait. This is continuing here. Okay. So you feel it all. You feel it in your jaw, gut, chest. You are wary around your kids. You rage at your partner. You cut out relatives. You feel irritable and you have a headache and you can't sleep. You feel crazy. This is a trance. This is where they want you. Please know this. Super important. You are not crazy. You're having a normal biological response to abnormal psychological warfare. So you feel it. You feel it. Oh, no. Okay.
Even some of the, like, the suspicious shit that's being sent.
We're getting fucking thorough. I'm not even like 5 minutes in, motherfucker.
Well, and then
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, how can we? I'm not necessarily. No, I am very skeptical of what.
Oh yeah, I told Vadim this too last night after he was done with this. I told him, I was like, maybe this is not even a good tactic because like I just proved why it's not a good tactic, and I was thinking about this. I was telling him, I was like, because I think they're going to get into it, and this was before I watched it, but I was like, I think to like really press neoliberals on the idea of like the system is corrupt, like you need to press them on the idea that like, I don't know, I think you still can like condense this. I still think you can condense this where you need to be highly skeptical of how much corruption is within the system. And if you're noticing like certain behaviors that someone like Chuck Schumer is exhibiting, or any other Democrat capitulating to like the overall system and how it functions, the Republicans, and letting them get away with A, B, and C or whatever, are just not doing enough. Like, you need to understand that the system functions as corporatists, which are the Democrats. They all capitulate to the billionaires ultimately. That's like their go-to. That's hard line. That's the goal. They want a more structured, what's the best way to put it? Structured. They want more structured decorum. They want stability, and then obviously the oligarchs who are in charge right now, they want to completely dismantle and make it a much more fascistic state. They want to deconstruct the administrative state altogether. They want to dismantle the Department of Education. They want to launch. They just want to destroy everything, basically. Just like, as long as it suits their interests or whatever, as long as it aspires at their goals, like, it's basically just a nihilistic, like, I'm in power, I want to control everything, I just want to do whatever. Like, Trump just functions like that, ultimately. It's a selfish ambitions. So you work within that framework of corporatists, all corrupt. There's a different way of like how the corporates operate, which is more beneficial to the American people, but not beneficial to whoever the Americans ally with, in terms of whatever other fascist state that they ally with, or whoever they choose to do their imperialism on. It's more beneficial to the American people, right? But that's the only thing. That's the only thing that's like a net positive, is that it doesn't turn inward on of itself. But the oligarchs are like, oh yeah, we're gonna turn inward. We're gonna turn inward. We're gonna do the behaviors that we do to other people onto us now. ICE, for one. So I was saying, like, you need to condense like this idea that like any suspicious person in Epstein files, any compromised person, like, you have to like understand that it all functions as like a secret like cabal. It's like a club. It's an initiation center. Like, everyone's initiated in this very secret, very destructive, very grotesque environment where they do like backdoor deals constantly. There was also, oh man, I don't want to get too into it, but there was also this like connection of like Jay-Z throwing people under the bus, that there was like backdoor deals on. Dude, it goes into so much like psychological warfare. It's crazy. Where the idea was, apparently this was a whistleblower. I'm taking this with a grain of salt though, because I don't know if there was a solid confirmation on who was it, but he was this guy who was invited to this like this meeting or whatever way back, and the idea was like, we're gonna promote more violent gangster music to really incent, like, kind of like really push the violent part of black people's brains or whatever, because we have a person structure, we have a that we want to profit more off the person structure that we have. So we need to push that kind of content more. We need to push that kind of material more, because it like broadens the culture a little bit more into a more violent part of their you know what I mean? Like, it all fits into place. We want to market that more. We want to profit off of that more. So I feel like that's a whole other thing, but
Cash Patel is saying, I'm basically like just asking, like, how on earth can we trust, of all people, that guy and his word? Is like, are there? Did you say something about how Ro Khanna actually saw unredacted files?
Yeah,
okay,
saw,
that's news to me. So what?
I'm taking this with a massive grain of salt. I heard there's like certain other places that have the unredacted files. I feel like that would have been online by now, though. I feel like that's kind of bullshit. I'm not buying that. Like, somebody was saying, like, oh, this place has the unredacted files. Why is that not online already? The internet's a global thing. I don't buy that.
Has he said?
I feel like we would have seen the unredacted stuff, Like, oh, this place has it, this place has it. I was like, is it certain people in charge? Maybe. Like, I don't know.
I mean, obviously, there's way too many things to go over. He's only
yes.
redact-
He's only been there for correct. Yes, there's only like limited ways in which they can access it. And someone, I don't know if this is like really good pencil math, but someone's like, it would take 7 years to comb through all these based on the systems that they've given us to do. I don't know if that's true or accurate, but it is true that like the system, according to them, is archaic and odd, and so they're dropping some innuendos that one of the redacted persons is a very prominent person, but we don't have a ton. Like, it's taking a lot of time. These are millions of files. We don't understand that like it is a shit ton of work to consistently redact even like 8 to 10,000 files. Like, that's a huge fucking job. We are talking about millions of files.
Yeah, this is fair. Like, this is why it's going to take so long to get like all the information. This is only, this is like, I don't know if he's including the other half that is not released right now. But this is, I think that like he might be interested in including the information we have right now that's already out, that's still redacted enough, but like it's going to take an extensive amount of time for all of the information to be out.
And a lot of the redactions are inconsistent, and people are drawing like the wrong conclusions from certain documents. So it's going to take people, if they want to go to the redacted files and find like some shit, it's going to be a huge fucking job to do that. And in the meantime, the unredacted files, people are drawing wild conclusions. Like, for example, the email that came out or the draft document that like announced his death or whatever. It was a day before.
Have you seen a video about Hutch called The Limits of Hassan Bad Liberalism? It's been popping up on my recommendations all week. I did see that video. He watched that video and he started not minging, sorry, that's another word. Minging means foul smelling. He started whining and complaining about it. And I didn't look at his coverage of the video. But, I mean, that video is pretty concise, pretty straightforward. Like, it's everything I've been saying. Yeah. It's a good video. It's a pretty good video. Sometimes the same page has been released 2 or 3 times with different redactions, and people are currently using those to make complete pages, but that will take time. Okay.
It was a day before. Well, sorry, if you work in a law office, if you ever worked in law, whatever, you work off of templates, and it's totally plausible that the person like used a template from the day before, or the template didn't update. And so yeah, it's going to take a lot of work to get through all this shit. And yeah, so they're not sounding the best.
Guys, let's go to that note. Like, for any conspiracy, ask yourself, are they this fucking stupid, right? Like, yeah, we killed Epstein, we orchestrated it all, and we had months to redact all the files, but we really forgot about the one that said when he died, the one where we like that completely shows that we killed him. Like, come on, please. Like, the conspiracies happen, but like, if you can ask a question that just completely blows it up in 10 seconds, like, you obviously are stretching, and that one is one of the dumbest ones I've seen.
What do you guys think of the what I would call flowchart bullshit from Mehdi Hassan and the I've Had It podcast lady who complained that Biden and Merrick Garland had this for 4 years and didn't do anything about it? Peace, I'm curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, let's just.
I have to complain about leftists here. They brought up a meaningful criticism of like Biden should have done more to release the files. What is the flowchart that he's referring to? I meant to click on Twitter. Maybe we can find this. Mehdi Hassan, Biden, Epstein. Flowchart? Maybe flowchart will help find us. Oh yeah, I was gonna say this too, but like yeah, they are that stupid actually. Like, unironically, yeah, they are really stupid. They're very manipulative. They bulldoze a lot, but they are stupid. This is the Mehdi Hassan thing. Oh man. Whatever. We'll just let them talk.
That's so fucking dumb. I hate it because on the one hand, you have some evidence that they were actively looking into it during that time period. And on the other hand, I think that this is not a matter for the Department of Justice to handle in the main course of things. This is a political decision that needed to be made. And I don't agree that the Biden administration should have tactically like deployed the Department of Justice to, I don't know, get 500 attorneys to do this kind of work to release documents for a particularly political message. I think it's a disgrace.
It's just such a ridiculous argument. I think Pisco's dead wrong on this. The reason I think he's dead wrong on this is he wants to focus on this idea of like, this is primarily just a political matter. It's just like an optics matter. Oh, like, how's it going to look? How's it going to look if Biden did this? How's it going to look if Biden did that? At a certain point, I think Trump has proven more than enough that, like, Biden could have gotten away with tons of different things. A lot more different things. He could have pressed on a lot of different things. And this is one of the things he could have pressed on even further if he cared to. If he actually meaningfully wanted to. If he wasn't compromised. Which I don't know to what extent he was probably compromised, but, like, come on, man. I think we know how he was compromised. But, like, I think it's pretty clear. Like, I think it's pretty clear why he didn't do it or didn't press enough on this. It's not, oh, I'm gonna look optically bad if I go after my political, like, rival or I go after a political opposition. There's tons of names on the files that would have been more than revealing of, like, this is like a nonpartisan issue. It's not a partisan issue. Or, sorry, I think the actual language I was looking for is it's bipartisan, right? Where it's like both parties are compromised here, not nonpartisan. Yeah. I want to make sure bipartisan, right? It's a bipartisan, not a nonpartisan. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, but like again, it's not just about Trump, even though he's one of the most mentioned names. Apparently, more mentioned than Harry Potter in his own book. So, I don't know. This is just a ridiculous argument. Also, it's just like, I don't care if like the Republicans would find anything to make Biden look bad. They did whatever they wanted to try to make Biden look optically bad. Who cares? Huh? How am I supposed to care about this? Why would I care about, oh, he looks bad in a moment targeting political opposition? Any person could have just said, like, no, he could have easily just made the argument this is a bipartisan issue. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican. If you're involved in this in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't matter, like, what, like, stance you have. It doesn't matter. Like, if your name's in these files, it's going to be revealed. Like, I think we all know why he didn't actually do it. This is such a ridiculous quote from Pisco.
Race, that would be political interference in the Department of Justice, and it's exactly why I respect Biden's decision to appoint Merrick Garland. And so anyone who's talking about that shit, like, oh, they had the files the whole time, I think they just don't have respect for the
it's bipartisan, which both parties are by, yeah.
All that I do, or they don't think it matters, and I of course think it matters.
Well, they don't appreciate the president keeping a distance from the DOJ and letting the DOJ speak through indictments only, which is how the public trusts them in the first place. They're completely ignoring what we talked about at the end of the last podcast, that the public needs to trust what the DOJ is saying in the first place.
What way would you garner trust, I wonder? What way would you garner trust from the public? I don't know, revealing probably the most, like, probably the most important, like, files that, like, for the U.S. politics alone, like world politics and like probably revealing massive corruption. Yeah, I don't know. That would probably garner some trust. Dude, I don't understand the mind of a liberal. I don't. I think I used to, but I don't at this point. It feels like you have to be truly brainwashed into believing there's like a general like way that things are structured and a decorum, and it really doesn't make sense in my mind. Where it's like, why do you think this would be why do you think this would be an issue? Trump gets away with like 20 billion different things on a daily basis that are like massive Watergate scandals, even further than Watergate scandals on a daily basis, and you think this would be like a massive scandal or some like concern? Who fucking cares? I just like at a certain point you have to take off the political lens of every single thing and then just be like, on a basic level, like when you get down to it, is it optically bad to reveal the files, even if there's political opposition in it? No, actually, it's not. It's very simple. Sorry,
and I know I'm speaking a lot. I'll let you guys talk. there just isn't a smoking gun proof that shows Trump's criminality and all this. There isn't. And the stuff about his connections to Epstein, we knew about right before the election. Like, it was known that he was generally aware. Like, he gave that comment to the New York Post or New York Magazine or whatever, which, come on, what did that comment mean? We all knew he was best friends with Epstein. And so there's just no smoking gun here in terms of the culpability of specifically Donald Trump. And so I think it's a gross departure.
You have enough in the files to give a more thorough investigation to bring like up actual meaningful concerns to Trump. Like, this looks insanely bad. There's enough connecting in terms of like an overall idea. Like, maybe they like hid all the evidence very well, but when it comes down to it, you can meaningfully say, oh, it seems like based upon all these different conversations, 1, 2, 3 conversations, that there's a conspiracy going on behind the scenes. There's some backdoor deals going on behind the scenes. We can't directly give like certain pieces of evidence to the actual acts in of itself, but I'm pretty sure there's also material recorded. So even this, I'm pretty sure there's probably still material recorded that obviously is being used to blackmail. So I don't know what he means by smoking gun. This is pretty bad. This is all pretty bad. This is all pretty much a big, huge smoking gun in terms of how thoroughly connected he was. So this just, it blows me away. How, like, if you think Watergate is like a smoking gun case, like this is absolutely a smoking gun case. Victim after victim after victim, in their words and their stories, don't mean a thing to Pisco, apparently. I don't understand, like, connection after connection after connection after connection after connection, all these stories adding up, all these, like at a certain point, man. It's the kind of leeway, it's the kind of like, it's the kind of way of treating, like, Trump's behavior as of like, we could just extend it because we don't have this piece of like, but like you have plenty at the moment to work with, to be more thorough, and not allow this guy to be the president, not allow this guy a position of power. You have plenty to work with. I'm just baffled by this like argumentation here. You need to understand liberals. Remember, they're all trust fund kids with money in the stock market. That's a naive way to approach how people become Republicans or liberals, or that's not how it all functions. If you're saying there's probably a more likely case that if you're a liberal, maybe you'd be a trust fund kid. I don't even know about that. You're probably more likely to be a Republican if you're a trust fund kid. You're probably like a spoiled person with tons of privileges. You're probably more likely to become a Republican having a bootstrap narrative. Like, you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, kid. But tons of people become liberals just out of like trusting the system and how it functions, and then leaning towards a more progressive ideals or whatever. Like the average worker class person is probably going to more likely lean towards a liberal. Like if they're progressive at all, if they have like a general sentiment of LGBT people deserve rights, minorities deserve rights, and like the average person like that is probably more closer to a liberal perspective. I don't really think it has anything to do with like remember they're trust fund kids or anything. Like yeah, like there's something true to that. Like yeah, they're plenty of people like that. I don't think that's the average liberal is what I'm saying.
From the standards of the DOJ to do this.
I have to like just interject here, because just so much is redacted. How can you really make that determination from what we haven't seen?
Well, that's the other thing. A lot of things are redacted. Names are redacted constantly. There's another thing where it seemed like they were using AI for it or whatever, and like in a lot of cases, like it seemed like they were trying to redact DON and T. So like the word "don't" was redacted a lot apparently. Am I remembering this correctly? I think. Like if somebody wanted to call him like Don T for whatever reason, which I'm not sure how often that actually was, but for whatever reason, "don't" redacted from Epstein files. The last hour, I learned that there are many Epstein files on the DOJ website where you can highlight the redacted text, copy it, and paste it onto another document to read the redaction. So this is real. I think it was this. Epic find out that files, whoever was redacting probably used software that took out anything with Don because the word "don't" was taken out of this page. I was going to take polo lessons in Calgary, but I don't think my body can handle it. See, I don't. And why is that? Why is the word "don't" redacted? I don't think my body can handle it. I pull up muscle every time, and I'm starting to realize my budding polo career might have to take a backseat to my actual... Like, the overall context would suggest the word is "don't." It wouldn't make sense for any other word to be like, I do think my body can handle it. like it wouldn't make sense. So that's it. It's an interesting thing to keep in mind. I don't know if Donald Trump is telling the truth about this. Let's see. Was there more examples I saw? I think. They even redacted Epstein for the Epstein files. Okay. Anyway. When I hear liberal, I think sockdom. Many sockdoms are people with generational wealth. Again, I don't know. That's not how I want to function in terms of. I mean, this could be true. Maybe.
No, sorry. Wait, I just want to address that. So the claim is, look at all this shit that Biden had. The claim is being made from these people. We've seen all this stuff. They had it. And the fact that Merrick Garland didn't release it shows their incompetence. But of course, I'm judging that claim. The claim that there was something advantageous for them to drop in that moment and that it wouldn't have been a breach of norms. I'm not speculating as to what's not revealed. I'm speculating on the actual comment made by people on the basis of what
somebody
has been
pointed
revealed.
this out. I don't remember who. But so I think it might have been J-Stock actually. Was it J-Stock? I don't know. But they were saying Soy Pill looks like he's like waiting for a minor in his room. I feel so bad because I couldn't get that out of my head. Dude, like the setting here, it looks like he's just waiting for a minor. It's probably the hat. It's probably the hat that's fucking with me too. Hey, kiddo, I relate with you, kiddo. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
We've seen all this stuff. They had it. And the fact that Merrick Garland didn't release it shows their incompetence. But of course, I'm judging that claim. The claim that there was something advantageous for them to drop in that moment and that it wouldn't have been a breach of norms. I'm not speculating as to what's not revealed. I'm speculating on the actual comment made by people on the basis of what has been revealed.
I mean, at a certain point, though, aren't you also talking about a matter of priorities or prioritizing? Yeah. It seems like if you did have a gorillion documents and the potential there to stop like truly bad people, you would think even if it was just at the DOJ level, there would be something there that you would want to shift into that and persecute it like just a little bit further. Like I haven't heard what the I've Had It podcast said about this. I understand the general theme of, you know, why didn't they move on it more? It does seem like any leader, you can still essentially be hands off in trying to insist that someone takes that kind of a direction, but at the same time, you know, you can make sure that people are actually looking into criminality, right?
Wait, so what does Biden do? Biden says, hey, Merrick, go release all the documents that are bad about Trump. Like, what did you want him to do?
Okay, that's the disingenuous framing of the argument. That's so disingenuous. All you have to do is show a general interest of saying, I want to hold corrupt people accountable. It's a bipartisan thing. Please look into the Epstein files. And let's like unredact these things. Let's keep all this information unredacted. Let's search through all these things. And from the investigations that we can go through from all the files, Let's see what we can bring forth to bring up a case against any of these people. Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Noam Chomsky, Steve Bannon, any of the people related. It doesn't have to be Donald Trump only. It's so disingenuous to be like, oh, the framing has to be, oh, it's just a matter just for Donald Trump. The only reason he would ever go into the Epstein files is just for Donald Trump. It's just like, it's so ridiculous. Let's be very clear. It's such a silly way to view it. I personally think generational wealth is the source of many issues in America that is on both sides politically. I think a lot of people, like 20% plus or minus 5%, only care about the state of the stock market. Yeah, there's some people too where it's like this selfish decision. I actually watched this today, or no, it was yesterday. It was like a Mr. Grohl conversation with like one of his, I don't know, one of the people on the hotline. I don't know the guy's name. Is it Mr. Grohl Returns? But it was like the guy was making, it was Mr. Grohl Origins. Guy was making an argument about like how like he only votes to like benefit himself. But it's like, well, with democracy, like, I never considered this myself too, but like Mr. Grohl brings up the point where he's like, listen, it's never even occurred to me that I'm voting in my self-interest and only my self-interest alone. It's never even occurred to me. And it's never occurred to me either, where I'm like, oh yeah, like the vote I'm about to make, it's only in my self-interest of what like I could garner from it. No, I'm considering the whole a whole lot of everyone else. I was always in my consideration, even before I became invested, where it's like, in any way, shape, or form, when I was thinking about politics, it was never in like, what's in my self-interest? Why the would I ever consider just my self-interest in terms of making a vote, casting a vote for something that I know will have a huge ramification on everyone, literally like world politics too, because America is highly influential in that way to affect everyone. Why the would I just consider it from my own perspective? Yeah, how naive, how narcissistic, how stupid do you have to be to think this way? And a lot more people think like this, unfortunately, than I realized. Most people aren't leftists. Most people don't have much in the stock market. I'm rewatching old Mr. Gold content. I saw one of your early calls. He was a dick to me. He's a dick to everyone. He can be a dick to everyone. It depends on what I was saying too. Maybe it was justifiable to be a dick to me. Sometimes I can be a bit much. Most times he is kind of just like highly aggressive for no reason. But that's kind of why I like the content a little bit sometimes.
Well, it's not. No. It's not a matter of like make sure you're looking specifically into the thing about Trump. But like, if the inverse of that would be to basically say like, don't touch it at all, or something to that extent. I'm just saying.
But you don't have evidence that happened. That's a problem, right? Like,
wait. It's still. It's not a matter of no evidence at all. It's still one of the most like notorious international sex criminals, trafficking rings in the history of the modern era. Why would
we're losing the thread here? Hold on. Their complaint was not that Biden refused to investigate Donald Trump or Merrick Garland refused to investigate Donald Trump.
If they didn't tell him to release stuff.
Yes, their complaint was that he didn't just release it to the public for political reasons to tank Donald Trump's chances of winning.
And the question is, what does that look like? Hey, can you tell people?
Wait. Even in your own interest, Hutch, and your own interest, Pisco, let's say it's just for political reasons. Let's go with this idea. Let's go with this idea of like, oh, it's just in the interest because Biden knows if he releases this, it's going to look bad for Trump and it's going to really affect Trump's chance of winning the. Let's go with that. Even if it's for a cynical reason, even if it's for an opportunistic reason of like just shutting down one of your opponents, why would you not use it? Why do you have a tool that you can use and you refuse to use the tool that will do the maximum amount of damage of hurting the chances of somebody actually succeeding? What the fuck is wrong with you? Well, how much of a pussy are you? And that my only conclusion is I think he would have used it had he not been compromised by so many other so many other like peoples that he's entangled with. Let's be real. That's the real reason. That's the real reason. It's not this fucking like, oh, I'm just optics driven. How would it look? I don't want to bully my opposition. Fuck out of here, dude. It's not like they've ever been afraid. And honestly, they didn't use it enough. But it's not like they've ever been afraid of calling him a rapist or suggesting he was a rapist. Biden, I don't know about Biden specifically, but Kamala for sure. Or suggested that he was like an abuser or anything. So this is stupid. Like, oh, it would have made him look bad, and that would have like looked like it was like he was, just politically motivated. Who fucking cares? Again, who even fucking cares? By this point, especially. Oh, it would have been optically bad, and it would have, been bad for Biden. Like, who fucking cares if it looked bad for Biden? Fuck if I care. I care more about the victims. I care more about how this is affecting us in the long grand scheme of things, because this shit wasn't out sooner. That's what I fucking care about. Fuck, I care about Biden. Get out of here. Trump a rapist? Or suggested he was a rapist in the very least. Calls for a probe against the sexual assault allegations. This was 7 years ago. Okay, maybe I was wrong. I feel like they've called him like something similar. I think they've insinuated it plenty of times. It's not like they've ever been shy of like bringing up any like misogynistic, sexually aggressive, weird remarks like that he's brought up. So I don't know, man. I think the majority or upper class, middle class would call themselves liberal. I don't know if the majority of liberals are upper middle class. Liberals with money are the ones who have the ears of Democrats. Yeah. Oh, if you're talking about like, yeah, I mean, like there is certainly an influence there.
People to go release documents that are bad about Trump. Like, that is what your people, not you specifically, we're commenting on other people. I don't know if you guys have this opinion, but like, what does that communication from Biden look like? I want an answer to that question. What does that communication from White House to DOJ look like?
Like, I'm gonna be real, man. Even if the communication looks bad, of communicating, if like Pisco's like narrative of like, this would have really been bad, like, this is an easy dodge of like, it's a bipartisan issue, we're releasing all the files on any predators and any stuff like that. If you happen to be related, if you happen to be my political opposition, well, you're shit out of luck. You shouldn't have engaged in the behavior in the first place. Now you're like you're held responsible. Like this argument is stupid. It's just like, oh, you shouldn't hold people responsible because maybe it'll look like he's like politically motivated or whatever. Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. Holy shit, I don't care. Holy shit, I don't care.
Perception.
God, I could care fucking less. I could care so much less.
Because like the perception is like, why was Trump impeached for the first time, right? It's like, oh, hey, give me specific documents that specifically implicate my political opponent, and I want to release these, and also I'm using my position
That's
of
the
power
basis
to
of
levy
the,
that, right?
Yes,
right.
that is the basis for the first impeachment.
That is,
right. So
that's
it's like
not quite how that went.
I think just by
it was a
whipping
phone call
up.
to an. I'm
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I know it's not the same.
I think that just by whipping up more and more discussion of the situation, there's still such a close proximity that he has.
Here's the other thing: is like making this argument. Also, you're granting a permission structure for this behavior to continue on. Oh, it might have Biden looking bad because he might be politically motivated. Then we have like endless excuses of like, oh, you know, like he did all he could to stop the genocide in Gaza or whatever. Guys, he did this a little bare amount of like, oh, guys, he was, dude, like, it's just like, there's no confidence in liberal. There's like no confidence in being able to like stand up for something. Stand up for something. Look bad on something. Stand on your fucking principles. Stand on some fucking moral principles. Stand on something. Do something. Stop talking about optics. Stop talking about how it's not politically viable. It'll be bad. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut your fucking bitch ass up. I'm so tired of this fucking cowardly approach of, oh, it's gonna look bad. Fuck you. But Trump does this shit on a regular basis. He gets away with it like it's fucking nothing. I'm so, oh my god, dude. It's so pussy. It's so pussy. It's so fucking cowardly. It's so annoying to watch these people make excuses for this fucking loser. Losers. He's still saying that makes sense because he still associates with Destiny. It's just like this like weird passive fucking, you know, acceptance of like, oh, you know, it might be a bad approach. Like, you don't know anything. You don't know anything about optics clearly. You still need to be taught lessons on optics, on how like it looks, how you look, how you like. Apparently, you need to be taught that because your approach, your passive acceptance of like this fucking abuser in your fucking inner circle. Somehow, I guess that stems from your fucking like beliefs on like how Biden handles things. It's so cringe, dude. It's so cringe. How hard is it to be like, for Imru, for any of these pieces of fucking filth, how hard is it to be like, I don't think this is acceptable? And despite how it might look, I'm actually going to do the right thing and hold people accountable for those actions, even if there's a huge expense. Even if there is a huge expense on how I look politically. It's just a made up like, oh, how would it look? It's just a made up reason to cope about. We all know the real reason, because he's compromised. He doesn't give a shit. Biden, just say it. Biden and Harris don't give a shit. They facilitated a genocide. They don't care about child harm. That's the real reason. And like, if I'm to be critical of Vadim and Ogre a little bit here, and I think maybe I could retract this, but I think they needed to hit to the core of, listen, I think this is a bullshit concocted narrative. I think they needed to be a little bit more persistent on this. We all know the real reason, and then the real reason is they facilitate genocide as long as it's for their allies, whatever that they can get out of it. They don't care about child harm. They don't care about any harm to any victims. As long as it benefits them. That's the real reason. That's the real reason. It's very straightforward. Very straightforward. You can play all your political word games and this person didn't do this and this because it might look off. Like, all of this is just This is just bullshit. It's just political language. It's just dressing. It's just to confuse. It's to obfuscate the entire like real heart of the matter. It is. It just is. I'm sorry. I'm tired of pretending it's not. I'm so tired of pretending it's not. It's so boring. It's so boring having to listen to all these made up fucking excuses.
There's a lot that he clearly was in on. I think that at the very least, it would have just generated a lot more like terrible word of mouth and just like shat on his reputation all the more in the lead up to the election. So maybe it would not have had that desired consequence of like, just providing a what's the like catching him red-handed, but still, like, I think it could have done a lot.
What's the communication video?
And then lastly, I think that like I find it really hard to believe, maybe I'm wrong, that he could not have found a way to cut through a significant amount of that red tape. And even if
that's the other thing is like, am I really supposed to believe he couldn't have done this? Like you really want me to believe this? Really? You think this is
Donald Trump out of it, it's still this matter that involves so many other people of consequence that deserve to.
Right, but that's not the I grant that this is important. I think there should be a fucking special counsel, whatever. Yeah, if you want to grant that, but there's some reports that they were still investigating, and then in fact Trump shut down aspects of the investigation in one of their memos. But that's not the claim that I think people are pointing to. That I've had it, even though I haven't heard that statement or the Medi one. The kind that I have heard this style of thing, which is they fucked over the election. They didn't really think that Trump was a fascist threat, because if they did, they would have released this information, which presupposes that there's like insanely inculpatory information here about Trump, which there isn't yet so far that we've seen, other than what's already been known about the nature of their friendship and connection. And then two, that there ought to have been some sort of communication between Biden and the Department of Justice on this area. So I'm going to ask for the second time, what would you guys, if you agree with this position, what does that communication from the White House to the DOJ look like?
I don't think you have to actually even mention Trump's name at all. That's the point, right?
I'm asking what it looks like. Can you give an example of like what you would say?
He just told you what it looks like. You don't have to mention his name at all. It's a bipartisan issue. You straightforwardly say, we are holding perpetrators accountable. Here's all the information that we've collected. We're releasing this to the public. Here's what we have, unredacted, by the way. We're doing full-on investigations. We're going to hold any perpetrators that we hold accountable if we have more substantial information to work off of that interconnects like all these like specific pieces of information. This is going to be years and years long process, and it's going to take a lot of time, and it's going to be a big task, but they're not going to do that. They were never going to do that. You don't have to mention names. It's very straightforward, Pisco. It's 1 + 1 = 2. You don't have to mention a very specific target that you're going after. It's never been in consideration. It's never been in consideration. And people and Republicans can use this idea of saying, oh, he's only releasing this because he wants to target Donald J. Trump. Doesn't matter. That's not going to carry any weight when it comes to the grand scheme of things. If Trump can get away with numerous things one after another, Biden could easily get away with this on an optics level. It's an easy optics win. All you have to do to communicate to Republicans and Democrats is basically, listen, we're just revealing people that are perpetrators to, child trafficking or anything else. If you have a problem with that, I guess you have a problem with, I guess you're standing up for pedophilia. Like, you don't have to. You could just demonstrate. You're kind of curious. You guys have a problem now with revealing perpetrators of child harm. Kind of strange. It's easy. It's so easy. It's actually astonishingly easy. It's not hard.
If you were in charge, like, hey, Mr. Merrick Garland, now we heard about this Epstein stuff. Release stuff. What does it look like?
You can simply just
release stuff. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. I listened to this last night, and I was frustrated with these arguments. But just listening to this right now is just reminding me, like, I should have been more frustrated by these arguments. I should be more frustrated at Pisco. I don't think why do you think this is a good argument? I don't understand. You're smarter than this, man. Really, you are smarter than this. You're insightful. You're a lot more confident in this. I don't understand where this argumentation comes from. I know President Sunday shits on you. I know President Sunday has been he'll say stuff like, Pisco's, he's not a really good lawyer. He's not really a smart person. He's like, no, I kind of disagree with that. I expect a little bit more. It's just.
Ask for an update on the progress of processing that information and pursuing any found criminality. I mean, it literally can be that simple.
Democrats are sock dems. I say the majority of the Democrats in the federal government right now would say they are sock dems. Regardless, I love you, but I have to go. Kisses. Sue Phillips. Kisses. No, President Sunday, there's going to be a debate. No. I just remember that every interaction President Sunday has had with Pisco has been negative, and President Sunday doesn't think highly of Pisco. And I remember I watched a President Sunday video recently where he was covering Pisco arguing with somebody. Oh, he was arguing with Connor, I think. And he was basically just like, oh, I don't really think much of Pisco's intelligence or whatever, but he's right on this one. And, You know, bygones be bygones in this moment. I think we have a greater threat, and we need to address the ICE stuff more appropriately. And, he really doesn't like Pisco. Like, honestly, there's a very justifiable reason. Very justifiable reason. Especially with how he's like, you know, debating him on the erudite stuff, and quite frankly, still the connection to, you know, the passive, you know, like I'm not exactly a DGG orbiter, but I'm not going to denounce Destiny. There's very justifiable reasons. The Chud debate, yes, Chud debate. Sorry, yeah. That one.
You don't have to go. You don't have to turn around. Well, no, hold on. You don't have to turn around and basically say like, find the Trump dirt and process it and give it to me now. Everybody basically knew that he was friends for a long time. The idea that it has to be some sort of very illicit, get my political enemies taken care of thing. That's not. I don't think that's.
But that is what you're asking for, right? Like with a wink, wink, nod, nod. You want?
No, it's not a wink, wink, nod, nod. No, it's not. It's not actually. It's a benefit, but like. It's like saying like you could never hold anyone accountable because it could look politically bad. Like that's your opposition. You can never hold them accountable. Actually, no, you do want to hold them accountable. If they're doing something wrong, especially as egregious as this, and you have enough information to work off of, yeah, actually you do want to do that. Actually you do want to use the material of like the bad conduct that somebody engages in order to like, you know, stifle their career. You actually do want to use that, especially if it's as egregious as child harm. Yes, actually you do want to do that. I don't even care if this like breaks some like code of ethics or some ridiculous of like, oh, like we're pursuing like, but like I don't even believe that's true here. But let's say it does. I don't fucking care. I'm gonna be quite frank with you. That's on the list of like, oh, is this like really a concern? Like that's not like it's very bottom. If you have real information to work off of, you release that information, no matter how like it looks in terms of, well, it looks like you're targeting them. First of all, again, you're not targeting them. You're targeting anyone responsible, any perpetrator responsible, which is a huge case, which has multiple people involved and tons of names out there, bipartisan, straightforward. But even if you wanted to go with this, oh, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, everyone knows why you're actually doing this. Who fucking cares? What matters at the core of it is this real information? Is this real evidence? Yes. Are we working off of a real case? Did he actually do something really? Yes. Yes, you work off of that. Yes. It's very straightforward. You don't ever have to mention Trump's name. You just mention, we're releasing all this information. We're doing thorough investigations on anyone related to Epstein. You don't have to mention a single fucking name. You don't have to do that. You actually don't have to do that. You're not actually forced to do that.
Like every last one of the Epstein billionaire class, regardless of whoever they're friends with. I
don't understand why it's like a hard concept for these two to understand. Like I genuinely don't understand. I genuinely like it baffles me. Like,
well, first of all, these documents were sealed by the courts, is my understanding, through September 2024, correct?
No, that's just a small clutch of them. I mean, the department. Really? It is, yes, yeah. I mean, it is a case that the DOJ could have released a lot of this information, but the truth is, like, that's not what they do. The Department of Justice is not just supposed to dig up embarrassing information, bad information, and release it generally. This is a matter of public interest, and now it's a political matter. I do want disclosure. And yes, Biden could have ordered his Department of Justice to like disclose a bunch of stuff. That is true. But the implication is he should have for purposes of damaging Trump politically. And that is improper.
What are the odds? What are the odds?
I don't care if it's improper. I'm going to be real. I don't care. Don't care. That's the least of my concerns. Is it improper? I'm sorry that was improper. I'm sorry. Sorry, bad manners, guys. I was sitting at the table, guys. I was sitting at the dinner table, you know. Usually I'm more mild-mannered. Usually I'm a little bit more proper and put together or whatever. But, you know, the predator, you know, to the other side of me, like, did some really inappropriate behavior. And, you know, I had to be a little bit improper. I had to just slap the shit out of him. I'd have slapped the fucking shit out of him. Sorry that was a little improper. Pisco. I'm sorry Biden could have been a little improper. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. It's so fucking stupid. I'm actually getting really mad. Because it's just so stupid. It's so baffling to me. Sorry we had to get a little improper here. Slap the fucking shit out of somebody for doing some egregious fucking behavior. Fuck out of here, dude. So stupid. This is why I don't think I would do well in some of these conversations, is even if I was like as fluid in like being able to give out my debate talking points as a like bring out dumb argument after dumb argument after dumb argument or whatever. Even though it's fluid, to be able to give like the concise, precise information I need right off the core or whatever. Sometimes I get so emotional about this. It's like, why are you saying such stupid shit? I know you're smarter than this. What the fuck is the angle here? What do you think you're doing here? Why do you think this is a good idea? It's just like baffling to me. Pisco didn't do well in the Chud debate. He just argued with the technicalities of what they're dumb thing. Yeah, he likes to do the technicalities. I don't think Zeus Phillips knows what sock that means.
Biden was even vaguely aware of the contents of like any of these Epstein files. Like, what are the odds that he was calling Merrick Garland and asking him for updates on individual prosecution? Zero. Like, literally zero. So the idea that
can I jump in?
Yeah, actually naive enough to think like Biden doesn't understand, like at least does he not understand everything that's in the Biden in the Biden files, the Epstein files? I'm sure he knows enough to get a general idea. This is so naive, so fucking naive. Guys, how do we even know that what Biden knew about the files? Do you think Biden and sincerely doesn't know what the fuck is in the files, or at least a good portion of what's in the files, to be able to feel like compelled to take a meaningful stand?
Again, that's not
wait.
really...
Well,
Jennifer
I want to say
Welch-
this because this is, I think, supporting maybe a little bit of your side of the argument. Sure, I'm not saying that they need to talk specifically to the DOJ and say, hey, do a hit piece on Donald Trump, a la impeachment 1. However, with how much Trump and the campaign is hyping this up as, I'm going to release Epstein files, Democrats are coming for your children, I think it's kind of weird that they didn't press this just as a talking point more, just to say, hey, you were best friends with this guy. Hey, like, you're not press right. Like, you clearly
That's a
stepped back
different
and said, this is a different claim. But I'm saying, like, if we're going to criticize the Dems a little bit, which I'm always open to doing, I do think they should have pressed this issue a little harder, given how big of a platform it is for the Trump QAnon base.
Oh my God, he's like being the reasonable one here. He's being the reasonable one here. I was Soypill being the more reasonable one out of Pisco and Soypill. Yeah, you could press it. You could press it a little bit further. I don't see why that's a problem. I don't see why that's a problem. It's pretty straightforward. You can press the issue. You don't have to mention names.
Oh, we're coming after the pedos. The fact that you clearly this is like the one thing that really has seemed to distance people from Trump. I think
Yes, like you think do you naively think if Biden didn't like unironically like release the Epstein files and go do thorough investigations, that Republicans would have like the average Republican voter would have a genuine, I'm sure there will be a good portion, don't get me wrong, there's always going to be that cultish portion of people that are never going to like anything that Biden does, and they'll always call him politically corrupt or whatever. Yeah. But you think like a lot of Republicans' eyes wouldn't open up wide and be like, you know what? Especially since like this is a bipartisan issue and we're getting a lot of names that are like Democrats, like Bill Clinton, all these other, Chuck Schumer, like, I don't know, man, like, seems like Biden's doing the right thing here. I think this is actually like a net plus, especially if they looked into the information and got a lot more of the, like, do you, like, you unironically think like you don't think like Republicans will like warm up to the idea of like, yeah, you know what? I think he did a good thing here. I don't like Biden usually. I don't agree with everything Biden does, but hey, like this was a net plus. This was a net plus. You actually don't like. Do you? Like, I don't understand where you think like this would have been a net negative, in any way, shape, or form. Like, we live in a crazy world. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it would have somehow been a net negative, but I don't think so. There's just no way. Like in my head, I just cannot process where that would have been the case. In a multiverse situation, Biden releases the Epstein files. I think if you were able to like open up a fucking Doctor Strange portal and get a broader picture, step into that world and the outcomes and look at the history of that, I'm pretty sure we would have had like he would have had like a good reputation overall for doing that alone. Even if say like in that multiverse he's handling the Gaza situation just as deplorably. If he's still like a Zionist in a lot of different facets, still handling a lot of different things poorly, I think you could look at that and be like, you know what? wow, there was like a net plus from this. Wow, you actually made the right decision here. The moral decision too. Sometimes also like it's not about like what's politically effective. Sometimes you just have to like stand on business. Motherfuckers, just stand on business. Die if you have to. Do something. Do fucking anything. Stand on business. Like, we just, again, this is obfuscation. All this is obfuscation. All this is obfuscation. We all know the real reason. He doesn't care about child harm. Very clear. Probably a pedophile himself. Probably, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't give a fuck. I was just looking for the simple meme. Why do I have to dig through Drewski? I don't care. I don't care. Whatever. Fuck you. Soy pills hit or miss, but his misses are so egregious that the hits can't make up for it. Yeah. He does a little bit of like the reasonability. And it's like, you're on the verge, you're like close, but then you're like, he starts operating in the same ways that Hutch will or Pisco will. Not as egregiously as Hutch. The pluses that Pisco leans into are very good, but the negatives are almost just as bad as the good. And then the soy pills pluses are not as good as his negatives.
And MAGA, this is the closest we got.
Hutch is just overwhelmingly negative. And then like there's like maybe a moment or two where there's like, oh, that's reasonable. Thank you for saying something reasonable.
I think Democrats failed to capitalize on that during the election.
I mean, if Trump was able to hint and make innuendos about it in like the 2016 election, then it was very obvious that everybody else also knew about his connections to Epstein. It doesn't, like I said, it doesn't have to be a matter of political targeting or political assassination or whatever. But
this is the other thing too. Is there a world where you unironically think that releasing the Epstein files wouldn't have benefited Biden in terms of like, say, oh, okay. I'm trying to think, like for any Democrat really, if they were running on the idea of releasing the Epstein files, like where that wouldn't be a huge marker of like, oh man, I want to vote for that guy, or man, I really trust that guy. You think it wouldn't be a huge plus? Like that's not a huge missed opportunity. That's like a gold mine there. You're just not hitting that on all. You're just gonna ignore it? What's the point of ignoring it? Again, do I have to state the obvious? There is a point to ignoring it. And it's because it's one big club. It's one big club.
it could have been something to take away the fuel that Trump would have had going into 2024. Like exactly what Soy is saying.
Absolutely. The only reason these files are released now is because Trump himself and his surrogates made this number one issue in the minds of voters. This is a monster of their own creating, and we're kind of
I'm not
diving.
disagreeing with you, but that's the point.
Just let me,
like, that could have been
hold
something
on.
that the Dems pushed.
Okay, hold on. So we touched on this last week, but I think that if you are interested in upholding what I believe to be like really important principles of this democracy, then I think it's a good thing that it probably didn't even occur to Biden or Merrick Garland to act in a way that would have been explicitly, overtly corrupt.
No, it wouldn't have been. It wouldn't even been close to overtly, specifically corrupt. And I'm going to be real. Again, if I have to be the guy, if I have to be the, I'm going to be the anti-hero guy or some like edgy statement here. Sometimes your morals and principles are something that, like, in specific cases, you can make exceptions for. Do I have to be the guy to say it? Do I have to really unironically teach you guys about some situations, in a certain circumstance, you might abide by a certain principle and moral, and you might stay consistent on that, and that's the right thing to do, right? Generally, it's the right thing to do. But in certain cases, maybe you want to, like, not abide by this moral and principle. Why? Because ultimately, if you abide by the moral and principle on something like the Epstein files, where you refuse to do anything because you don't want to look like politically corrupt or anything like that, then you're just allowing a larger form of corruption to continue on. Is it really that hard to understand? Like, well, normally, Normally, in certain cases, I think murder is bad. Or I think, because murder is very specific. Normally, I think killing somebody is bad. Like, I hold by to the morals and principles that killing somebody is always bad. Say like Batman. If I were to criticize Batman, I don't want to be as I don't want to be like my villains. I would be a murderer too. Nah. If you see a pattern of behavior like the Joker breaking out constantly, and you're not really maintaining, like, you maintain a moral principle of like, I'm never gonna kill any of my enemies, no matter how crazy they get, no matter how many people they kill, no matter how many people they violate or whatever. I'm just never gonna break that code. I don't know. At a certain point, man, if you're going to be a vigilante anyway, break the law anyway. At a certain point, man. At a certain fucking... I get the first time. Okay, the Joker did something bad. You put Joker into fucking prison. You put him in the Arkham Asylum. You think he's not going to get out ever. He gets out the second time. Okay, maybe. I could maybe grant leniency of, he broke out again, right? After the second time, he's like, he broke out. I'm going to put him back in. Hopefully he doesn't break out. Like, the security system gets better. Okay, after you see a constant repeated pattern of he always breaks out, he always ends up killing somebody because you fail to, like, kill him. Like, you're at a certain point just, like, abiding by this moral principle, you're just kind of complicit. Whether that's your intention or not, like, it's like, this is just, like, what's happening. Like, at a certain point, your behavior of abiding by this moral principle continuously gets a lot of people killed, a lot of people hurt. So at a certain point, I this is one of my biggest critiques is, like, at a certain point, you have to fucking break that shit. If it just does more harm than good. Why the fuck do I care? Why the fuck would I ever care about abiding by a moral principle that Biden clearly doesn't give a fuck about? Fuck off. Bald-headed retard.
The idea that we would selectively release documents pertaining to some kind of investigation that did not result in criminal charges. You say what you want about, like, everybody that
also this idea of you're selectively releasing certain materials. No, you're releasing all of them. You're releasing all of them. Stop. You're being disingenuous and framing the argument as clearly just against Donald Trump. He's talking about Batman. Are you talking to somebody else? Because I don't see anyone else in my chat. Is F-bombs in my chat or something? And it's not showing up on there? I need to really bring up my chat here. No, shut up. No? Don't know who you're referring to then. He is talking about Batman.
That case, but I think it's a good thing that in this country, if the DOJ investigates you and they don't find enough evidence sufficient to charge you with a crime, they don't make it a habit of going out there and saying, well, we're going to release this information to the public anyways for, like, political gain. As soon
it's
as
not
you start,
for political. It's like, because it's like, I think it's transparency is kind of fucking vital and important. It'd be like concerning, like, isn't it concerning to have this kind of, like, these email exchanges where it's like, I'm pretty sure this person is, like, violating children. Idiot doesn't even know how to look at chat. You're a fucking retard. You should TOS. Sincerely. On my fucking mobile, if you sent something and somebody responded to you, your name's not showing up on there. Your name's not showing up on, or the before comment is not showing up on here. You could fucking look at the screen, dipshit. And then it doesn't even show up in the Streamlabs thing. So that's not my fucking fault, retard. Pay attention.
Advocating for this to be the standard moving forward, you're just like, I just feel like you're hastening the demise of the Republic by doing this kind of shit.
Not to mention, I don't think it is this political benefit that Swayple is really talking about there. I don't really believe that this was a major campaign issue. It was a major campaign promise to stir up the crazies in the MAGA sphere, but I don't think that a focus on Epstein was, or a lack of focus on Epstein was a significant reason why Kamala lost the election. And two, you have to imagine, right? You have to think about it. These people don't...
If you're to make the argument that the lack of releasing Epstein files or a focus on Epstein files, that was a major facet of if you're saying like Kamala didn't lose because she didn't like. That's true. That is true. But you could just say like part of the reason that Trump won, one of many reasons, is that like they actually did decide to go with the grift of, oh, we're going to release the Epstein files, because they knew they weren't going to do it anyway. They just lied about it. So it doesn't really help that you're not acknowledging the Epstein files at all. It certainly wouldn't have, even if you lied about it, even if you wanted to go with the lie, if Harris wanted to lie to people and say, oh, you know, I'm going to release the Epstein files. Well, some people could get on board for that, and they would be more incentivized to vote Democrat, vote Harris. Wow, that you know, that's a promise that I'm really, you know, I'm really looking forward to that. If I vote Harris, you know, and I can get that, that's cool. All these other benefits too. If you only let Trump work off the idea, the fake promise of releasing the Epstein files, you know, I mean, they were probably going to vote Republican anyway, to be fair. But like, you're losing out on a portion. There's maybe like those specific people that are like kind of on the fence, and there's like, I like these Democratic things, but I like these Republican things. And for whatever reason, for whatever dumb reason, you know, the thing that made them vote towards Trump, this probably isn't like a huge portion, but the thing that made them vote for Trump is a promise of the Epstein files being revealed. Now, that's not as, you know, big of a group as you would probably think in terms of single issue voters, but, you know, it's something to take into consideration. Like, it doesn't hurt, is what I'm saying. To like, if you're just not going to release files, why not at least make the fake promise of it? The fake promise of it, you know, to incentivize people to vote for you, you know.
I don't think it is this political benefit that Toypil was really talking about there. I don't really believe this was a major campaign issue. It was a major campaign promise to stir up the crazies in the MAGA sphere, but I don't think that a focus on Epstein was, or a lack of focus on Epstein was a significant reason why Kamala lost the election. And two, you have to imagine, right? You have to think about it. These people don't trust the Department of Justice in any respect. They are now in control of the Department of Justice. They have their people, you know, Kash Patel, etc., who was at least in the helm of one of the major investigatory units, and they have, you know, their president in, you know, occupying the Oval Office, and they don't trust half of these disclosures coming out of the Department of Justice. So to the extent that anyone's major issue is Jeffrey Epstein, you are not going to capitalize on that by putting out releases of documents, which are going to necessarily be taken as incomplete from the perspective of those people.
Real quick, Pisco, wait, Pisco, I need to address Pisco because I think you misconstrued what I said. I'm not saying this was a major platform that the Democrats should have run on. I'm saying rhetorically, you could have used this to divide and have less turnout for the MAGA base by pointing out this and like making this a talking point, making them focus on it. Like, hey, you're calling me a groomer? Like, you're best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, that's it.
Yeah, again, another reasonable soy pill take. Like, it's very basic. It's very simple. Hit on these things. Oh, you're calling trans people groomers? Dog. Coming from you? Coming from this party? The supporter of the pedophile party? Dog. Are we serious? That, like, stuff like that should be emphasized on more. Why not take advantage of this? Why not do this? You're being given a free potential W, like a free W.
Not talking about.
I almost think the vulnerability arrived like recently with like the way Ossoff is talking, which I agree is very good, is the debacle of how they've promised and now fucked up that promise. I'm not so sure the vulnerability existed as in 2024, but you guys probably disagree.
Also, there's a distinct possibility that doing the Jennifer Welsh, you know, / Mehdi Hassan strat could have easily blown up in their faces and made Trump a martyr to normies, because they would have come out and they would have correctly said, the FBI, or the DOJ, who has a strict policy of keeping this kind of information private, decided right before an election to release a bunch of evidence that all it is just hearsay and there's no and the blah blah blah. And they could have easily capitalized on that and correctly pointed out, I might add, that this would have been insanely corrupt.
Yeah, but
for them to do
you
that.
don't have to look at it exclusively through the lens of like, well, Lefty, you don't like had this particular take on it. There's ways to take their existing. Well, that's why you brought it up. The flowchart shit that.
True. You can shake your head. You can make all your like cringe little faces, but that is basically why you brought it up. I gotta find my way of like denouncing lefties. I gotta find my way of saying that lefty's crazy. Lefty's crazy. By the way, I don't even know if Mehdi Hassan is actually a lefty. I'm pretty sure he's like more liberal leaning. I could be wrong, but isn't he more liberal leaning? on certain subjects, like he's clearly come off as more of a lefty. I don't know if like his politics now would swing more lefty. Probably, maybe, I don't know. But generally speaking, he's usually been seen as a lib. So you're kind of just only like attacking your own.
Being is that you can take somebody else's idea and figure out a way to make it a little bit better. You don't have to make it a targeted thing, like I said.
Make it better. Make it better.
It could be just purely from the perspective of wanting to see abject criminality be pursued.
That's why we have a DOJ. That's why we have a DOJ. You don't release it to the public to establish criminality. You have a DOJ investigation.
Do you think there would have been any merit to the or interest to the public good to finally maybe say one day release the information related to the JFK assassination?
Do you really think that people would not have figured out? Do you think do you really think that people would not have figured out that you were doing it for political reasons? You really don't think they would have connected those dots?
So
they would have absolutely.
Like, oh, we're just trying to help solve crime.
It would be political. But Ogre's saying, isn't there a public interest sometimes in releasing investigations? Yes, sometimes there is. Yes, sometimes there's an interest in public releases of information. No doubt about that. But part of that public interest now is in correcting a lot of misinformation that occurred. And again, you're speaking about the context of an election season. What's the rush in that respect? You talk about abject criminality.
It could have been something done in year one.
It's like one of the things where, again, I have to emphasize, like, it doesn't even matter if it's like a corrupt move, a political move or whatever. This would have been like a hugely advantageous, net positive overall, I think, in this circumstance. Now, this doesn't inherently mean, wow, the Biden administration could be trusted on going forward and not having any other corrupting influences or corrupt decisions or whatever going forward. It probably would set a precedent or whatever, but like, I mean, look where we're at now. What would have been a greater good? We want to talk about the greater good. We want to talk about the greater good, Hutch. You want to talk about like vote blue no matter who. Guys, really, do we want to do this all day long? Guys, you don't understand, man. Like, I know that like they're facilitating genocide, but you have to vote blue no matter who. I know that they're corrupt, taking backdoor deals. But like, I don't know, man. Look at the more negative outcome. Yeah, I agree. So why would I care now? Why would I care? Why would I care if he made a corrupt decision to politically maneuver around his opponent to make them look bad in this instance? Why would I care? You've already demonstrated to me that you guys are willing to vote for the lesser evil and have your party do lesser evil decisions. Because, the greater evil that affects America or that turns it inward or whatever, like, you want to avoid that at all costs, right? All right? Well, what would have helped avoid that at all costs? What would have helped avoid fascism at all costs, Hutch? Pisco? What would have done that? I don't know. Keep this in mind. What would have done that? What would have been more likely? What would have been the more likely outcome? Take this into consideration, buddy.
Where is your evidence that the Department of Justice under Biden, wasn't investigating, this as crimes? You are undermining the possibility of criminal charges by doing document dumps to the general public.
Yes.
Do you understand that? This is undermining the potentiality for good criminal investigations. Witnesses are going to go stale. They're going to be able to corroborate their stories. This
is actually a legitimately good argument in terms of like, so this is why I would say what you would want to do is you would want to go and you would want to do this. You want to take your time on this, but you would want to announce, yeah, we're doing a thorough investigation in all these files. You'd want to do a thorough investigation as much as you can, and then I think you would want to release the files because you don't want to really release all this stuff without doing a thorough investigation because things can get compromised. I mean, like, that's basically where we're at already, though, Pisco. So either way you look at it, like, I see the argument, I see what you're saying is like things can get a little out of hand, it can affect investigations in a multitude of different ways, right? Well, we just ended up here anyway. So I mean, like, we ended up in a worse place. They were able to redact perpetrators' names and keep victims' names unredacted. So, like, again, I understand the concern, but it's like, I don't know why this is such a difficult thing to understand. Like, it's like, yeah, you could actually do an investigation. You could announce a more thorough investigation of these files and all the people related to them. And then you can release those files as the investigation unfolds. Again, I don't know if there's like a perfect way of doing this. Without causing harm, further harm to victims or potential ramifications of billionaires or any other person involved or whatever, like anyone associated, going out of their way to silence certain people trying to unveil this stuff. That's the other thing to take into consideration is Biden probably had multiple different reasons, not just ideological reasons, but probably different reasons of, oh, I don't want to touch these and I don't want to release these. Probably out of his own safety as well. But like, if someone wants to feed me this idea that he cared about child harm or whatever, like, I'm not buying it. And again, if you actually cared about these things, you would stand on moral principle, even at the expense of your own life. So again, like, there's so many different facets.
If your goal is maximal criminal punishment, this does not accomplish that. The reason this is happening is because nobody trusts the people making those decisions. It presupposes lack of trust in those very institutions. And that is just by consequence of the fact that everyone has already made up their mind that there is the maximalist version of the Epstein story that corroborates, the wide sweeping criminality that
But
they all
you're talking about like
happened.
Schrodinger's box of Epstein files, right? The idea that the evidence isn't there until we see it, but if it's not released, we'll never know if it's there or not. That sort of shit. And again, like I said, there's an element there of basically it's always going to be the thing that can be used against the Democrats until it's proven that the people involved aren't Democratic elites and things of that nature, right? So there could have been an element there that basically clears the
But
party.
Ogre, some of them are Democratic elites. I'll list them. Some of them are Democratic elites. Some of them have close connections to Obama, worked in Obama's White House. Bill Clinton, obviously, to say nothing
Some
of
of them are
Democratic fundraisers.
Friends, but you still want to make sure that you know that these people are in the light, right?
All I'm trying to say is we have a wealthy criminal person, a sick person, who absolutely has connections with a bunch of different individuals. What I'm not seeing, and that should be investigated, and that should absolutely be pursued to the furthest extent that the law allows for. What I'm not seeing is evidence of Democratic negligence in failing to use the fact of these connections and all these open questions for their political advantage in 2024. And that, crucially, is the claim being made by so many. It's like, look at how fucking incompetent they were. They couldn't even use the Epstein story in 2024. It's post hoc, and frankly, it is corruption. Any way you want to slice it, if it was a wink, wink, nod, nod, what people are asking for is for the Democrats to wield politically this, and cynically, the existence of these questions to crush Trump in the polls when there's no evidence of what happened.
I think, again, if you wanted to make the argument, it's deluded to think that they were being incompetent or whatever. You want to make the because there was little investigations. I'm saying it's corruption. I'm just simply saying I don't think it's corruption. Wait, I'm sorry. I don't think it's incompetence. I think it's simply corruption. I think there was a very specific reason why they didn't unveil any of this. All the hands in the cookie jar, they're all implicated in some way, shape, or form. This is what you have to get your mind out of is the idea that that the system is inherently dysfunctional and broken. There's still this naive perception of everything's gonna work out fine, everything's gonna be okay. Midterms are gonna be okay, guys. I don't know, man. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like we got controlled opposition here.
Wield politically this, and cynically, the existence of these questions to crush Trump in the polls when there's no evidence of what happened.
Couldn't it have imperiled the case against Ghislaine Maxwell? Couldn't it have harmed their case against her if they would have released this kind of information?
That was done and dusted. I think in 2022 they had a conviction there. They were appealing some issues.
No, but he's saying do it year one. I mean, wasn't part of that evidence overlap? Wouldn't that have hurt their case against her if they would have?
The trial I think happened in December 2021. So there was an ongoing trial happening with Ghislaine Maxwell at the time. Yeah. It's only recently that her appeals to the Supreme Court have been exhausted.
Right. I'm saying, wouldn't releasing this information in the way that Jennifer Welsh and Mehdi Hasan are advocating for, couldn't that have hurt the DOJ's case against?
I don't really think it would have. To be honest, I don't really think it would have. But it just more the interference aspect of that. I do find that it's corrupt, and there's not a real good like even the way you crafted the communication over, because you didn't really. It's like, hey guys, can you just give me an update on stuff? Like, what the fuck do you think is going to happen after that communication? They'll be like, all right, sir. Well, this is a case against Ghislaine Maxwell, and this is the evidence we have, and these are our conclusions. It's not going to give you what the Mehdi Hassans, if he said that, are asking for.
They were asking for a document dump. They were asking for to release the files, just like what they did, what Congress mandated that they do.
At the end of the day, the idea of at least sticking to the norm that the fucking, I'm blanking on his name at the moment, the 7-foot tall former attorney general, at least that Comey, yeah. Comey doing what he did to Hillary, as much as I didn't like her ass, basically was like, I don't want to see anything like that. I'll give you that easily, right?
Yeah.
Like that sort of shit, that's not what I'm speaking to. I'm talking about just in general during that 4 years. I can at least sympathize with a little bit of the frustration of not coming out with this information.
I'm gonna say something crazy. This is gonna cancel me, all right? This is gonna cancel me. I think it would have been more justified for Comey to release his statement than for the various different innuendo leaks relating to Trump. And I'll tell you why. At a bare minimum, with the Clinton case, there was a closer approximation in case for criminality in the context of the email dump and when they received it relative to when they announced the end of the investigation, which was a ripe investigation. At least there was a closer connection there and a genuine concern for James Comey, which I disagree with and I thought was completely bullshit. Here, it would be the pure exercise of a cynical political interference by the president to the Department of Justice, which is exactly what we accused Trump of doing.
Pisco, but the Comey thing was like a week before the election, reopening it, knowing that they were not going to convict. That's purely political.
No, hang on. He didn't know that they weren't going to convict. So first of all, he did break from norms by doing that. His logic was he was trying to, I disagree with his actions,
yes,
but according to him, he was trying to protect the reputation of the FBI, because his logic was if it came out after the election, the Republicans...
The reason I'm not inputting here is I don't know enough about the Comey stuff to be able to dispute anything that's being said right here directly in terms of the comparison. Quite frankly, I don't care enough.
Would discover that this tranche of emails would have been found on Anthony Weiner's laptop. And if the Republicans that were in Congress at the time had discovered that Comey didn't come forward, he was concerned that they were going to spin that into Comey did that specifically to help Hillary Clinton.
Hide it, yeah.
So that was his thinking. I still totally disagree with his decision.
Yeah, I can't dispute or agree with this. I don't know enough about James Comey.
See that? He completely broke with norms, DOJ policy. I think it's within, is it 60 days or 90 days? It's either 2 or 3 months before an election. They don't do any kind of announcements. They don't do any kind of announcements like that for fear of the perception of them trying to be politically influential.
But here it's like, what crime are we accusing Trump of doing? I mean, like, seriously, what has been released from these documents that closer establishes a crime from Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton with respect to the classified document statutes in the National Defense Act or the whatever?
It's child trafficking. Easy.
Like, there's really, like, yes, is it innuendo? Is there shit that looks bad? Is there shit that makes Trump look like he obviously knew the reputation of Epstein? And is the cover up right now from Trump look really awful? I totally grant that there's fucked up shit and they knew that they were underage people. So I totally grant that. But specifically, what criminality relating to Trump are people accusing him of doing?
I don't think it even needs to be that granular. I mean, at the end of the day, in the interest of the public good, wouldn't it benefit the American normie populace to know that the person they're potentially considering voting for is a fucking
that's political interference.
You're trying to dress it up in flowery language and be like, well, actually, it's about the public good. But really, when you're
it is about the public good, because you would want to know, you would want to have a little bit more transparency on what kind of person you're potentially voting for. If you want to call that corrupt or anything, I don't care. I completely do not care. You guys have been able to throw all these different excuses out for any other corrupt, thing that Biden is able to do or facilitate or whatever, and you're willing to cast your vote or give excuses after excuses for his behavior. I don't care. I don't give a shit. It's like the furthest thing from my mind.
Releasing information that should be private.
No, hold on. We're arguing past each other. I'm not saying selective. I'm saying fucking everybody. Like the whole.
Yeah, everybody. This is the idea too, where it's like, this idea is like, and they're really being disingenuous with this, and I think it's intentional. I think Pisco's being intentionally disingenuous, and Hutch is being intentionally disingenuous. Hutch especially is going through this idea of like, it needs to be selectively released and catered primarily to attack Donald Trump, and that's just not the case. Even if by releasing all the files it implicates Trump enough to hurt his image, and there is a net good outcome for Biden by doing that, if that if that's a politically motivated move, even releasing the files, I do not care. I will tell you straightforward, I do not care that a person who has already engaged in corrupt action and corrupt, disgusting fucking atrocity after atrocity is going to throw his political opposition under the bus for engaging in child trafficking or actual child rape. being implicated in all these emails if that makes him look bad. I do not care, and I will never care, and I don't know why this argument is being made of, like, how would it have made Biden look? Well, tons of things I could argue is, like, how does it make Biden look when he's engaged? You make excuses for him anyway with the genocide. Why not just make those excuses here?
No, but the point is,
You're trying to granular, like, drive it back down to be like, once again, the radical leftist.
I'm talking about
the
Jennifer Welch and Mehdi Hassan's. They were not talking about like justice for the victims. They were talking about they
them.
should.
I'm saying the argument should
is justice for the victims by holding the perpetrators accountable. By holding the perpetrators accountable, you would be getting justice for the victims. Yes, absolutely, you would.
100% be dumping the whole.
This is such a fucking disingenuous argument. It's so stupid.
The whole thing. You're wanting to argue with someone that's not me after you guys have been talking.
You're
about
the
this.
one
I
that
pointed out
defended their position,
specifically.
bro. You're the one that defended their position.
I think to defend their position a little bit more, actually, if I can. And this isn't to fully defend their position because I haven't heard what Mehdi Hassan has said. I think that he in particular is someone with a good head on his shoulders and usually comes like from an informed place. Maybe it's not in this case. And I also, to like what Disco is saying, I think it's important in the face of conspiracies and just situations that are rife for speculation to have a degree of keeping your head on your shoulders and whatnot. But at the same fucking time, I mean, like, if any situation is like a situation in which I think people should be expressing these sorts of things, whether or not they're like even correct at a moment like this, like I just feel like we know that this shit was not properly prosecuted by like a long shot. We know that so many people are still being protected. We know that so much injustice that will more than likely never be what's the word, just adjudicated or taken, it won't, adjudicated, I'll just say that because I can't think of the other word. It's probably not going to happen. We hope it does, but it probably won't. So I don't know. I kind of give them more grace inside the situation. That's not to say
we like
that,
Mehdi. We like Mehdi. I mean, I like Mehdi Hassan, and I grant that there's bad steps that the prosecution has taken with respect to Epstein. I have a problem with the deal that Acosta offered Epstein, and as well with the Florida federal non-prosecution agreement. I have problems that they didn't follow up on leads there, but that is a problem that is I think principally addressed to the U.S. Attorney's Office under leadership of Acosta. That's number one. Well, and I think the agreement happened while Bush was in office. That's a problem perhaps with the Department of Justice allowing for these sort of investigatory leads to fester or whatever. It's not a democratic criticism. It is not a democratic criticism. It's important, I think, to maintain the political independence of the Department of Justice. And that's one of the things that I'm proud of supporting Joe Biden for, is not interfering. Now, I criticize him for his pardon, but at a bare minimum, he did not order, for example, this special counsel that was looking into his son.
God, I sure do wish he would interfere in something like this instead of facilitating a genocide. And in terms of like the corrupt actions, I sure would be more proud of fucking Joe Biden as a political figure. I would certainly appreciate him more as a person if he were being corrupt in more moral ways than facilitating a genocide. God forbid you actually you be corrupt. Genocide, I can make excuses for that. He did all he could. He did all he could, guys. What more can you ask for? Epstein files. You know how this would have made him look? Do you know how this would have made him look? Why would he do that? Why? He shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have done that. Dude.
Look into his son. If he had done so for political reasons.
Kill me now. Holy shit. There's no way I'm going to get through all of this.
None of us would have any problem calling that corrupt. This is just the inverse of that. Saying that we would hope our democratic political leaders to selectively release these documents, it's like saying we should act like Nixon. It's saying we should act like Trump. And that's the ground on which I disagree with it. And I do think it's an example of like the Democrat, what would you call it, Hutch? I always forget your term for it. The funnel chart? The flow chart. Because
act like Nixon if you release the Epstein files, dude. Oh my god. Oh god. It's just like Watergate, guys. It's just like Watergate. It's just like Watergate, guys. Releasing the Epstein files, Biden releasing the Epstein files would have been like Watergate. It's like going to be a Watergate scandal. I'm pretty sure after you read those files, the public is not going to give a fuck about all of this political corruption, guys. Biden did a naughty thing. I'm pretty sure most people are going to be distracted by so many other different fucking facets of this. It's going to be like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Oh my god. Actually, he shouldn't have done that.
Here we have a perfect example of Trump malfeasance, of populist rhetoric that people can achieve to build, and instead we're attacking Joe Biden for doing something honorable, which is not interfering in the Department of Justice.
Fucking honorable. Oh my god, dude. I fucking... Only like in a liberal mind is that honorable. Thank you, good sir. Thank you, good sir, for being complicit in this. Thank you, good sir, for not interfering. Thank you, good sir. Ah! I'm dying inside. I'm dying inside. Oh my god, these people are draining me of my life force. It's so honorable, guys. It's honorable.
I just rewatched the clip, and Jennifer Welsh, she talks at the front about like not only is it the right thing to do to like get all these pedophiles, but she does stress the point, and I think this was her primary point, that democracy was on the line, and they should have taken extraordinary steps to release this information.
Yes, actually, Hutch, democracy was on the line. Didn't you say you have to do everything you can to fight fascism? Wow, why is that suddenly such a fucking grievance, Welch?
What have you made of just generally the files and all the many people from across the political spectrum in there? It's kind of a reminder that people who we called conspiracy theorists were kind of right about this elite all scratching each other's backs and protecting criminals.
So when this happens, I go back to something that's not helpful for me to get angry about, but I do every single time. And it's this main sentence that Merrick Garland had these files for 4 years and didn't do anything with it. And then people will say, well, no, it's because of Ghislaine's trial.
that was over. That was finished by
because we had independence. And I'm like, this is why we lose. This is why we'll continue to lose.
Music to my ears.
That's what makes me angriest about it, is that the Democrats have this shit. And not only is it the right thing to do to expose all of these rich pedophiles and pedophile protectors and pedophile enablers, but also we had democracy on the line. And that they didn't
They could have, imagine Elon Musk and Donald Trump were there for the taking. Can you imagine if Donald Trump had a bunch of files in which a confidential informant under oath, at the penalty of perjury, says she saw Joe Biden committing sex crimes or threatening people with death? Now, those are the allegations against Trump and the empty files. He denies them. They're not proven in court.
Just imagine. If they're saying it. Dude, guys, democracy also was on the line. This is why it was important for Joe Biden to not release the Epstein files. Well, why it was important? It was honorable, guys. Dude, I can't. I live in crazy land. Oh man, that's insane, bro.
The files. Can you imagine? Do you think Trump would have sat on that if he had that on Biden or George Soros, who is a kind of liberal equivalent of Musk in terms of donations? Of course not.
No, they would release it. And then the Democrats charge Hunter Biden with lying on a gun application.
But they showed how independent they were.
Right. And so this is where I'm like,
No, guys, it showed how honorable they are. I hate it here. I hate it. Oh.
This is why people don't like Democrats. The Democrats are constantly going, how can we talk to Republicans?
Yeah.
It's like, change your attitude. Your attitude needs to be, how can we beat Republicans?
Fucking yes. Holy shit. That was... I feel sane-pilled after that a little bit. And he's sitting here like, guys, they're saying some insane stuff. Nah, dog. No.
Selectively release this information to harm Donald Trump politically to help Kamala win that election. And I'm sorry, like you can't say in one breath that you understand that kind of logic, and then in the next breath, and I'm talking to you, Vadim, tell me that you're not going to judge people who didn't vote for Kamala. It's
just a... Oh my god. What do we do with this? This is like a very particular brain rot. I love the ladies from the I've Had It podcast. I don't really watch them too much, but everything I've seen of them, they've been pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty chill. Pretty awesome. I don't understand. It's like, I'll do everything to fight fascism, but holding pedophiles, even if it's done in a potentially optically, like it could optically look like a corrupt thing if Biden held them accountable by releasing the Epstein files, or if it's done as, well, I'll do everything to fight fascism except for actually legitimately exposing like the most corrupt, disgusting rodents on the planet that are infesting our politics to such an nth degree where like it's all just been like a huge psyop from the word go. I'll do everything that I can to stop fascism, but actually release some vital pieces of information that I didn't even realize was much deeper and more corrupt than just child trafficking. I won't release the information on one of the largest, biggest, elongated child trafficking information on a massive, like, I don't understand why. Use your brain. I promise you, using your brain is good for you. Please, guys, get out of this mindset. You're losing. You're desperately. You've been losing for quite a while. And the only reason there's even a chance of winning right now is because they have been so incompetent. The Republicans have been so incompetent and so stupid with their escalation of fascism. They rushed it. And they handled it incompetently. You're only being saved by that, and that's literally it. You're only being saved by that. If you would do more, if you would fight more, I promise you, we'd be in a better position. Oh my God. How do we fight fascism? I don't know. Expose the people that were like the puppeteers the entire time. Even if it has to be done in a corrupt manner. No, guys, I'll never break my morals and principles. I'll never break my code, even though I break tons of my other morals and principles at the service of fucking Israel. Cool, man. I love it here.
It's ridiculous. It's inconsistent.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, I mean, I have a lot to say about matters having to do with that, but I kind of will launch into that at the appropriate time.
Before we go into that, I have one last question. Just because, in general, like I really would like to hear the thought process on it. Would you still give Democrats credit for how much they've fought to get the files released now versus that you think it's a good idea in general that they didn't press to get any of this released during Biden's administration? Because that was one of the things last year. That was one of the things last year specifically and leading in the last like 6 months or so. I know, especially from this podcast, overall, the entire thing was look how much of a fighter and how much backbone they're showing in trying to get these files released. Why wasn't that something that was even remotely...
True. Yeah. It's like a back and forth. Oh, they didn't need to release the files. Oh man, it would have been really viable if they released the files. I'm proud of them for doing so much investigative work. Like, you need to pick one. It's just like how Hutch is like, oh, I blame it. Like, he doesn't directly say it, to be fair, but it's basically like the idea, like the focus on leftists, or it's like leftists are the problems, leftists are the problems, and it's like, oh, we don't even need leftists. We actually don't need you. We can form our own political party. You form your own political party. We actually don't need you. We actually don't need you. While you're bitching and moaning about how like the leftists are one of the reasons why Kamala lost, because they couldn't just vote blue no matter who. Like, you have to pick one. Which one is it? Now, I agree with the sentiment, although I'm not as cult minded as you are. Clearly, I agree with the sentiment of in this circumstance at least, the lesser evil. Yeah, it was a better choice. Clearly, obviously, like, I'm not gonna like argue with you on that. There's no reason to argue with you on that. Would it have been better for the American people? Yes. No doubt about it. There is a resentment a little bit where it's like, wow, we could have been in such better circumstances had this happened. Again, I'm not gonna hold enough resentment where I'm like, oh, like, it's right, you fucking leftists, you pieces of shit. No, I understand why, and I understand why they didn't earn the vote. It's the candidate's job to earn the vote. They didn't incentivize people to vote for them. They didn't do anything to change direction. She didn't present any meaningful, like anything meaningful to make somebody want to vote for her. And if you're facilitating a genocide and people don't want to be complicit in voting for that person to facilitate that genocide even further, I don't blame them. I perfectly understand. Oh, by opting out, you're helping the Republicans take more power, and then they facilitate their own actions of ethnic cleansing potentially and yeah, I know. So you're kind of like shit out of luck either way, right? But like at that time, to be fair to them, there was probably a perspective that they had. It depends on the person, obviously. There's probably a perspective that they had is like, I'll probably be closer to Trump first term, where like he's not gonna go this far. A lot of people were surprised by how far he went this term. It's like, oh, we're going all the way through fascism. We're just going all the way in. Holy shit, this is insane. So yeah, is it fair where it's like, oh yeah, you're opting out, and then like, so like, then you're like, and so yeah, but like either way, you're complicit in something. So like, I don't know what you want. They just hurt me. They just hurt my feelings on Twitter. You said I was complicit in the genocide of the Palestinians. Yeah, you engage in active genocide denial, yes. You're like a total Democrat bootlicker. Throttling on their fucking cock, making excuse after excuse. Sanitizing their actions.
Touched on during
You're a fucking loser.
Administration.
Because this came from
Trump
Congress.
changed the ground. Trump changed what's going on. His behavior changed. There was everybody's acting like there was an appetite for the Epstein files to be released in 2024. Nobody gave a shit about the Epstein files. In fact, there were 150 names released due to the civil cases in January of 2024.
And to be honest, there's a sentiment that is true there where there wasn't an appetite, but it wasn't out of a lack of interest, a actual genuine, like, it wasn't, the lack of appetite wasn't because, you have to keep this in mind, the lack of appetite wasn't because we don't care about the Epstein files being released, we don't want this information. It's because there's an overwhelming amount of different things going on, and it got lost in the sauce. And most people have it in the back of their head because they grow in apathy, because if your government is not going to actually meaningfully address the issue, after a while, the apathy grows, because it's like, oh, they're not, like, it doesn't even matter what we advocate for. They're just not going to do anything. So yeah, duh. Over time, things will kind of get lost. It'll be forgotten about, or not truly ever forgotten about, but kind of just like, and not at the top of the priority list. So yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, it is kind of true. But like, don't pretend as if like people didn't want these files ever released at all. Like, don't paint it as oh, like nobody wanted these files released. Yeah, they did, but they just didn't think it would happen.
At all. So,
and they were right to think that, because it never did happen.
The idea that would have even impacted the election, I find ridiculous. People wouldn't have believed it. They would have said it's partisan. Trump would have been a martyr.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, we had three other cases against him that were way more serious.
Lots of people were talking about it.
Hold on, I was still talking.
I just have
I'm
to
sorry, go ahead.
that in. I'm sorry, but like a lot of people were talking about it, and there's an argument to be made that like that the
yeah. Also, keep in mind, it's It's not like it wasn't like something that was like brought up in conversations, or that there wasn't like QAnon, for example. Like there wasn't an interest. Like it's not like there was a complete lack of interest. It's just, again, it's not at the top of like the main subjects or whatever. It wasn't until like you know, funnily enough, the Trump administration was trying to go for clout. You know, these figures were trying to be like, yeah, like we're gonna release the Epstein files, or they promoted when he was running for election or whatever. Like the lie that, yeah, the Trump the Epstein files are going to be released, so we're going to release those. And that's when it like really, because like people saw that, they were like, oh, like they're interested. Also, keep in mind, there was a reason why they went with this avenue, because they knew people still talked about it. Again, not at the front of everybody's mind at all times, but there was a reason the Trump administration went with the route of, oh, you know, we should release those Epstein files. Because it wasn't like it was an entirely dead conversation. It wasn't like there was no appetite at all. So like even the fact that like the Trump administration thought it was something like that, like they could bring up as a selling point to get people to vote for them, kind of takes a little bit of the sail out of I'm Really Important's wins here in terms of his argument.
Media kind of purposely did not go into it as much as they could have for,
and the media still doesn't purposely go into it. You're giving the reaction of like, oh, like what do you mean the media didn't? Like, no, they actually didn't. No, actually they didn't. And they still do. They still do this thing where they don't like mention very specific things. They still kind of sanitize a little bit of like the files here or there. There's still ways that they go about where like there's specific interest in terms of like, oh, you know, Epstein seems to be Mossad, but like certain media outlets will be like, oh, like he was a Russian spy, he was this spy, he was this, but they'll never bring up Israel. So like, I don't know why Pisco has a confused look on his face about this comment. The media didn't really go that far in talking about the Epstein files. It really had to be like people in the social media sphere, like the inner communities or whatever, bringing it up. It wasn't like the media outlets were bringing this up very often.
all kinds of reasons. But anyway, go ahead.
Nobody
that's
cared
not
about the Epstein
true.
files. Hold on. You got cut off. Fuck that. Nobody gave a shit about the Epstein files until Pam Bondi screwed it up with her influencer drop that went nowhere. And then the real catalyst was...
Again, wrong. Because like the only reason Pam Bondi and any of the Trump administration wanted to promote the idea of revealing the Epstein files at all is because there was an appetite. Now, it wasn't as massive. I get what he's saying generally. It wasn't a major focal point. But there was an appetite. To say there wasn't an appetite at all, I think is a little disingenuous.
It's Elon Musk.
To say no one gave a shit about the Epstein files, I think that's cap. I think that's big cap.
Tweeting that Trump is in the Epstein files. Until then, nobody cared about the Epstein files.
So as long as conservatives set the tone, it's okay for us to react reflexively to it?
No, it's their behavior in hiding it that has changed the tone and caused the public to give a damn. And Democrats have led the charge in representing the public, and a lot of conservatives too, saying it's time to release it.
There is a sentiment that's true, though, that is the way they've handled this escalated, brought back the attention of this story being a primary thing to circle around. That sentiment is true. But again, the overall point I'm making is like there wouldn't be a reason to highlight the Epstein files as something of a selling point to, elect Trump if there was no appetite.
Now you really can't mess around.
Because the way you're saying it is...
Wait, can I respond? I want to respond to the guy because I don't think that nobody cared. I think there was this kind of apathy of no one's going to...
Yeah, Soy Pill's like right on the fucking money here. He's like right on the money here. He's like, where are we? 3 for 3 in terms of... I think they're supposed to be the moderators a little bit, but they're conversating, but Soy Pill's taking an approach where he's like, I don't know if this is actually intentional. I think Soy Pill's taking a more charitable approach for Vadim and Ogre's side. It seems how it functions. I don't know if this is intentional, but it seems like I'm Really Important's more on the Hutch and Pisco level in terms of moderation. I feel like that's how it's operating right now.
Do anything about it, because there was this thing since 2019 where it seemed like no matter what happens, no one's actually going to prosecute. We're not going to see what happens.
True.
This guy already got his plea agreement.
True.
They killed him. They're going to get away with it. So I think already there was an appetite from the right, which I think that's why I was
There was an appetite on the right, and because liberals operate, and to be fair, this is a reasonable way to operate in terms of handling a lot of stuff, because you don't want to just go half-cocked and be like, this conspiracy is true, if you don't have enough to substantiate, you don't have enough to work off of in terms of evidence. Like, you have to be more careful. So, like, it's not necessarily the worst way of going about things, obviously, but, like, liberals are more anti-conspiracy thinking. So they were less inclined to talk about the Epstein files or highlight the Epstein files, because it really leaned in towards this idea of, like, appealing to conspiracy theory heads. And it was like one of those things where it's like, we want to work with more evidence first before we, like, lead this as, like, a selling point, or, like, promote this. You know what I mean? Like, I think that, like, that's my way of thinking of it. Like, so you're probably going to appeal more to the right, but it wasn't like there wasn't people on the left that weren't interested in the Epstein files at all. It's like, why would they not be interested in the Epstein files? Especially with the information that we got, where it's like almost like a confirmation bias of, like, a lot of leftist narratives of how the system functions in of itself, you know? I feel like the bipartisan consensus to not release these files was because of the mentions of Israel and the flippant use of the G slur in a Jewish supremacist way. I'm starting to notice. I'm not gonna beat the anti-Semitism allegations with jokes like that. There's no way. I'm cooked. I'm done. Starting to notice something. I was just thinking too, like, you can do the meme with, I'm starting to know something about Christian nationalists. I'm starting to know something about Christians. I'm starting to know something about white people. But ironically, you could do that joke and it actually works. Like, it works just as efficiently for being, like, a prejudice against, like, a certain group of people. I'm starting to know something about Christians. I'm starting to know something about Catholics. I seem to let pedophiles get away with a lot of things. Have you noticed this? Have you noticed? Oh my god. Have you noticed this? Have you noticed this? Aren't you noticing? Oh my god. Oh my god! It's like so white people are projecting all their own behavior onto black people. Have you noticed that a lot of black people? Oh my god! Can't be seen talking about Israel or Jews. Have you noticed all these bald people? Have you noticed the chrome domes? Chrome domes have a lot of things to say, but they don't really have a hair. So why are we even taking into consideration what they have to say? Didn't you know, like, a lack of hair means a lack of intelligence? So stupid, man.
the Democrats, even just rhetorically, could have capitalized on that.
I think he's being hyperbolic when he says nobody cared about it. I think what he's saying is that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi and the Trump administration pulled off maybe the biggest example of like a Streisand effect of all time. Like with
I completely agree with this.
Their actions that thrust it into the mainstream, and then all of a sudden everyone was talking about the Epstein files because they were just making the situation worse for themselves at every step of the way, much like Hassan Piker with his shot caller.
This is a revisionist example. Like the Hassan Piker shot caller stuff was already one of the biggest topics regarding Hassan, I think, ever, before he even addressed it once on his stream, addressed any of the allegations. So this is just like, here's my Hassan example. Here's my lefty narrative. Here's my 24,000th mention of Hassan. Cute example, Hutch. Cute example, Hutch. Very cute. Not exactly accurate. If you were a real Hassan connoisseur, if you're a real Hassan A-log, you would know that like that was like one of the most massive like stories in his entire career, probably the most massive story in his, like in terms of controversies. And this was before addressing it. He just Streisand's in effect. He made it larger and larger. Okay, bud. Whatever you want to say.
One additional thing too, I want to address Vadim's, you're castigating the media a little bit here, and I don't agree with that. I mean, the second indictment of Epstein was itself part of a reaction to the Miami Herald report in 2018. I mean, there has been a great deal of media coverage over this, and even into the lead up to the 2024 election, there was like Daily Beast articles, release of an Epstein conversation with who's this guy who writes all the Trump books. So there has been a great deal of media coverage on Epstein-related matters. There just has been. There was an entire trial of Ghislaine Maxwell that happened during Biden's administration. The truth is, and unfortunately, like I agree with Hutch, I agree with Soypill, that the spotlight this has had, the corruption of the current administration, has now generated an inflection point where people are like, oh, look, this looks fucking fucked up. It has generated new attention for it. The Democrats are capitalizing on it. But let's be honest here. This is not the deciding factor in the election. This is not the issue that most Americans care about in terms of who they're going to elect for president. It just is the case. And so selling this as a big sort of either active decision that Democrats are taking to hide the files or to not take advantage of a wellspring of political opportunity, I think is running into the lack of importance that this issue had in the 2024 election. And also, I think the fact that it would run up into the norms that we tend to respect in this country between interference in the White House and the Department of Justice. Or at least I hope it was respected.
Okay, fair enough. But just real quick, I just want to say that like I sort of feel like a little inadequate inside this conversation because there's so many aspects of this that that you're speaking to that I would want to kind of look into before having like a real conversation like this. So I'm not going to sit here and heavily dispute anything that you're saying. However, I will recommend, if you guys are up for it, there is a really wonderful creator who's a good friend of mine, Chill Goblin. He's a leftist, but he's done a lot of videos on Epstein and whatnot, and I'd be interested in
again, I made this criticism too, Vadim. I think this is probably something you would. This primary example doesn't really come off as Weasley. But if you don't have anything like super substantial to say about the topic or whatever at this moment, like this is probably something like better left to like leaving as a recommendation for after the actual conversation or whatever, where everything's winding down. Again, not like an egregious affront or anything like that. Like not.
You guys have a conversation like that, because he is someone who could definitely kind of not only come in with a very informed perspective about like all of the history and whatnot, he knows like crazy shit about it, but then also he would be able to come in with an informed.
It's a good recommendation though. I'll look at Chill Goblin's. I've never heard of this person. I'll look at his content though. So I'm glad the recommendation was made at all. Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein, every known connection. Yeah, this sounds like. Oh, and I can just binge a lot of this stuff. Oh yeah, this looks like based ass content. There's not like a lot of videos here, so I can just like binge all this in like a work shift.
Which I don't have, and I think that probably Ogre has a little bit more than I do. So I'll let him say what he was right about to go into right now.
I was just curious why it has to be the binary of attacking it from the purpose of, yeah, I agree. If you think it's going to be like a October surprise type thing, that's dumb. I'll concede that. That's not anything that I've been arguing. But the notion of, like I said, everybody thrives on conspiracy theories. Fucking Area 51, JFK, all this different shit. This was going to be something that people talked about probably for decades more to come in some capacity. Was it the thing that cost the election? No, but I don't really feel like anyone's serious, and I'll include the I've had it gals. I don't think you have to look at them as like serious in this particular.
So where's the
capacity.
negligence, Ogre? Where's the negligence?
Why even point at the Democrats as if they did anything wrong here? It's outrageous to me. It's that flowchart nonsense.
Why would you? If you had the ability to highlight a group of people that were involved in, even if it doesn't meet textbook, like we've run investigations and trials and et cetera, why not at least show that, like, for sake of highlighting people that are basically using the rules in their favor, flaunting their wealth to that degree.
Wait, was there a patch for Marvel Rivals? When's that out? 6.5? Is a new character out? Like, close? Oh, did they have a reveal of Elsa Bloodman? Or Bloodstone? Hold on. Marvel Rivals break. Wait, fuck me. Jeez. Dude, stop. Stop fighting with me. I want to see Elsa Bloodstone, okay? We have all stream. I promise you, this stream's going to be long, so very minor break here. Okay, fuck off. Very awesome. Cool. Very awesome, very cool. Let me bring up chat. Especially Chill Goblin's Pizzagate video. Yeah, I think I need a refresher on the Pizzagate story, the whole conspiracy. It's been a while since I looked through it, so that'll be a good refresher. Let's look at this really quick. I'm sorry, really, I can't hold back. Okay, I need to see my queen. Let's go.
You called a monster hunter, mate? Tea, anyone? Trap set.
Okay, we got a trap.
Got you good.
Huh.
Breathing gunshot.
Oh, what the hell was that?
A perfect. Breathing gun.
You click and it bounces off, and there's like 3. So it hit like 2 people at least, or did it hit all 3? I think it hit 2 at least. Oh, that's it.
A perfect hunt.
And then you can shoot it at the ground, and it just hit them anyway. Oh yeah, and it just bounces all around. Okay, cool.
Time to unleash the monster.
I imagine the monster is the ult.
Dinner time, love. Not gonna complain about that. Release the Glortrops!
Oh, that's sick.
Never mess with a bloodstone.
I mean, pretty straightforward. Not like not like the coolest character reveal or anything, but still cool, still neat. Very interested in playing.
People that have that level of outreach to where if you gave a fuck, like the degree that Epstein was flaunting Palantir and
wait.
shit like that to other.
But Ogre, what does that
so
look
much
like?
of this
No,
is like,
seriously,
why would that,
no, Ogre, what does that look like for the Democrats' perspective? So I want you to follow that chain of logic. Okay, they should have revealed information, not necessarily just about Trump, but about all these actors using the rules, using the fact that Epstein talked to the Palantir people, that he talked to okay, whatever you want to say there. What does that look like? A Democratic strategist gets on the phone for Kamala for America, whatever the fucking the PAC is or the organization, says this is a really valuable opportunity. Now follow that communication line.
You're just
follow
it.
Follow it.
Same thing. I'm not saying do it as a campaign stunt.
So no. What the Department of Justice have a meeting say, how can we get Kamala elected? Start it wherever you want to start it. How does this
I don't
idea?
care about it being
Ogre,
something tied to the
stop.
campaign.
Stop.
Why do you keep bringing that up again?
Ogre, you can start it wherever you want to start it.
He keeps cynically suggesting that it would just only be released as a part of the campaign, as something to benefit the campaign, as something to benefit Biden's career. It could, well, not even could. It would definitely help Biden's career. It would definitely, significantly sink a lot of his political opposition. But this, cynically looking at it as, what is the political motivation? What is the political benefits out of this? And then keeping the corruption in mind or something of doing something like that because it would benefit Biden. You're taking away the main point. What is the main point of releasing all this material in the first place? You can't look at it as just, oh, he would politically benefit off this as a cynical approach. No. You have to reveal this because it's vital to clean up your system. It's vital to clean up all the corruption, get rid of all of these bad actors, even ones that are in your own party. It's just silly. It's just the approach here is silly. It's it would just only be used as a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Oh, I know the real reason I'm doing this. It doesn't even matter if that's the real reason. The overall net positive of revealing all this information to clean up the corruption, to really drain the swamp is a good way of putting it. I suppose. Why is this not taken into consideration? Why is this never taken into consideration of the value of doing this in the first place? I don't understand why that's a hard thing to conceptualize here.
In the halls of the Department of
Why
Justice.
does that have to only be viewed from a cynical framing?
It can start in the White House. It can start at a super PAC. Where does the idea take hold, and now follow it to the action? That's what I want you to do.
You already started off.
It's how do you explain this? How do you explain this to somebody? Do the follow through. Well, the follow through is basically, I want to hold perpetrators of massive conspiracies, including up to child trafficking. What are all the things specifically? Cannibalism, political backdoor corruption, election interference, fucking what could we put as a massive conspiratorial? Would there be a charge for it would be too hard. It would be too hard to charge somebody for engaging in psyoping an entire psyoping an entire political party or an entire platform of people. That would be too hard. But just generally maneuvering in such ways of this person's involved in this person, and then also wait, here's the other thing is the weird conversations, the back and forth conversations with Bill Gates about I wonder if we could pull this off. Where it feels like the intent was to get rid of poor people, potentially the conspiracy to commit a genocide through the means of enacting a virus potentially or anything like that, right? Potentially being involved in COVID, tons of different things to take into consideration what kind of conversations they were having. Yeah, sure, it's just emails being exchanged back and forth, but these are pretty fucking concerning conversations and pretty telling of maybe there's things we have to look into a little bit with some of these people, because what the fuck are they doing? What is this? And also being on the Lolita Express flight. Yeah, looking into stuff like that. Warmly embracing Bill Gates last month. He's planning pandemic simulations. This affects everyone. It's so much more massive. This is I'm sorry. If I have to have a president do one corrupt thing in their entire life, or their entire life, if I have, because there's obviously multiple things he did that was corrupt, but if I had to like put on the scale of like, wow, all these corrupting, like all of the things that I would care less, and I think the overall people would care less and less about is, Biden doing a corrupt thing. I think this is like on the list of like corruption. It would be like on a scale of 1 to 10, I would still be like 2 out of 10, 1 out of 10. Who cares? Who cares? Why would I care?
Now here we are. We didn't simulate this. We didn't practice.
On behalf of our partners in the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
So both the health policies and economic policies, we find ourselves in uncharted territory.
Let's see. Follow-up recommendation are technical specifications for strain pandemic simulation. I'm pretty sure, like, what was the emails back and forth? But thinking about, I've been thinking a lot about that question when you ask Bill Gates, how do we get rid of poor people as a whole? Now, it's not very much to work off of in terms of like driving a whole entire conspiracy. But like, it's enough to be like, I don't know, I'm a little suspicious. What the fuck's going on? And like, to at least like for the broader public. Also, if it's like, how do we get rid of poor people as a whole? I have an answer, a comment regarding that for you. When can I tell you today to discuss it? It's like, this is an indication of a broader. This is Hollywood producer Barry Josephson, and it's like the question that you asked Bill Gates. Now, again, with just that alone or whatever, you can't like immediately be like, okay, Bill Gates is part of a massive conspiracy of like trying to get rid of poor people or whatever. But there's probably like a lot of other connections within all these files that you could just be like, oh, a lot of these things are adding up. Like, this is worth like the public's consideration. It's not just child trafficking. That is definitely something that should be a focal point and that should be like put out anyway if it was just that. But it's not just that. It's not just that. Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Gates, and a redacted others started preparing for the pandemic from as early as 2015. In 2019, just 1 year before COVID, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation invested in BioNTech, an investment that skyrocketed as it sold the COVID vaccine. Israel was one of few countries where fertility didn't drop, and Netanyahu keeps a COVID syringe as a trophy in his office. On September 18, 2019, BioNTech effected a 1/18 share split by issuing 206,595,942 shares by way of a capital increase from its own funds. Thus, no outside proceeds were received. This capital increase came into effect upon registration with the commercial register. The accompanying financial statements and notes to the financial statements give retroactive effect to the share split for all periods presented. Sorry, I was responding to a text. Financing transactions that occurred during the year ended December 31st, 2019 were as follows. Issuance of share capital in January 2019, BioNTech issued 5,088,204 shares and increased its share. So, let's see. To Jeffrey Epstein from blank, blank, blank. Please find attached a draft agenda for the meeting on preparing for pandemics as requested. Let's discuss next steps, for example, how to officially involve the WHO and ICRC. Now, again, I was telling because I had mentioned this, and people were starting to notice something, which we're starting to be some noticers here with the U.S. and in particular. We're starting to be some noticers here. It involved the WHO and ICRC co-branding. Well, notice when the U.S. disembarked, left the WHO organization, that a lot of different people started finding cures for blood cancer, pancreatic cancer, tons of different illnesses and paralysis or whatever. A lot of different things were being unveiled. I'm not sure what effect, because we can only go off speculation or whatever, right? But I don't know, man. It wouldn't surprise me if U.S. had like some sort of say in what is being funded properly, what's being suppressed, and what's being unveiled at what time, when, where, how. If ever. I don't know, man. Starting to know something about these Americans. I'm an American noticer. COVID-19 crisis led to a rise in fertility rates among Jewish women in Israel. In many countries, the pandemic resulted in lower fertility rates. Well, we'll look into that maybe a little bit later. Maybe there's more to that.
Conceded. You said it was not a bad idea, or it's a very true thing that a lot of times, especially for something related to like the JFK assassination, that there can be this thing that captures the public imagination, and therefore it's something that's kind of beneficial to answer a lot of questions and put people's mind at ease.
Beneficial in what way? What do you mean beneficial?
People were right to be conspiratorial in the first place. A lot of people are being vindicated on some of their more insane conspiracy theories because, like, a lot of the information unveiled over time are leading them to conclusions of, oh, yes. So I wasn't an insane person for thinking this. I was connecting the dots there at some correct places. Now, with these files, some things will probably be not as confirmed as you would think. Some of these conspiracy theories, but that all in due time. There's enough stuff out there where it's like, I was being treated like a crazy person for connecting these dots here and there. But now I just feel like more vindicated on these thoughts.
Do you think people want to know what happened in the JFK assassination?
I'm just asking you to put it. I'm just asking you to put it in
your own,
words.
like intellectual
I'm asking you what you mean when you say beneficial.
No, it's asking you what you mean.
It's restoring faith and transparency about these things that people are curious about that are happening at that level. When there's the
one way you do that is not one way you do that is you don't interfere in what the DOJ is doing. Okay, you're saying you're not saying that. You're saying don't do that. And so your response to how does this idea take hold that you can use is you should have already been doing stuff.
No. This is naive. This is silly. One way you don't do that is interfere. Actually, no. Actually, that would gain more public trust. You would be seen, honestly, would this be an accurate assessment? Biden would probably be seen as a whistleblower, potentially. Depending on how he revealed it. Obviously, if he revealed it from illegal means, he could potentially be a whistleblower. But the action in and of itself would... Yeah, I'm not sure how it... I don't know, like, if when I get granular with the definition, but, like, the effect would basically be, like, restoring a lot more trust in terms of, like, no, like... Even if it compromises a lot of people that are even in my own political party and people that I have an interest in serving, that I would usually have like a broader, like no, I think this information should be revealed. And I think that these are the actions of someone of like closer to a whistleblower. I don't know if like specifically you would call that a whistleblower in terms of like specificity, depending on like, is a whistleblower only doing it through illegal means or like through the natural legal process or whatever. But like, I think this would give you like a lot more trust. I don't know how this would like, this would be the opposite, Pisco.
Stuff anyway, right? That's what you're saying? Did you say that?
I mean, basically, sure.
Okay, so they were doing some stuff. They were prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell. They were undergoing an investigation, which at least alleged. So
hold on.
Who decides, hey, let's release information?
But like, you're only working off the Maxwell case. You're not revealing any more perpetrators. No shit. Somebody has to be thrown on the bus. Epstein was thrown on the... Okay. I don't want to label it that way because Epstein's... From memory, I'm pretty sure Epstein got himself caught and everything like that. Okay. But you're throwing somebody to the wolves that's already like got caught with Epstein, right? That's an easy choice to make. Where it's like, yeah, we'll leave her as like one of the people that like is taking the punishment, taking the punishment, right? Throwing her under the bus because they probably could have done more. The overseer, the grand schemers probably could have done more to get Maxwell a more cozier condition. But it's like, no. We want somebody. We want to give the feeling that like somebody's being held accountable. So let's do that.
Minimum. If the Democrats released it first, doesn't that take away something that Trump's using as his big campaign thing?
Sorry. I just want to be very clear about what I'm asking here. I'm asking the way in which the idea comes to light and how it gets channeled for the Department of Justice to do a thing. That's what I'm asking. Not would it have been helpful if X. I'm asking you to provide us with a plausible way in which the idea takes hold. It takes root.
He's like ignoring the answer to every time. He ignores it very. Again, it's a bipartisan, thing where like it's not just going after one particular person. He's like Pisco's ignoring it. That's the most frustrating thing. He's literally ignoring the answer.
And it gets enacted into action such that
Not
it
hard.
call into question Democratic.
You're just ignoring. I think you're intentionally ignoring the answer. It feels intentional at this point.
So but also just to piggyback off what Ogre Boy just said, why would it even enter Merrick Garland's mind to try to take away a potential political thing from Donald Trump? That's not the Attorney General's job. He's not
They do anything to fight fascism, right? Hutch, we're doing anything to fight fascism. So why would this be a bad thing? Why would this corruption be a bad thing? You're allowing you're giving excuses to other forms of corruption. Why would this be a bad thing?
About how do I help Democrats win elections?
Right. That's not the DOJ we
there could have been
want.
something more along the lines of a mass call out for the release of those files on behalf of the Democrats years ago. That's the point.
Okay, so you want the Democrats to pressure their own DOJ, right? So you want the Democrats, the politicians, to come out and say, hey, Merrick Garland, we want you to release these files and to really take ownership of that issue and to put it forward. And here's the issue with that, Ogre. What is the risk of that? And hopefully you're seeing it right now, based on what's going on with the Department of Justice. For the Democrats to undermine their own Department of Justice and call for the release of, because you know what happens after that, Ogre? Oh my God, the Democrats themselves are calling Merrick Garland corrupt. They're hiding it to protect all the fucking Schmeta files. Look at what they're doing. Let's say for whatever reason, Merrick Garland, I don't know, wants to take a second, wants to take a week, 2 weeks to, oh no. Good. Yeah, awesome. Why no?
It doesn't have to be the argument doesn't have to be that he's corrupt or that he's hiding something. It's a
no, not what it has to be, what it will be. What it will be. They'll say the Democrats themselves are acknowledging.
Why would the Congress have to compel him if he wasn't like hiding it improperly?
It's not a. Why would they release it if not for some manner of demand? I don't understand why it has.
We're talking about the political benefit to Democrats deciding if you're saying, okay, it doesn't originate in the hall of the White House because you recognize that would be corruption. That would be like what Comey did, right? That would be interference in the political process.
Don't make it an October surprise. It doesn't have to be anything more complicated than that.
So you would be okay with Biden, let's say at the start of the year, saying, hey, you want to find some files that might help me, and this is kind of fucking tricky.
I'm just asking for like
why does it have
five
to be
Epstein
something that
files.
specifically helps Biden?
I think it would have undermined public trust in the DOJ because they would have been limited in what they can release, and it would have made people trust them even less.
It's such a naive
more problems
approach.
for
I don't understand this. I'm still baffled. I feel like we've been on this for so long. Can we skip
Boy
through?
as well encourage others to vote for Kamala Harris in the lead.
Let's go 120 or something.
Industry wanted body cameras. They wanted them so badly that before they got public funding for them, they were getting private donations for people like Steven Spielberg because they were so desperate to get these cameras. Now, there's probably a lot more here that is worth reading, but it goes on for several paragraphs, and unfortunately I haven't read through it, but I think that just from that alone, we're starting to see this expert's very clear opinion that these conditions that they're holding out for are, according to him, like just meaningless and in many cases counterproductive. So I'm going to go with this gentleman's point of view because I think that he knows more than all of us combined.
Who is this person? So like, I don't trust this bear search. You say you trust this person on the basis of his expertise. What is
this?
This
was why the reason I said that if you're going to bring up another person or whatever, they use it as like a talking point and their expertise or whatever. Like, I think it could be done well here, but like they're just going to question. They're just going to they're going to press you on questions about whether or not this source could be trusted, whether or not this person's expertise could be trusted. They're not going to take you on face value or whatever. So like, it feels like you're given an opportunity. The team's giving them an opportunity to press them on that stuff. and really question the legitimacy of your talking point in general?
He's the author of Propaganda. He is someone who speaks very often on myths about immigration, crime, and policing.
You're not talking about his credentials,
and the last thing that I'll
What
say
is-
also is that Democracy Now! I mean, like, I would like to be able to give you more in the moment about this particular person, but Democracy Now! Is excellent journalism. They they are very discerning with the people that they have on and the experts that they choose to speak to on topics like this.
But
So
I have an even better idea. I have an even better idea. Okay, this is what we'll do. Okay, we'll encourage all of our protesters not to take videos either. No one will take videos. Wait a second. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
Okay. So no one will take videos, and because you agree, right? If people are like taking videos with their cameras, all these different angles,
Surveillance,
that's gonna be these tech billionaires like fucking Elon Musk, they're gonna be able to use all of that data to put it into their Palantir systems, right? So we should encourage all people not to record, correct?
No, because first of all,
why is the framing disingenuous, Ogre?
First of all, you're talking about average citizens versus the state, for one.
I know I'm talking about that. Why is the framing disingenuous? It's called the fucking comparison.
Well, Pisco, I think because they're not saying we shouldn't record. They're just saying this is lackluster compared to what they really want.
No.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Sorry. Sorry. I just responded to a fear regarding tech surveillance and using facial identification, to identify people related to crimes in these networks. That would be true both of body-worn camera footage and freely published imagery and videos from people who are recording on the scene. Correct. Soy pill. This is the soy pill. This is the soy pill.
Yeah,
that is correct. That is true of both examples.
In the Democracy Now! Interview, I think that was the closest that AJW got to implying that these people don't want body cams. But I think the overall point is what he's saying is, and what the Democratic politicians in that subsequent article that he posted that also disagreed with this point was not that body cams are bad. It's that body cams is a platitude in their opinion. This is not what I'm saying, but they say body cams are a platitude. It's a meaningless win if they can control what footage comes in and comes out, and if they're just using it to their advantage and not to your advantage.
But they can't. No, I'm speaking. So you wanted to zoom out. So I don't know why you want to zoom out. I'm talking about something specific, which is a particular fear. The particular fear being that this data actually gives a lot of weapons for the administration. And you know what? To be honest, it sometimes does give weapons to the administration. But it's overdetermined because people are freely publishing these videos because they're on the scene. Notwithstanding that, our intuition isn't that we should stop doing that because we think that there's value in that being available.
My answer to what you're saying is that, like, yes, we should absolutely be concerned about that. We should be, as a society, and also just political content creators on the internet, my opinion is that we should be speaking up about these issues so that hopefully mass surveillance doesn't get to the point where every single time that we shoot like some video, it's just...
I don't wholly disagree with Pisco's position on this, on the concern. I'm trying to think. I'll let him continue talking on.
Going into the Palantir system. Now, we might get to that point, and even if we do get to that point, I would argue that it is still better for civilians to be shooting people because, again, we have the matter of, like, are the authorities going to actually be forthcoming with the footage that we want them to? No, of course not. So it is still a net win for people to be shooting what they can because then they are kind of like more in a position where
I think I'm going to go with Pisco's stance overall because I'm pretty sure if I remember the argument from last night, he was going to say like they get bogged up. You give them body cameras or whatever. That's just more information. You get them bogged up more in the courts, especially if they operate with misconduct, aggressive misconduct too.
Pear-shaped, they can fucking
like
do
that's
something.
the way you would fight them. You would bog them up in the courts. And I think this is like a lot more effective than we realize. I have to pull a Kyle Kalinske video. It's fastest way I can communicate this. But what was it in the courts or whatever? They got so exhausted from like the constant like court orders that ICE would just directly ignore or abandon completely, that the people working on those court orders, they would just be like completely exhausted. And they would just be like, listen, like, can you hold me in contempt for like 24 hours? It's just like too much. What was this? It was like court order after court order was being ignored. Where is this at? I guess you could say like this is a way to combat the administration by holding up in the courts for an elongated process. Like this is just one more way of fighting. And that's true. So I don't know if I have anything to fully disagree with Pisco on this. Wow, I don't know why I cannot find this at the moment. I thought it was is it ICE court orders or something? Oh, was it this one?
All right, guys.
It may have been just straightforwardly this one. And I'm looking for the contempt part. It wasn't just Kyle Clancy I heard this from too. It was like multiple different people, but court orders.
Police on bond, ICE has utilized automatic stays to keep her detained. Yet again, blowing off court orders to keep this woman detained. And what was her crime? Being pro-Palestine. What was her crime? Being anti-genocide and protesting using her constitutional rights. There is a special place in hell for these Trump regime thugs. There's a special place in hell. They destroyed the Constitution. They destroyed the First Amendment. They destroyed free speech. And by the way, where the fuck are all the free speech warriors who said our number one issue is free speech and free protest and the First Amendment? Where are you now? Where's Dave Rubin? Where's Ben Shapiro? Where's fucking Sargon of Akkad? Where's their 17-hour screeds about how Trump is destroying the Constitution, ripping it up and shitting on it and lighting it on fire, all to protect Benjamin Netanyahu and the genocidal Israeli apartheid state? Where are you? You're nowhere to be found, right? You're nowhere to be found. In fact, you are fine with this. Because as long as the anti-free speech crusade targets your political enemies, you're cool with it. You're cool with it. You just are. Just be honest. Just say that part. ICE forces women detainees to wear diapers and compares them to goats locked in a cage. What? So let me show you this video here. Take a look.
Where does Sky? Okay, I didn't find what I wanted to find exactly. That being said, this is still vital to show because the depravity of ICE is truly needs to be more on display, and the conditions of these camps, these concentration camps, needs to be displayed as well.
Facing the identity of a former worker here at the ICE detention facility on the 6th floor of this federal building in Baltimore because they signed a non-disclosure agreement before starting work here, which means they could face legal retaliation for talking about it.
People laying on the floor, head to toe. That reminded me of the pictures I saw in elementary school of how they brought the slaves from Africa.
For months, this person had access to what our cameras are not allowed to see. The inside of the St. Baltimore ICE Detention Center showed in this viral video. The former worker showed WUSA 9 documentation proving they were employed there.
It was probably day 1 or day 2 I saw the abuse.
What did you see?
I saw people laying in feces, people throwing up, people laying in urine.
At the time, an ICE spokesperson blamed the overcrowding on widespread flight cancellations and severe weather conditions that made it nearly impossible for ICE to safely transfer detainees to long-term detention facilities. In a new statement this week, WUSA 9 ICE went further, adding flatly, overcrowding does not happen. Did you witness overcrowding that was worse than what we saw in that video?
Yes, I did.
But this former worker provided WUSA 9 with what they claim are internal headcount sheets from December, showing conditions worse than in that viral video. 47, 50, and 56 detainees in that same cell, more than the worker counted in the video itself, and as many as 50 detainees in an even smaller cell. A federal class action lawsuit filed last May alleges conditions similar to what this former worker...
The Asman filth would be like, oh, this is just fake news. Fake news. Guys, you just listen to the media? You just listen to the media? It's like, yeah, you should be skeptical of the media, yeah, but no, not all of it is clearly fake news. Losers.
To us and seen in the video. And when Maryland Congresswoman April McClain Delaney toured the facility last Friday, she said she was disturbed by what she saw.
It is just a horrific thing for us as a country.
This former worker told us on one occasion they showed up to find a detainee strapped in a restraint chair.
And when I asked the guard why was he in a restraint chair, his reply to me was that the mother kept making noise all night.
In its statement, ICE told WUSA 9, restraints are only used if a detainee poses a danger to themselves or others, never for disciplinary reasons, and not for extended periods. Staff are trained in the proper use, and all instances are monitored. The spokesperson also said ICE is committed to the safety, health, and dignity of all
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. Wow. Just like the IDF is committed to the safety, health, and dignity of all individuals in custody. Yeah, I'm sure they are. They're very committed. Very committed.
What about Palantir? What about the threat?
Pisco. We got 30 minutes left, and I do want to take a step back and talk about, because Josiah actually had a perfect super chat to transition to this for the last half, because this is the main reason Ogreboy and Vadim are on. He said, definitive answer from both of you. Vadim, you can go first. Would the country be better under a Kamala presidency?
Oh, absolutely. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah.
Okay, Ogreboy. Yes or no?
Both of you vote for Kamala?
It's so it's so strange because it feels like this question is being asked because it turns into like a straw man of this idea where Hassan or any other leftist presents this idea that Kamala, under a Kamala administration, it would be exactly as bad as the Trump administration. And that's never been the argument. That's never been the argument at all. The argument has been that they will not do enough for the American people. That's the first thing. It'll be incrementalism. It'll be status quo for the most part. And they will capitulate to foreign allies and operating in fascist means and genocidal means for whatever goals that they have. that is the argument. If you were to dwindle it down to what is the meaningful difference? Well, the meaningful difference is we in America would be in a better circumstance. But that's about it. And it still wouldn't be enough. We still have issues that need to be solved, that need to be handled more appropriately. The worker class should be taken more seriously and be giving a more fair wage, more fair living wage. Yeah, like there's still things to address. That being said, it's a night and day difference. So, yeah.
Yeah. I was telling people prior to the election that they should be voting for her if that was something that, if they were coming to me for advice on electoral politics specifically, I laid out the issues, and I still said ultimately that Kamala would have been better than Trump, and that they should vote for Kamala.
Yeah, I mean, what I wanted to kind of launch into before.
Here's a funny thing too. Ogre Boy gets shit later. I think from Pisco, where he's like, "Oh, you didn't vote." Like, I think, I don't know if he directly says this, but apparently, like, Ogre Boy lives in a blue state. So, like, if you have full confidence, like, no matter what, it's going to be a blue state, should you still vote? Yeah, I think so. You never know. But if you have, like, full confidence that it's going to be a blue state, and there's no, like, indication, like, can I really, if you want to do, like, a protest vote, is this really the time to do it? No. But, like, it's a blue state. You were going to win that state anyway. So does it mean as much? No, not really. Now, if you protest vote on a red state, well, then it's like, there's a major change. Because, like, while it might have been unlikely that you would have done anything to meaningfully change the red state to a blue state, it's important that you try. It's important that you make your voice heard anyway. So I kind of understand the idea of, like, you still vote anyway, even if you're in a blue state or whatever. You never know, right? But, like,
He kind of.
Hold on, real quick, super quick. Vadim, is there something wrong with your eyes, Hutch? You seem to be blinking a lot.
I just emote a lot, I think.
Okay. I'm not used to that. Go ahead, Vadim.
Wait, that's a lie, right? Wait, hang on a second. That's a lie, isn't it? Ogre Boy, you just lied?
Yes or no?
Wait, Ogre.
I just want to be clear. Was that a lie? You just lied, right?
It was being hyperbolic and sarcastic.
But it doesn't answer. Did both of you vote for Kamala? I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just curious.
Yes, I did. But actually, I mean, there was something that I kind of wanted to launch into in the remaining time that we have. Won't be able to get to everything, but get to one conversation that I very much wanted to have with all of you, and so did Ogre, that is just basically directly connected to that. So I was told from Soypill that I'd have, like, an opportunity to kind of, like, read a little something that I think kind of, like, is a springboard into that conversation.
Keep it
is
brief,
that okay?
Not the whole manifesto, but, like, yeah, your introduction to, like,
well,
why
I mean,
you want to talk
this
about
is
brevity is the soul of wit, as they say.
Okay, well, I think that this will. Here we go. Okay, I will just go ahead and read it. So. This was supposed to be said at the top, so okay. So I said
Vadim can be very long-winded, as we all know. So, yeah. Anyway, I wanted to skim through the stuff that I haven't watched yet. Where did I leave off when I was watching it? Over here, somewhere around here.
Well, listen, I have my critique. I'm not full on abundance bill. I'm like 70% on some of the stuff. Like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, this was the other critique I made where. We might have skipped past it. But there's a moment where it feels like Vadim's challenged on what is abundance, or what do you know about the abundance stuff, or whatever. And it's like, I'm not as politically informed on the whole abundance thing, so I don't have much to say on the topic. And I think that should probably go for Vadim if he is not as well informed, or at least if he is more well informed. He didn't really present this idea that he was more well informed on the topic, so. Making the criticism and connecting the ties. If you don't have anything, like, broader, more substantial to say about the topic, you probably a smarter decision to not, like, include it in your criticisms of any other people if you can't expound further on the entire topic of abundance. Especially if it gives your opponents, your interlocutors, a chance to kind of dig at you, challenge you on it. Gives them an easy dub a little bit.
For example, some of the critiques of the BEAD funding that was done in some of these interviews afterwards, I think some of these are unfair critiques at Biden. And I think that I'm skeptical of some of the anti-environmental regulations on some fronts, especially in a world where Trump, doesn't have many guardrails. I'm concerned sometimes that the streamlining might have a negative consequence when it comes to authoritarianism. So there are some critiques I have of it. And okay, but in general, I don't think it's enough. And I don't think it's good analysis to just be like guilt by association. That would be like saying you have to dismiss everything Hassan says because he has some like insane friends who say some insane shit. And you wouldn't accept that. You shouldn't accept this either.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I think it's salient and good to be skeptical of like why would the Koch brothers fund this? And it could be because of some malicious, Machiavellian plan to just destroy the left wing, but it also could be because they would make money off of housing, which is I don't like that the Koch brothers make money off of that, but I'm fine if it means that more people get more affordable housing, and I do think that is a condition of something that would happen. And just to be clear, as someone who lives in the Bay Area, I don't like the idea of regulations just being stripped away willy-nilly, but there's definitely a problem over regulation to the degree that it doesn't allow us to build housing in San Francisco, and it sucks, and I wish we had a way around it.
The issue with that becomes it really is something that needs to be judged on a case-by-case basis. There isn't a single
right. Like Mamdani is citing abundance too. Mamdani is abundance build. Yeah, okay, cool.
But in the number one salesman of the abundance mindset, the one big
hold on, let's see. Denims takes aim at Ethan for threatening Casey Tron.
I don't think you can stoop much lower than this. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, you can. You very much can. Unfortunately.
Mad, that was Casey. I think maybe Casey Tron forget her public statement, but she also thought my lawsuit was like really valid, and she wished me luck against the other people too.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Casey Tron must have forgot
The Freudian slip for half a second. Very valid.
her position on this. Right?
He did do that, didn't he? Hold on. I didn't even catch that. Very good observation.
Lawsuit was like really valid, and she wished me luck against the other people.
He did do that. Oh my God, he did. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Casey Tron must have forgot
The Freudian slip for half a second. Very valid.
her position on this. Right? Hopefully I don't have to remind her. Right?
Bro, how much lower are you going to stoop? You already extracted as much humiliation as you possibly could have, potentially extracted some money. What more do you want? You want another hostage video? Or another one? How many hostage videos are you going to extract? 2 more? 3 more? 4 more? I'm sorry, hostage video? Yeah, the ISIS-style hostage video that he extracted from Casey Tron as part of a settlement agreement so that she doesn't have to foreclose on her home because she takes care of her family members. She takes care of her disabled parents and her siblings. Yeah, that hostage video, that ISIS-style hostage video. The crazy thing too is Casey Tron is just it has an opinion on Emaru.
Here's my threat. Here's my regular threat. I gotta protect Emaru. I gotta protect my Emaru, my Tectone, my Tectone, my Asmongold, my Emaru. Not vocally silent. Very silent in terms of Asmongold's genocidal comments or any pro-ICE sentiment or whatever. But Casey Tron speaks out about how Emaru is doing something bad by not being vocal about disavowing Asmongold. Oh, then I'm going to threaten you with a lawsuit. Oh, I'm beginning to think this Ethan guy might just be a fascist sympathizer. I don't know, man. Seems a little sus.
What the fuck does that have to do with a settlement with you? It's just sad. It's just depressing. I wonder why people don't like you. I wonder why. Maybe it's because you just threatened to ruin everybody's lives who you don't like for having an opinion on someone that you didn't like. It's just pathetic.
Yeah, actual loser behavior. Found another creative way of continuing to be a loser, too. Oh, wait. Is it? Oh, it's not, is it? Fuck. Oh, it must be recent. Which one is it? Oh, there it is. No, not that one. Oh, it was throwaway. That's right. I don't think it was this one. It was this one. Sean Piker says Asmongold and fans indirectly act as pedophile protectors by defending Trump. Battle against woke is distraction. Bad person only cares about continuing the right-wing grift. Trump is a pedo protector by transitive property. Asmon is a pedo protector. That's simple.
The whole,
I mean, yeah. This was like always the obvious. Like this. Quite honestly, if I had a criticism of Hassan right now, like that should have been stated like from the word go. Yeah, you're like, dog. You're a pedophile protector. Duh. No shit.
Culture war shit. And the battle against woke is distraction after distraction. And unfortunately, because a lot of dumbasses are totally on board, there's no better distraction than this. Look, Elon Musk, elite pedophile Elon Musk. Responding to a Grum's tweet, Asmongold says we need to be even more aggressively hostile against woke because they will do it to you and have. I often say the biggest tactical error is not to believe you are in a war when the other side is eagerly warring against you. Elon Musk goes, he's right.
I think I might ramp up my hostility towards the people online that are pushing these woke narratives. I think we might need to ramp it up and be even more militant and aggressive at these people.
Yeah, woke narratives like what? That you're fucking butt buddies, that you love getting DMs from, that you love communicating with, whether it be JD Vance, Donald Trump, or fucking Elon Musk. Probably not Donald Trump, but he is the defender of Donald Trump. All of those people, you are actively defending. Not defending directly, but defending indirectly by moving the attention away to other shit. Yeah, woke.
Or sometimes actively defending, yeah.
Against woke, like woke people saying, hey, there's an elite pedophilic cabal, and all these people that you love are affiliated with it. All these people you defend are affiliated with this elite pedophilic cabal. This administration that you love is actively setting up hurdles against this pedophilic cabal being indicted. He's currently pushing the narrative that Trump was the original Epstein whistleblower. Yeah, because he's a fucking bitch. Straight up, he is a bad person, okay? He is a bad person who only cares about continuing this fucking right-wing grift. And the continuation of the right-wing grift implies that he has to defend Donald Trump, because every single person on the right is unified under protecting Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a pedophile protector. By transitive property, Asmongold is also a pedophile protector. It's that simple. He's saying Donald Trump is a pedophile for a great reason. Everyone that openly reveals that they are an Asmongold fan should be...
Yeah, if you reveal that... if you're friends with rapists, you ignore your rapist, your rapist friend's behavior. You don't condemn your rapist friend's behavior, your pedophile of friend's behavior. All these interconnecting things, like at a certain point, like the behavior, all these things interconnected with your enthusiastic, like, love for being the most psychopathic, right-wing, grifting piece of shit, like, possible. Like, what is the final conclusion? It's so it's very simple. It's not hard.
Yes. Why are you a pedophile protector? Why do you love the pedophile protector presidency? This is a question I have for Asmongold as well. Why do you love pedophiles? Why do you protect pedophiles? What is the reason? Aren't you supposed to be an independent thinker? At which point, as an independent thinker, will you say, hey, I don't really appreciate that Donald Trump and his Department of Justice, under his command, is actively tampering with the public learning the deep entanglements that many of our pedophilic elite had with Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, at a certain point, I also think you just have to like cut through it all and just be like, I think you're a future rapist, if not already a rapist. You have to like just be like, really cut to the core of the matter. I don't know, man. Seems like you're a rape enjoyer. Really, just cut to the core of the matter. Just cut to the like blunt, straight up truth.
It's unbelievable that there are still people who think that he is somehow representative of the truth or invested in finding out the truth.
So we just like hesitated calling people Nazis for a while now because the word Nazi was abused. I don't think it was abused enough, quite frankly. I don't think the rapist was abused enough. I don't think abuser was abused enough. Quite frankly, it should have been used more.
The debate that he had with Sam, when you pause the video and actually look into each one, and yes, I am psychotic enough to have done that. He misrepresented every single.
No, Ezra had some big fuck ups when he was critiquing Biden, and I actually think Sam Cedar.
No, hold on, no. Before you go down that road, that's not what I'm talking about at all. All of the different examples where he was talking, with the exception of one, which he still misrepresented, but the different examples where he was talking about the Sunshine Movement suing to stop solar panels in Maine. Well, there was a story behind that too. They wanted to make the project take a little bit longer to make sure that the deforestation that was going to happen actually was what was required for the moment. That it wasn't something that was bigger than what it needed to be. A lot of these circumstances actually have a story behind it, but the idea of vilifying all of it across the board is really fucking stupid. When the overarching backbone of how it's pitched is to try to make sure that developers can get the most profit out of something,
What do you make
always
of,
something that's going to throw up a red flag.
So what do you make of the China glazing from so many people in the online left space? I'm just curious. Do you think it's appropriate?
God, do you think it's appropriate to bring up like any concerns about people overly glazing fucking China? Really? Do you think that's appropriate in this like environment right now where like America is like turning into a fascist state? Do you think that's appropriate to like whinge and complain about somebody saying, you know what, China's kind of got their shit together? Get fucking real. China, they said something nice about China. Oh, I can't believe that they said something nice about China. Are you going to hold them responsible for glazing China? Don't you know that China is an authoritarian state? Don't you know they're sanitizing the China? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut your dumb ass up. Who asked? I've never thought about China more than now. And it's primarily because you whinge and complain. Fuck, I give a shit. Oh, you mean to tell me China, Russia is authoritarian? Yeah. Yeah. It's not at the top of my priorities. I don't know if you've noticed. Not really at the top of my priorities. Not really a glazer of China, right? We're just stating the facts of the matter. Unfortunately, China is in a much better state than America. Does China operate in an authoritarian manner? Yes. Is there corruption in China? Yes. I'm plenty sure. There is plenty of corruption in China. I feel like we could look into how corrupt China is. But it seems like the living circumstances of China and the infrastructure of China and the technological advances of China and the healthcare is significantly better. I could be wrong. But I think I'm pretty confident this is true. China's authoritarian. What's the best way to model their authoritarian model at the? I'm pretty sure what way they have. I'm pretty sure they restricted social media to a certain extent as well. I'm pretty sure there's certain people that you're not allowed to criticize, which is bullshit, which is stupid. I agree. But you know what? You know how China's able to maneuver within this authoritarian way and get away with it a lot more thoroughly is because they've actually done their fucking job and pleased their people enough to where this isn't like a major like it's running. China's running as it's supposed to. It's being sufficient. Like it's being effective. Are trying to get a more. Their smart authoritarianism has upended ideas about autocracies by successfully fostering innovation while maintaining authoritarian control. This model allows China to adapt to the globalized information age, providing freedom to entrepreneurs and innovators while inhibiting collective action and restraining passions that might Imperil the regime. The CCP's tools of authoritarian control are adjusted to meet the demands of the globalized information age, creating enough space to foster innovation without losing its hold on power. This approach has allowed China to become a global innovation leader, dominating high-tech sectors such as electric vehicles, advanced batteries, renewable energy, and telecommunications. Listen, again, I'm not saying that they're not a corrupt authoritarian regime. But what I am saying, what a lot of other people are saying, is the way they've managed things has been much more beneficial to its people by comparison to the American people. And just like bitching and moaning constantly and complaining about how like, oh, they're China glazing, like as when more effectively what they're probably doing is listing out like the things that China is doing more efficiently and for the greater for the people of China, that makes the people of China a lot more pleased with where they live by comparison. I think this constant complaining about like someone being a little bit more nuanced on the topic and not just saying China bad. China bad. Just simplifying black and whiting the issue of China bad. Because if we wanted to simplify things like, it would be absurd to be like, America has never done anything good in its entire existence. America bad. Isn't that like one of the complaints about like Hassan's like coverage of America is like, oh, you're saying too many negative things about America. But I'm pretty confident you could probably find a host of different things that Hassan has said positive about America and the positive influences, the positive effects of America has had generally on its people and on the world. To break down this idea of like, oh, like, it's just team sports, like China bad, or no, China good, America bad. It's how they view it. And I view it's just silly. It's just a silly, small pea-brained mind way of thinking about it.
To like glaze them for their infrastructure?
Why would you not glaze their infrastructure? Their infrastructure is insanely better. Why is that a bad thing inherently? Oh, I'm noticing that like they're actually competent at doing things more efficiently than the American people. Yes. What's the? I don't know what the problem is with that. I don't.
I mean, there's always something that we can take away from other people. That's one of the reasons that this country is supposed to be great, right?
Well, why do you think they can do all that infrastructure?
It sounds like you're more open to fucking Chinese, great whatever theories as opposed to abundance. Like you're more like, oh, we can take this and that and then whatever. And
why I think the over reliance on like public-private partnerships and the willingness to just step forward and say fuck it, and we're going to build something even if it's by the government themselves, I think it's fine.
Agreed. We're gonna do a minor break here. I'm gonna eat something real quick. A little bathroom break, maybe some water. Give me about 10 minutes. About 10 minutes. I think that's fair. I think I'm owed 10 minutes, okay?
tell you.
ragione al mezzo.
Oh boy. All right, we're back.
But Ezra says in Abundance that he wants one of the examples he uses is these situations where it's pure public funding. You would hope that those would be like the best examples of government, so it's not the case that he wants to abandon public funded projects. In fact, it's the opposite, at least if you read the book.
And also, I don't know how much I haven't investigated this deeply, but my understanding is that Chinese regulations are way more relaxed than ours, and that's why you see a lot of fucking buildings
So you
collapse
wanna be
over there
more
and stuff
like
like that. No, I don't want to be that much like China, but I think that we don't have to be as strict as we are.
I want something that works for us, but it's not to say that the principal factor needs to be something where we put the concerns about profits for developers first and foremost. That's not the overall.
I'm so glad you said
the book, but it's also something that Klein uses to sell the idea of the book.
One of the things that he points to is China's abilities. And so when you say, yeah, there's some things that we can look at China for, Ezra agrees with that. In fact, the fact that like they price in fraud or some amount of people who are going to take advantage into the overall scheme is something that someone like Ezra would say, yeah, that's worth it if it gets to the actual goal. So the whole point, I think, of bringing up the China example, maybe this was Hutch's point, was to how you frame who you look to, whether it's China or whether it's abundance, is doing a lot in terms of how sympathetic you are to hearing the argument out. And I think that is a little bit telling. It's telling that the association seems to be doing a lot of the work here.
I'm just going off of the examples that Klein himself gave. When he turns around and says that I don't like it if people's apartments give them asthma, but I do need people to have apartments, it's a virtue signal to basically say that like we should be considering the desires of the profitability of developers over like the little guy's actual needs.
He's not at all.
Let's see.
I'm just going off of the examples that Klein himself gave. When he turns around and says that I don't like it if people's apartments give them asthma, but I do need people to have apartments, it's a virtue signal to basically say that like we should be
apartments. Is this a real comment? Oh, I can't remember how to spell asthma exactly. Is it something like ASTHMA? 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 Yeah. I don't know if I find it this way.
Corey, when I'm searching on Amazon and I see that Amazon's choice looks like a little prize, like that product won a competition.
If I were to look it up, because I feel like X might be an easier way of being able to cut to the core of what somebody says. Somebody will have like a specific clip or something. Be harder to find it if I'm just looking in YouTube. Okay, reading this page in abundance, it strikes me that allowing real estate moguls to avoid putting appropriate air filters in apartments next to highways is a very efficient plan to create an abundance of asthma and lung cancer among working class renters. Let's see. So this is the quote right here. Every one of these is a worthy goal, but so too is building a lot of affordable housing quickly and cheaply. LA is failing and failing badly at doing that. Given that failure, does it make sense to be asking for special air filtration systems for developments near freeways when the alternative for many of the would-be residents is a tent beneath the freeway? To pose the question sounds callous, but to refuse to pose the question, given the need for more housing, is cruel. Is he like, it feels like he's making excuses? Like he's like excusing, like as long as we have more housing. Like it's a better condition to be in a house without special air filtration systems than it would be to be in a tent beneath the freeway. So does it make sense to be asking for special air filtration systems for developments near freeways when your alternative could be that you're living in a tent beneath the freeway? The argument is that NIMBYs demanded that there would be unique, extra expensive air filters attached to these 100% affordable housing complexes so that they would be financially infeasible without any evidence there was any actual benefit because they wanted to kill the project. Reading this page in abundance, it strikes me that allowing wealthy homeowners to block upzoning anywhere but next to highways is a very efficient plan to create an abundance of asthma and lung cancer among working class renters. The abundance Dems are just status quo Dems trying to rebrand to hold on to power after doing nothing but dragging us here for the past 40 plus years. The Reaganomics Dems cosplaying as representatives of the people while they make themselves rich by repping their big donors. Okay. And what's Pisco's argument going to be to this? I think he was saying like this was taken out of context or like this was not the intention of the statement, something like that.
Considering the desires of the profitability of developers over like the little guys' actual needs.
He's not at all implying that it's like, well, if they get asthma, it's fine as long as they have housing. Like,
that's a direct quote. That's a direct quote.
No, I know, but the implication of that quote is not. I guess asthma is fine. He's saying there are obviously concerns on either end of this, and yes, we have to consider the health of people. But if you have all of these regulations and everyone's stepping over each other to be like, well, the steps need to be this high, and you can't hurt this bird nest. Unfortunately, projects never get created, so you have to look. And he's talking about not stripping regulation completely, but going through with a comb and saying which of these things are absolutely necessary and which of these things are actually preventing housing from.
I think this is a more accurate read. I think I'm going with Soy Pill's take on this. This read actually seems, just from this quote alone, I mean, there could be more. I know some of these arguments, maybe like, I don't know too much about Ezra Klein fully, but he does strike me as like a status quo kind of Dem. I don't know if this is exactly an inaccurate statement altogether. But like, I think this is a fair interpretation of this entire quote is what are the kind of regulations that you do need? Like, what are the more specific regulations that you definitely need? But it feels like, here's the other thing. When I'm reading this, it feels like he's putting into question, do you need special air filtration systems? That's what's being posed here. So I don't know if that's like, I don't think that's appropriate. Do you need these special air filtration things? Like, is that a necessary component? Is that a necessary thing for your housing? Yeah, why can't human beings have both housing and clear air? Why is the only choice living next to a freeway? For years, people have been saying how intelligent Ezra Klein is, but stuff like this doesn't really give me that impression. I'm trying to be charitable to Ezra Klein's, like, again, I'm trying to learn about this, like, at least in this, like, this specific like argumentation, like this specific thing that they have a disagreement about. And I want to be charitable to both ends here in terms of like how you could read this and what are the interpretations. And I think the interpretation can be pretty fair here and saying that while this is like a conversation that you can have and it can sound callous of like, what do you actually need for your housing if it like delays development? Why is part of this question, lacking clean air, special air, like a special air filtration for clean air? Why does that have to be taken into consideration of stuff that you're not allowed for the housing? Why is this in question?
From being built. I think last year, like halfway through the year, 15 new homes were built in San Francisco. It was fucking atrocious, and that's the reason no one can afford anything anywhere.
Mamdani talks about this shit when he is going on the street and saying, "Isn't this crazy that these fucking people who are selling halal food, whatever, right?" Like, yeah, he has a bunch of these examples. Like Mamdani, I think has been brilliant in terms of his rhetoric and how he frames it. But there's something inherently wrong with it. And what I hate is a kind of reflexive, let's just dismiss it because it's Hassan, or let's just dismiss it because it's Mamdani, or let's just dismiss it because it's Ezra Klein. And crucially, that's what I try not to do.
I think that's fair. It's part of like what happens here is I can come off as very team sports. I think most people can come off as very team sports if they have a very specific ideological view. And it happens to share a lot of the qualities for any like big name brand or whatever. Big name content creator. But there's like certain things that I'm more than willing to be charitable on. In fact, believe it or not, I don't expect everyone to know this, like especially if they're like new viewers or whatever. But I'm probably I'm probably a little bit too open-minded to people's perspectives at times, and I'm a little bit too like lenient at times, or I have been at least in the past. Even with people I really don't like at all. I try to see like a charitable read of what they're saying, and I try not to be too malicious. Obviously, I'm a human being. There'll be points where I fail at that. There'll be points where like the bias can take over. But I try to keep this in mind as much as possible when I'm addressing anything. So with Ezra Klein, again, it's a combination thing. I don't know enough about Ezra Klein to feel like a vehement hatred. He kind of feels like a standard, like, status quo, like, Dem. Status quo, like, flavorless, bland kind of Dem. And it's hard to really be mad at, like a person like that. It's hard to really, like, I mean, like, you could have grievances, obviously, but it's hard to really see him as, like, as an antagonistic force is the best way to put it, like Hutch. Hutch feels more, Destiny feels like more of an antagonistic, like an annoyance. It's more so like you're naive. I think your perspective is naive. I think you're heading us in the wrong direction. Like your opposition in the sense of like you're bringing us to these. Like you're not overly antagonistic to my perspective, but you're not helping. You know, so I kind of feel that way about Pisco. Anyway, but I don't think it's appropriate to like be asking him. It's like, oh, do we need special air filtrations for developments? Like, I think this comment sums it up. I don't think like it just. I don't think you could just sum it up as like, this is the only, like, really? Like, we can't do more for our people? We can't do more for our American people? I'm calling cap on that.
When I see Hassan giving a take, when I see, a centrist giving a take, I do try to hit it for its merits. But sometimes it really does feel that the left, some people on the left, which I consider myself part of the left, will see who is making the statement and reflexively reject it. But yeah, no, that's
what I'm doing. I started from a position of looking into each one of the claims that he made in numerous of the conversations that he's had about this, and they don't pan out the way that he's presenting it. That's my issue. So it's not like it's not. I'm sorry. Last thing. Let Vadim talk.
I'm not saying Vadim definitely did this, but I think the presentation can lead you to believe that Vadim inherently is like anti-abundance because he doesn't trust like Ezra Klein in and of itself, but hasn't thoroughly gone over all the minutiae of this to have a well thought out, coherent argument against it. I guess like just naturally just like a gravitation towards like, oh, I don't trust this person. And like, that's fair. I think it's fair to be like, I don't really trust this person based on A, B, and C reason. But like, to have a stronger opposition or whatever, you probably need to be a little bit more thorough about like what you take grievance with in this specific thing.
But that's where I'm coming from. It's the point of view of, here's why these things matter, this is why it's important, here's the examples I'm going to use, and when you take the time to go through each fucking example, it doesn't pan out the way he's saying. So as long as it's like you say, that the protections for the little guy are actually protected, things of that nature, cool, I'm fine with it. But that's my fear, is that it's a Trojan horse for like Reagan-style deregulation.
Sure, that's healthy skepticism.
I guess I was just going to say that I
think that's completely fair. I should give Soy Pill more credit. He's been handling this like a fucking... From everything I saw, and I saw a lot of this last night, but unless he does something, I think Soy Pill has handled this very gracefully. Disagreements and all. Very, very gracefully.
View that sometimes just, if it comes from a bad
very
source,
respectfully.
shouldn't be dismissed out of hand for that reason. But the reason why I brought up the points that I did is because I think that it speaks volumes when you see who in positions of power are funding a certain thing and who in positions of power who have awful reputations and have an agenda, like Barry Weiss with CBS, are partnering with those who are architects of the movement that you're part of. I think it should.
Well, we hate Barry Weiss.
Well, it might not, and that alone, I'm not saying that alone is like a, it's not any sort of like death shot or, you get what I'm saying, but I think that it's a plausible red flag.
It's a good red flag. It's healthy skepticism. I think that's fair. Unfortunately, you have to work within the confines of like where the structure, how everything operates. So inherently, the collaboration with someone like Barry Weiss can be a red flag, something to like keep note of, but it doesn't have to be. If you're like forced to work with like people that are like disgusting, and generally your opposition to get something done, like this is just how it fundamentally works right now. So I don't think you should inherently be like skeptical that they don't have any good intentions. Like it would be easy to write off Mondami for getting along with Donald Trump to try to nudge him in a very specific way. Try to like really manipulate him into a lot more softer of a touch. You know what I mean? Like, you'll notice after Mamdani and Donald Trump had their meeting or whatever, and Mamdani charmed the fuck out of Donald Trump, who is like the extreme opposition. You'll notice there was no concessions on Mamdani's end. There was only concessions on Donald Trump's end. In terms of who benefited more, Mamdani benefited more from that meeting with Trump. So inherently working with your political opposition, especially if you're forced to, if that's like the only way you can get stuff done, doesn't necessitate, necessarily speaking, that you don't have good intentions. You could be naive too. You could have good intentions and be naive and think like, oh, I'm working with somebody. Like again, still like it would be like a judgment of character kind of critique at that point. But
very least.
Sure. I mean, it could plausibly create skepticism. That's fine. But surely you would agree that sometimes you can have overlapping interests between people that you align with and maybe some right-wingers, right? Like, for example, like how do you feel broadly about the Cato Institute?
I actually agree with Hutch on this. I think it's actually a reasonable point here. Rare Hutch reasonable point. I think it's perfectly fine here.
Most of the time, if I'm getting, you know what, I know that I've heard the name.
They're like a right-wing libertarian think tank, but they're also like
they're probably bad news.
Okay, but they're also like super pro immigration, right? So that's overlap with like the leftist position that we should be massively increasing our immigration. So it's fine to be skeptical, but you seem to be closing yourself off to the possibility that sometimes good policy that has good outcomes could overlap with like people that you find to be.
Ironically enough, though, he's arguing against what. He's actually arguing, in effect, to collaborate more with the right, which again can lead to good things. It can, potentially. But then he's like shutting himself off from collaboration. And he's willing to be more hostile to leftists, his farther left opposition. Like you can't be surprised when people call you like a fascist sympathizer or a neolib or anything like that, or something that you don't like, generally speaking, where it's just like, oh, like you're like actually detrimental to like progress.
unsavory, right?
I mean, Kamala said the wall was a good idea, so we do need to be open to.
Oh my
to
God.
Why are you doing this? See, like the thing is, it's not just that you disagree in terms of Kamala's position. It's that you're so fucking smug about it, Ogre. Like you're basically suggesting, yes, he is. And
No, man. If we have to deal with like Kamala Harris being smug towards like leftists, don't expect like a niceties in return. Absolutely not even close to owed. Sorry, dude. What was that? If I look up like smug and Kamala Harris, what was the exact thing I'm looking for? It was I'm speaking or something. It was this right here.
And please do check out Project 2025.
Like people are in opposition to your complicity and facilitating genocide, right? Valid concern, more than valid. And your response is basically, I'm speaking. I was like, oh, if you want to get Donald Trump elected or whatever, you guys are like the problem, whatever. Like, yeah, no. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I ain't fucking with that.
It is a plan to weaken America's middle class. Project 2025, if he is elected. It's all good. It's all good. I'm here because we believe in democracy. Everyone's voice matters, but I am speaking now. I am speaking now.
What was it? Oh, fast forwards or whatever, and she's like giving like this smug, like, I'm speaking.
To give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to surrender our...
What's funny is all these things are true, and she's stating the obvious of yeah, all these things are going to happen. But you needed you needed a more compelling narrative. You needed to hit harder at the real grievance of the billionaire class being the actual problem. You needed to hit at tons of other different things. It just wasn't people weren't hearing you.
Against the climate crisis, and he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
So, how dare anyone call you out for being a war criminal? How dare anyone call you out for a war criminal? So it's this smug, approach here, where you try to present yourself as the good guy coming in to save the day or whatever, when you're part of the problem. I don't want to hear this from Pisco about you guys need to be nice. Has Hutch been being nice? Why would anyone be nice to any of these roaches? These people are honestly, we throw these words around, but they don't seem to matter. The weight of them don't seem to resonate within people like Pisco. You don't understand. These people killed children. It wasn't accidental. It's not a whoopsie. These are intentional decisions. Active decisions. Constant decisions. You'll understand, these people are murderers. It's all of it is so sanitized. It's oh, that's just part of politics. That's just part of how it is. Why is that allowed? Why are we not angrier about shit like this? And I'm left to ponder. It's because it doesn't affect the American people. I'm left to ponder that neoliberals don't see anyone else outside of America as genuinely people. It's just like out of sight, out of mind. You know what? Queeman was honest about this. And this is like, you know, this doesn't make him like a good person or anything like this. I remember he would I think he was was he asked about this or whatever? I think it was like he was in a conversation with Nick about it, about the topic of Israel Palestine very briefly when they were touching on some drama. I think it involved it was like early Ethan Hassan drama or whatever. And he was like I'm really real, like it doesn't really impact my mind. This doesn't there's a thing about the distance of like what's happening over here in the UK, what matters in my life, all the things surrounding my vicinity, and what happens in another place. And he's like, it's just like you can show me all this, but it still doesn't really affect me. I think it should affect him, to be clear. I think it should affect everyone. But this is like how some people compete it, where it's just like, oh, this is like, it almost doesn't even feel real. It doesn't even it feels not part of their world because it's happening somewhere else completely. Like you can't seem to like, genuinely be able to empathize with those circumstances because there's like, first of all, you've never experienced something like that. And secondly, it's just like a group of people you have like no ties to, like, at all. So it's just, yeah, like that's a lot more honest of a perspective of, no, this doesn't make any of these things good. No, but like, am I emotionally invested in any of this, or am I, you know, like, am I going to like make this like a part of my daily life to talk about or anything like that? Am I going to address this as like something like that concerns me? No. Like, that's a lot more honest of an approach. And I feel like these people, they want to present this idea of like, oh no, we care about corruption. We care about like all these horrible things that are happening. But no, you actually don't. You only care about it when it happens to America. You need to be more honest. Or when it happens to anyone in the Western world. Like you need to actually grapple with that. You don't give a shit. You don't give a shit unless it happens to someone you can like relate to in some way, shape, or form. And you need to get out of that mindset. You need to fix something, because something is wrong there. She needed to let Tim Walz cook like he was her dad and they were at the barbecue. Have you heard about Epstein's jerky? No, I haven't.
Moment, what is he doing there? You're trying to twist a knife and you're trying to be like, haha, Kamala lost. What a fucking joke. Like, it doesn't sound like someone who's turning a leaf and realize how horrible things are and they should have voted. It sounds like you're trying to twist a knife.
No, like you can still make jokes at her expense. Ha ha, Kamala lost because Kamala lost. Ha ha, Kamala lost like to a pedophile rapist. Yeah, I am gonna make jokes at her expense. She fucking threw us under the bus. She was an incompetent fucking loser. Yeah, actually those jokes should be made more Pisco. They actually should be made more Pisco. These failures need to be acknowledged, Pisco. These failures need to be acknowledged far more than they are. They need to be addressed, Pisco. For someone so smart, like, you say such dumb shit sometimes. Like, it actually baffles me.
Too, by the way, because Democrats have never opposed like any structures or fencing. That's been the standard Democratic position for decades. Donald Trump's proposed border wall was a border wall that stretched along the entire southern border, which is like 2,000 miles and completely unworkable in many locations because there's like mountain ranges, there's eminent domain issues with people's property. But the Democrats have never opposed like any kind of structure. And what was in that bipartisan border bill was funding that was appropriated by the Congress in 2019. And it was just assurances that that money would be spent on border wall. And it was pushed out to like 2028.
I watched you watch this video this week. You went out of your way before she ever got to the statement to try to defend it reflexively. The optics.
Are you going to respond to what I just said?
Suicide.
Are you going to respond to what I just said? Are you going to respond to what I just said?
He's saying. You do that all the time.
He's not. But you're not responding to what I just said. Like the idea that Kamala Harris supported Donald Trump's border wall is not true. It is false.
She said.
That said, I think there's a way you can phrase a critique, which I would accept. I just want to give Ogre what he wants. There are ways in which you can phrase a critique, which I would accept, which are Democrats have been much too accepting of the framing and rhetoric on immigration. That's even something Hassan has said, which I agree with. But how you say it, I think this is the kind of thing that sometimes you
guys, it's optics, guys. How you say it, but like, yeah, people are pissed. Ogre Boy's pissed. Rightfully so. Why are you tone pleasing now? This is probably the proper time to make these criticisms of addressing where Harris failed, where the Democratic Party failed. Dude, I think unironically, Pisco might be more obnoxious in this, like, in certain way. I'm giving him more credibility because I've seen him not be so obnoxious as frequently as Hutch, but he's acting like a Hutch right now, which is quite sad to say.
How you phrase it is so fucking annoying. Like, yeah, you can just
so. I'm sorry that you're annoyed, Pisco. We're so annoyed at the ineptitude and constantly not being listened to. That's pretty fucking annoying. We all don't get what we want, do we, Pisco? We certainly don't. We certainly don't get what we want, do we? Oh wait, I accidentally muted it. How did I do that? Silly goofy goober. What are we doing here?
How you phrase it is so fucking annoying. Like, yeah, you can just say they shouldn't have voted for Lincoln Riley Act. You shouldn't have made this policy position. That's all well and good, but go for it.
Anderson Cooper specifically said that you've been talking against this wall for the last 8 years, calling it a narcissistic monument to a bigoted.
Yeah, he was wrong to frame it that way.
And she in turn said, I'm not going to turn down a good idea regardless of who it comes from. She was specifically talking about the wall. That was the moment.
It is obviously.
Oh my god, let's look at this just to be certain. If that's really how it, like, if that's like a 1-to-1 or very close to, oh my god, that's embarrassing. Presses Harris on border wall found.
I want you to meet Jackson Weiss. He's a student at Drexel University from Flourtown, Pennsylvania. Registered Republican. Says he's leaning toward voting for you, but has yet to make a final decision. Jackson.
Thank you, Anderson.
Hey, Jackson.
Thank you for taking the time to be here too, Vice President Harris.
Thank you.
Regarding the rapid increase in the migrant population, how will you ensure that every immigrant is integrated into American society safely? What benefits and subsidies will you provide them with, and how long will these benefits and subsidies last for an individual? Most importantly, will the American citizens' taxes pay for these benefits and subsidies? And if so, how much money will be allocated?
Well, thank you, Jackson. Let's start with this.
Talk about the bill.
Okay, so this is the most replayed, so this is probably the moment they're referring to. Let's right about here.
Comprehensive, humane, and orderly manner.
Let me ask you about that. I mean, you talk about the bill that Donald Trump quashed. That was in 2024. You talk about the bill he tried to get passed in 2021. That wasn't able to get passed. 2022, 2023, there were record border crossings. Your administration took hundreds of executive actions. It didn't stem the flow. Numbers kept going up. Finally, in 2024, just in June, 3 weeks before the first presidential debate with Joe Biden, you institute executive actions that had a dramatic impact, really shut down people crossing over. Why didn't your administration do that in 2022, 2023?
First of all, you're exactly right, Anderson. And as of today, we have cut the flow of immigration by over half. In fact, the numbers I saw most recently, illegal immigration.
But if it was that easy with that executive action, why not do it in 2022, 2023?
Because we were working with Congress and hoping that actually we could have a long-term fix to the problem instead of a short-term fix.
You couldn't have done one and both at the same time?
Well, here's the thing. We have to understand that ultimately this problem is going to be fixed through congressional action. Congress has the authority and the purse. I hate to use DC terms, but literally they write the checks. Part of the issue is in order to really fix the problem at the border. I was just at the border recently talking with border agents. You know what they talk about? Yes, they are overwhelmed. They're working around the clock. And the other thing that they talk to me about, we need more judges down there to deal with asylum claims. We need more personnel down there to deal with processing. But Anderson, and that's where Congress kicks in terms of dedicating the resources to actually fixing the problem. We have dealt with it such that, to your point, we now, as of today, as of our visit, have lower
undocumented immigrants and illegal immigration than Trump when he left office.
That's true.
But we need a permanent solution,
Do you
and that
wish you had
requires
done that?
bipartisan work.
Do you wish you'd done those executive orders in 2022, 2023?
I think we did the right thing, but the best thing that can happen for the American people is that we have bipartisan work happening, and I pledge to you that I will work across the aisle to fix this long-standing problem. I think the American people are demanding it on both sides of the aisle, and it's time we actually put the partisan approach to this aside. We know what can work.
Well, let's talk about this compromise bill that you want to pass if you're elected. You said that's going to be a priority. It includes $650 million in funding for the border wall. That's something Republicans wanted. That was part of the compromise. Under Donald Trump, you criticized the wall more than 50 times. You called it
50 times. That's crazy. Let's go.
stupid, useless, and a medieval vanity project. Is a border wall stupid?
Well, let's talk about Donald Trump and that border wall. So remember, Donald Trump said Mexico would pay for it?
Dude, this is embarrassing. Is this really your response? Holy shit, man. Dog, really? Are we doing this?
Come on, they didn't. How much of that wall did he build? I think the last number I saw was about 2%. And then when it came time for him to do a photo op, you know where he did it? In the part of the wall that President Obama built.
But you're agreeing
So
to a
come
bill
on.
that would earmark $650 million to continue building that wall.
I pledge that I am going to bring forward that bipartisan bill to further strengthen and secure our border. Yes, I am. And I'm going to work across the aisle to pass a comprehensive bill that deals with a broken immigration system. I think Jackson's question, part of it was to acknowledge that America has always had migration, but there needs to be a legal process for it. People have to earn it. And that's the point that I think is the most important point that can be made, which is we need a president who is grounded in common sense and practical outcomes. Like, let's just fix this thing. Let's just fix it. Why is there any ideological perspective on it? Let's just fix the problem.
To fix the problem, you're doing this compromise bill. It does call for $650 million that was earmarked under Trump to actually still go to build the wall.
I'm not afraid of good ideas where they occurred.
You know,
Oh, it's so embarrassing. Holy shit.
I don't think it's stupid anymore.
I think what he did and how he did it did not make much sense because he
Oh,
actually.
you don't think it's stupid anymore. Now she's, you don't think it's stupid anymore. And now she's like, I think the way he did it was stupid. No. Your comments were that it was a stupid idea to begin with. Dude, this is so disingenuous. Oh my God. How embarrassing. Holy shit.
Actually still go to build the wall.
I'm not afraid of good ideas where they occurred.
You don't think it's stupid anymore.
I think what he did and how he did it did not make much sense because he actually didn't do much of anything. I just hope.
I mean, like, that might be true, but it's like, you're evading the question. You still want to do what he wanted to do, ultimately. That's the point. That's the point of the matter.
Right, we just talked about it. He didn't actually do much of anything.
But you do want to build some wall.
I want to strengthen our border.
So you want to build the wall. You notice how she, like, evades, I want to strengthen the border. You want to build the wall. You want to build the wall. You want to build the wall. She forgot to mention she was raised in a middle-class family. You know it's bad when CNN can't save her. It's the same rehearsed answer over and over. Oh, how can someone say so much and not say anything? CNN actually aired this interview. This doesn't help Harris. Made my decision not voting for Kamala Harris. Legend says that the guy who asked the question is still there waiting. Dude, it's just so embarrassing. Embarrassing behavior on display here.
She was obviously responding.
That was a moment in time when
He's reflexively defending her on this, dude. Oh my God. Hutch, you don't have to defend everything, man. You can take some L's here or there. It's okay to take an L here or there. It's okay, bro.
People that she was trying to appeal to by going on tour with Liz Cheney, that she was trying to appeal to, that they looked at what she was saying and saying, "This, she doesn't mean anything. She's not being serious. There's no conviction."
Come on.
Are we going back to the Kamala?
She lost a lot of the purchasing power that she had in trying to appeal to those moderate independents in the first place.
But when I asked you, and I hope you have a better answer for me, and I would actually, you know what, Vadim, let me ask you a question, and it's not a gotcha. I just want to know. Let's say
I don't believe you. But go on. Go on.
Can I just say I agree with Vadim there. I don't believe you either, Hutch.
I just want to say quickly, the January 6th, the team up with Liz Cheney was over January 6th.
Okay. Is it just January 6th? But it's like, this could be true. Was it just over January 6th? Let's make sure. See, just to team up, you don't even have to team up with Liz Cheney over even just January 6th. Liz Cheney could just like make her position clear on you know, January 6th being a bad thing. There doesn't have to be a collaboration afterwards. Liz Cheney was an electoral fiasco for Harris. Conservatives backed Trump by bigger percentages than in 2020, and time spent with Cheney prevented Harris from reaching out to the voters she needed. She made her first campaign appearance with Liz Cheney in Wisconsin, Ripon, Wisconsin, the birthplace of the Republican Party. 1 month and 2 days before the 2024 election, the point of the visit was to signal to conservatives that they could split with Donald Trump's Republican Party over their concerns about the former president's election denialism. Yeah, but like that was just never going to happen. You were just like capitulating over here, trying to make this strong stance here. It was just never going to be feasible. Where like this was just going to hurt you more than it was actually going to, like, because people fucking hate Dick Cheney. And from what I can gauge, people really also hate Liz Cheney. So like it was just not a good idea. Over the authoritarian rhetoric, embrace of global strongman, Republicans could, Cheney argued, cast a country over party vote for the Democratic presidential nominee, just like the former chair of the House Republican Conference, who broke with Trump over his refusal to accept the results of the 2020 election, planned to do. The media loved the story, lavish attention was paid to the event, cable channels went live, ponderous essays were written in the great newspapers of the nation about the prospect that Harris would attract enough Republican votes to upend Trump's bid for a second term. Unfortunately, while many Democratic tacticians were enthusiastic about Cheney's jumping on board as a Harris backer, Republican voters couldn't have cared less. So it was ultimately a failure. You're telling me it was ultimately a failure? Oh, like they collaborated and teamed up, and the intention was to win over Republicans, make sure Republicans felt safe in knowing that they could like back this like that there was enough Republicans that were like, you know what, this has gone too far. No, Republicans didn't give a fuck. They didn't. Enough of them did not give a single fuck. The Cheney strategy was an abject failure that it added, if any, votes to the Democratic total, alienated voters who have no taste for the former GOP's representatives' neocon extremism. Extremism. And stole precious time from an agonizing... that's the other thing. Yeah, that's a good point. You could have done more with your time here. Stole precious time from an agonizingly short campaign schedule. Yeah. There was already a concern of, like, how much time do we have? Like, is it feasible to make this kind of work? And, like, the honeymoon period made it seem like there was a chance, but, wow, to read the rest of this, I have to subscribe and log in. How about you fuck off? You're never getting my subscription. I'm never giving you money to read a fucking article. You can suck my cock. Anyway, we get the gist though. It was just not viable. It's just not a viable, route to go down. You're just alienating like Democratic votes. And then, like, Republicans are just like, I don't give a fuck. Liz Cheney? Who cares about Liz Cheney? Fuck Liz Cheney. The new hot conservative right now. The big dog is the cult leader right now, Trump.
I want to confer with my tag team partner here for just a moment. What he's about to ask you is how do you dig yourself out of a hole that you yourself created in the first place by putting a major issue on the back burner? Take it away, Hutch.
No. Okay. What I'm asking you is when AOC, let's say she runs, when AOC is on the debate stage and she's up against her Democratic primary opponents, and the moderator asks her, and they're going to ask her this question. They're going to say, the border got really chaotic under Biden. The public largely turned on the Biden administration. It was the number 2 issue. People were very concerned about border security. Many people voted for Donald Trump because they wanted more border security. Do you think that Biden handled that well? And if not, what would you do differently? What would be your policy that you would implement if 800,000 people per month start showing up at the border?
Honestly.
Now, okay. Fair question. I don't know the answer. Vadim doesn't seem to know the answer. I don't know if anyone in the comment section will really know the answer of how to handle something like that more appropriately. But that's not our job. It's not our job to know this right out the gate. But it is a fair question of like, okay, how would you have handled this better? I don't know. I don't. But one thing I can guarantee you is that just going along with the status quo of continuing how you're operating doesn't spark enthusiasm. And then saying you're just going to like do Trump's plan, basically again, doesn't spark enthusiasm, especially for Democrats, people who don't like the wall. No one's going to be happy about that. So, I mean, like, I don't know the perfect answer. I'll admit I'm a little ignorant on the ways that you can do this successfully, like have a more alternative strategy, but it's not my job to. It's their job to. It's their job to stand out and take a better approach.
I think that that's like a little out of my depth. I'd have to kind of do some research to like really. But I will say one.
I think this was an appropriate response for Vadim to be like, "Yo, look, listen. That's a whole other thing. That's a little out of my depth, but I can tell you the bare basics, and this is all you really need to know. Like, this is all you really need to say is, listen, it doesn't inspire confidence if you just go with like the Mr. Cult Leader threat to democracy's game plan of like building a border wall and just continuing that, just running with that idea. Doesn't really spark much enthusiasm, I would say.
Quickly, which is just that I believe that we need to continue to, like, I'm not sure if this would have been the right thing for him to say in the moment, but I support creating more paths to
position.
And also I think that
Wait, would you grant that was Kamala's position?
That was Kamala's position, right?
And I also think that they actively needed to in a very, very substantial way to speak against the propaganda that they were actually that they ended up supporting in a lot of their. I mean, there's no
what propaganda? What propaganda did Kamala support?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about like that, like for instance, that ad that like where she was. You know what? I'm like so fried.
I'm talking about the like she was for they them, and then she had to distance herself from the like promoting trans surgeries.
Trans surgeries. You know what, guys? I'm really like fading fast. I have like certain.
Let's see if we can help the Vadim out. If there's like a specific ad. He is a little bit tuckered out. It's like 3 hours in. He told him he told him he can only go for like about 2 hours. And then he would start to crash a little bit. Let's see. Say that for later to watch. Kamala Harris, border ads. Did she do border ads? Oh, is he referring to like the propaganda that like the Republican administration kind of goes with, where there's tons of victims from illegal immigrants? I think that's what he's referring to. Let's help out Vadim. I think that's what he's referring to. Maybe this is an example of that.
Was given one important job as vice president: monitor and control our southern border.
Control our southern border. How did she do it? 7.2 million illegals entered the U.S.
Did she take the job seriously? Did she do?
Oh, this was against Kamala. Okay. Did she do all she could? Did she do anything else? This is not in support. Okay. This is not in support. To be clear, this one's not in support. Maybe there was an ad like that. Maybe. Oh, it was like stuff like
On the
this, I
border,
guess.
the choice is simple. Kamala Harris supports increasing the number of Border Patrol agents. Donald Trump blocked a bill to increase the number of Border Patrol agents. Kamala Harris supports investing in new technology to block fentanyl from entering the country. Donald Trump blocked funding for technology to block fentanyl from entering the country.
Oh, so
Kamala
so it's
Harris
basically, we're going to stop the human traffickers. We're going to increase number of Border Patrol agents. We're going to block fentanyl. It's like usually the same kind of a Republican talking points or whatever.
Harris supports spending more money to stop human traffickers. Donald Trump blocked money to stop human traffickers. Kamala Harris prosecuted transnational gang members and got them sentenced to prison. Trump is trying to avoid being sentenced to prison. There's two choices in this election: the one who will fix our broken immigration system, and the one who's trying to stop her.
Okay. Maybe he's referring to that, but again, it sounds like a similar, Trump tells the lie that he's going to do all those same things. So maybe like Vadim's argument is something like, there's not enough of a distinct, like it's the same kind of propaganda. It's the same kind of like fears that you could spread around about illegal immigrants, like alien immigrants, or like just but like without a whole host of quotes or examples. Hey, they can look on the X maybe. Maybe there's a better example of something. Let's see. Border control ads. She ran against M4A, promised to be tougher on the border than Trump. She was never for open borders. Biden-Harris expanded Trump's privatization of Medicare and broke deportation records. Shamelessly parodying Trump's lies in an attempt to prop up centrism's corpse. I admittedly don't know what M4A is, so let's see. M4A. Oop. Kamala. Oh, Medicare for All. Okay, that's what it's abbreviation. Okay, got it. Cool. That's not Kamala there. That's a recent one. She was running ads like this, promising to hire thousands more border agents. There we go.
Kamala Harris.
I think this is what Vadim's probably referring to.
Harris has spent decades fighting
Let's pause the music.
violent crime. As a border state prosecutor, she took on drug cartels and jailed gang members for smuggling weapons and drugs across the border. As vice president, she backed the toughest border control bill in decades. And as president, she will hire thousands more border agents and crack down on fentanyl and human trafficking. Fixing the border is tough. So is Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Gotcha. So I think that's what he's referring to, simply.
Limits 3 hours is a lot for me, and I'm just not able to.
20 minutes is a lot for you.
It's
Hey, no, one second.
It is a lot.
Fuck him.
Wait.
Oh yeah, we skipped around. I forgot. Like some of the hyper moments. We might have to go back, actually. We might have to go back to the complicit in genocide moments.
So out of line this whole time, and I'm going to throw a jab at him, and you're going to clutch your pearls?
No.
You've been belligerent against me the whole time, bro.
Come on. That's fair. That's fair. You can do that. Like, I grant you that. But I will say that, like, I mean, I don't think you like just maybe after we talk, this is over. Talk with Soy Pill about like my medical issues. It's not bullshit. Like it is not bullshit at all.
Is being a fucking prick like one of the side effects of your condition?
No, but that's not what he's talking
You
about.
must have the same thing as him.
Hutch, like you're entirely like even. I think Vadim has been way more good faith and charitable to a lot of these people. And especially to you, when he shouldn't have been. He's been a lot more patient by comparison. You are like, if you want to say Vadim's a dick, if you want to go that route, you're like 10 times the dick he is. Like I don't think you want to jump into that. Like you're like a total fucking asshole. She shouldn't have been talking about locking up immigrants. She should have talked about locking up Trump. Yeah. Like those kind of ads don't really inspire like enthusiasm or whatever. Like it's just like, oh, you're basically just gonna do what Trump does. Okay, all right, cool. I guess.
What he's talking about has to do with his stamina for doing it, not about him being a prick earlier. I mean, that's different.
It literally has nothing to do with his conduct.
It's really, it's very much about that. I'm okay with sticking around for maybe like another 10, 15 minutes. I do have one point that I want to make, which is outside of all this, which I don't think is.
Don't get me wrong. It's funny to like take jabs a little bit. It is a little funny. It's rude, but like he's not trying to be nice. It's funny to take jabs at someone's sleep or whatever. They're like sleep deprivation. It's a little funny. Like, I'm not one to be like, oh, no, you can't ever do that.
Very long conversation, so at some point I want the ability to say that. But I would, okay, we could, but I would like, if it's cool, I would like to, because I feel like I talked over Boy more than I should have.
We're so far past whatever I was
we're good. It's good.
Yeah,
Just
go ahead.
Let's do the last point.
Are you sure? I'd like to open it up to, okay, that's fine if that's how Boy feels. I just want to say this because I know, Hutch, I know you're going to rewatch this and kind of give your 2 cents on all this, which will undeniably be a whole bunch of bullshit. But I wanted to specifically to speak to you asked me to reach out to Ethan Klein. I will in the future when I'm working on a video that's probably going to be a little while before it's up. I want to make sure that you know that. But the other thing that is even more important that I wanted to convey here is that just so you know, there's this like misconception that I dodged Ethan. And I don't know if that is kind of like where you were coming from with asking me to talk with him. Like basically on the show, he presented it like I was dodging him. He refused to, like he cropped out our messages in order to make it look like I was ducking him, and I absolutely was not. So I just want you to
Hutch doesn't care about what's true or not. Hutch doesn't care. He probably already knew this. Honestly, he probably didn't know because he doesn't research into anything that he's talking about, especially drama. He doesn't do enough research to be able to understand thoroughly.
So that when you are discussing it, so that you're not basically like spreading some BS, like this guy is calling me a pussy, but he wouldn't talk to Ethan. That's not the case. So
tell Ethan to stop dodging me, Hutch. Tell Ethan to stop dodging me. That's more important.
Well, I don't know why didn't you go on the show if you invited
That is true. Ethan should stop dodging Pisco. Stop running, little bitch. Stop running. Stop running from Pisco, okay?
He invited me. He told me that I could come on anytime that I wanted, and I made the thinking about it, just remembering the details. I made the date with them, and then something came up on my end. I wrote them and said that I couldn't make it, and then literally 1 minute after that,
Is Hutch even going to respond to any of this afterwards? I don't even remember. I think I stopped. I thought I only had an hour left, but apparently I had less than 30 minutes left because I remember this part. I might have had like 20 minutes left of this when I was last watching.
as soon as possible. Give me a list of dates, like something like that. It's on like Donkey Kong, and they cropped it right at the point. Like literally, you can see if you look at the full picture because it's like Twitter, and you can see the like timestamps. You can see that 1 minute after the first message that I sent came.
Oh wait, I'm not sure if this is real or not. I'm not sure if this is a joke. Hold on. This might be misinformation, so I don't want to verify this as real for sure, but what the hell is this screaming guy looking at on his free time? Accidental alt tab is killing these streamers. It's on Rule 34, which has more posts, and it's like, I guess 2 lolly figures. Yeah. I don't know if this is real or not. This might be a meme. Oh my god. Hey, you're caught, buddy. You're caught, buddy. Caught playing a lolly 34 rule game on stream. I kind of want to know if this is real. That'd be a very particular weird thing to like fake. Vons. Was this today's? Because it feels like this is like something that would have happened today. Maybe this was on Kick. I think this would be something that happened on Kick, that this is real. It would have had to have happened today, I think. He's like live now or something. I don't think this gives you...
It's all melted, it's gone. Didn't take too long, like a toffee latte.
Toffee latte?
Donut latte, innit? Yeah. Toffee donut.
It's the current stream. Wait. Is this the same one? I think he's still live, so... I just want to know if this is fake or real. We're looking around. It says he's still alive.
Now, when I say controversial...
When was this posted, by the way? When did somebody first bring this to attention? This was 2 hours ago, right? So maybe around here?
Like causing fear and suffering. Really gone because we... And so like she's being...
You would have the skull thing on. Oh, maybe somebody did this as a joke while he's covering like Nuxtaku.
Just chatting streams.
Or maybe like on Nuxtaku's screen it shows it.
By this.
And that's the joke.
He's been good.
1,000 lights.
Thumbnail. Access adult web. This exchange.
Kid, and your engagement.
They were clearly an adult. We can see.
Whatever, I don't care enough. Maybe I'll find it later if it's real. Funny joke though, if fake. Seems like it's fake.
The other, and they showed it like in a misleading fashion. And then on top of that, Ethan couldn't even make it himself. They didn't end up doing a show that day. So it's just kind of ridiculous in all sorts of ways. I was not ducking him. If anything, it's the other way around. I made it very clear. I also messaged Dan, you know, the one of the crew guys, and just kept on saying like, have me on. So that is the actual story with that, just so everyone knows.
That was the thing that you wanted to close out on?
Yeah. I wanted to make sure that you knew that. I mean, I guess I could say more substantially that it's my belief with all of the vote discussion that we had that that I think that by shaming those who took a principled stand inside that situation, it's my belief that you guys are actually creating more voter apathy by creating this, contributing to this feel of it being kind of like it's our club, you're in, you guys are out. And I wouldn't feel that way. I wouldn't feel that way if I didn't think that those people were actually doing something active to create a necessary change that they felt like they had to do.
I think the other thing is to take into consideration of like, there's a hypocrisy here too, where the leftist is not allowed to make a moral principled stance of, I'm not going to be complicit in genocide by voting for a person who is facilitating genocide at this very moment. Like, Hutch is taking a huge grievance with that person, right? But then Hutch and Pisco will give endless excuses for facilitating that genocide in the first place. And also they'll give endless excuses of why, you know, Biden and Harris couldn't do anything to release the Epstein files, which was a massive cover up. Like, they're complicit in that and blockading the truth of the matter, the heart of the matter, the corruption. And they use the excuse of, well, it would be corrupt. It would be corrupt to release the Epstein files because it comes off as, you know, politically motivated against your political opposition, which is Trump, which is fascism to Hutch. So wait, you say leftists should vote for people who are engaging in abating genocide. You know, fuck your morals and principles on that matter. But the morals and principles that should be stuck to. Biden should stick to those morals and principles. Even if it means continuing the cover-up of a massive conspiracy that is engaging in child trafficking and so on and so forth by a cabal of satanic billionaire freaks. I rest my case. I think it's pretty clear that Hutch doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Okay. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and I think I'm gonna look for keywords because I want to see the breakdown moments. I skipped around on the breakdown moments, admittedly. So we'll cover a tiny bit of that, and we'll look at this video on the ICE concentration camp, distraught, horribly sick. All these, get a little bit more information on that matter. And then we'll look at a little bit of this. Trump and 25 others implicated in more emails and encrypted diary. I think they start reading the encrypted diary. I don't know if there's time marks for specifics of when they start reading it, but we'll look at a little bit of that.
This is fucking
okay. Okay, Fifth Amendment, they go over that. Yeah, by the way, Maxwell was waiving her Fifth Amendment. She wanted clemency, I think, from President Trump before she talked about anything. So yeah, let's organize this a little bit. I think we'll do it this way. A little bit more of this. We'll finish off, like, we'll get into some of the funnier highlights. Vadim confronting Hutch on genocide denial. Then we'll go to this, and yeah. I guess that Asmongold fan is not going to show up. It's okay. We didn't have to rely on the Asmongold fan to debate for content. Wasn't necessary. Okay. Let me Read this. Epstein files should have been the foundation of the Harris Walls campaign. You would think, but they don't want to win. They don't operate like they want to win. It's like they love losing. It's like they're addicted to losing. All right. All right. All right, continuing on.
Gaza, you will lose. So it would be in its
No, to be more
analogy, it would
specific,
say,
to be more specific, if you don't do the thing that I want you to do, I will help Donald Trump win.
Sure.
He's already triggering me. I just got back and I'm already triggered. Even though I knew he would say this. Even though I knew exactly his stance. I'm already just so triggered as if like it's like I've never heard it before.
Sure, I understand the framing. I just
You don't understand. Like they're threatening that they'll help the Donald Trump win. No, we're telling you, he will win, and he did win, because you weren't able to take a moral, consistent, principled position on genocide bad, on not facilitating genocide to a ethno-nationalist fascist state. That's what they were saying. That's what they were saying. That's all they were saying. It's not that hard to understand.
That's not helping. They are already trying to do something about an apathy that is going to be there whether you like it or not. I very much like Ogre, because I know Ogre Boy has a lot to say about this, and I said a mouthful, and he can talk very capably about this.
I thought, Ogre Boy, I thought you changed your mind about voting for Kamala, and you think that would have been the right thing to do. Didn't you tell me that?
The discussion in the moment is still the same. The idea of what a lot of people were trying to do in 2024, it was akin to yelling at the main character inside the movie theater while you're watching a horror movie.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Is dude, you can avoid losing. You can avoid being murdered if you just turn around. You can avoid murder by making A, B, and C decisions. Why don't you do that? It's the most obvious decisions you can make.
Tell somebody that
this was a United States representative who has a tremendous amount of influence in the state that she serves, which happened to be a battleground state. And she could have, at any point, told her supporters in no uncertain terms, the threat of Donald Trump is real. He is going to probably be worse than the first term. Everything that they're threatening to do in Project 2025 sounds like it will do a lot of damage. It will kill a lot of people. We can get into the USAID cuts, but I feel like that point has been made 1,000 times. And nobody forced her. You say holding out for concessions. I don't know what that means. Through the election? What does that even mean?
What do you mean you don't know what that means?
What does it mean to hold out? Was she hoping for a concession the day before the election? Was she hoping for a concession on the day of the election?
Looking for her to either do a weapons embargo or to
and that didn't happen.
Or to promise a ceasefire. Hopefully,
and that didn't happen. But
that was right. If she had done that,
10 million people are going to die from USAID cuts, and it's partly her fault. It's partly her fault. Yes.
Vadim, what he's asking is, yes, holding out for concessions is valid. He understands the concept of, hey, I don't really want to endorse until you do this. But once it becomes clear this is not going to happen 24 hours before, because she's not going to pass that in 24 hours, why not at that point then endorse?
Because it's a fucking genocide.
Is Donald Trump is he a fascist?
What's that?
Is Donald Trump a fascist?
Donald Trump is a fascist, and that's why, as I said,
is MAGA a nascent fascist movement?
Throughout her campaigning, spoke to that constantly.
Just because there's a greater threat doesn't mean you have to give. Doesn't mean you're forced to give a full, glaring endorsement of a person already engaging. Again, it's also sanitized to them. Genocide is just like another word. It's just like it's just like this nebulous thing that's happening here. It's like they're not people. It's like they're not people to them. That's how they treat it. That's how that may not actually be what they think. But they don't treat it like that. Yeah, it's kind of an important thing to note that if you're not willing to stand up and stop genocide, why should I trust you with a position of power? Why should I trust you to uphold democracy? As by the way, Kamala kind of just, after she lost, she just kind of left for a long time and didn't actually fight the fascist administration. Biden certainly isn't. He's kind of dipped. Guys, I warned you. Yeah, but you're not here to you don't actually give a fuck that it's happening. You're just here cynically to try to run again Embarrassing display.
You're not. You seem to be just breezing past the responsibility that people have to use their influence. To use their influence to affect the best possible outcome. Okay, if you are a sitting representative,
the best possible outcome.
You don't need to interrupt every time I speak, Vadim.
Yeah, but you're like.
Let me speak. I am not long-winded like you. I can make my point in 10 seconds without 50,000 qualifiers.
Go ahead, then Vadim respond. Okay.
You seem to be of the mind that people don't have a responsibility to use the influence they have to affect for the best possible outcome. You think that people...
Dude, Joker Boy's counting down how long he's going to be talking for.
I'm saying that this is the way that they are using
a couple seconds. You seem to think that people can just absolve themselves of any responsibility that they have. He's a United States representative. Okay? You cannot tell me in one breath that Donald Trump is
asking for concessions to get an endorsement is not irresponsible. This is what you would want to do. You would want to ask for specific concessions, especially as grave moral failings of like, you need to do something to resolve this conflict, to alleviate. You need to at least try. That's not an irresponsible thing to do. Asking for those concessions, especially if it helps. If Harris was to do these things, it would only be a plus, really. It'd only be really a net good. So like this is not irresponsible at all with your platform. This is only responsible, to be honest. Oh man. It feels reaffirming to hear that, because this is the same sentiment that I've been saying too. Every time he's like made this argument. Same wavelength here. Me and J Stock here on the same wavelength in terms of making the very obvious criticism here, where it's like you need to pick one.
Listen to me. We don't need you. Fuck you. You understand that? Fuck you. First of all, you are not the base. Second of all, we don't need you. Do you see what's happening in elections for the last year? Do you
Dude, it's so funny. It's so funny. It's like, we don't need you. Fuck you. Okay. Okay, that's like fine, I guess. Don't blame them for the last election then. Don't blame them for saying, oh, you didn't go out and vote, or you didn't. Like, you can't do both. You shouldn't do both. Pick one. We don't need you. I don't want you. I think other people shouldn't talk to you. Or blame them for the last election. Either one. Don't do both. It's so goofy, man.
Yeah.
You hate us. We hate you. It's mutual. Fuck you. We're not on the same team. Fuck you. Fuck you.
So like, you would agree that like Hutch would be just as irresponsible. He would just be as much to blame, because he did this last time too, where he kept saying like, we don't need you. Fuck you want me? Well, fuck you want us to do, beg? Like you're just as complicit. You're just as complicit in Kamala's loss by that logic. Because you were like you were deterring people off. Like you're like making arguments against leftists. You were saying like you were just like agitating them, and you were basically just being like, well, fuck you. We don't need you anyway.
By the way, it's very funny to me that he says this. We're not on the same team. You are on the same team. There is no other team.
Yeah, like it's only reaffirming the leftists' feelings that they're not being listened to. That's all it's doing. That's literally all it's doing. You're only pushing them away even further.
And then in the next breath tell me, but I'm going to stop short of endorsing the only person that could beat her.
Don't tell me what I think.
I'm telling you what you're telling me, bro. You're saying that she didn't have any responsibility.
Okay, let me respond.
You know, you shaved your head, and I think maybe you have like some sort of
let's not do this.
Don't go there.
It's beneath you. It's beneath you.
That gives you like psychic powers now. That the lack of hair allows you to pierce my brain and know
what's
going
going on.
Just say you need a nap. Wait. Let him respond.
Okay.
Let him tell you what he thinks.
Okay, let's go.
I think that they were using their influence to the best of the ability that they could by holding out in order to get something which they knew was the only thing that would win the election. Them kind of saying this scenario in which they kind of bit the bullet and did some sort of like please vote for her. Like I know like it's a genocide, and they've like completely ignored us. They didn't listen to us at the they kicked us out basically at the DNC, and they are just kind of like shitting on us by like funding a genocide of our community. Like, please just go ahead and vote for her anyway. Yes, maybe in some cases that would have gotten a few more people out to vote, but that would not have created the sort of groundswell of support that would have occurred if they were successful.
Okay, I follow you. So if they don't have influence sufficient to make any kind of meaningful impact on the election, why were they making demands?
Well, because
pause on that for a second.
Oh, you can't say this in one breath and then say what you just said, what I just covered earlier, where you're like, we don't need you anyway. We don't need you anyway. Again, you have to pick one. Do you blame leftists or not? Is their support important or not?
What leverage did they have? You're saying, well, they couldn't have really made a difference. Then what doesn't that annihilate the very premise? Like, it's absurd that they would be holding out for concessions because what leverage do they have?
What other options do they have other than trying to appeal to the
there's
representatives?
also another aspect of this, which is just kind of like at a certain point, people do have certain kind of like principles that they like are going to like hold to, and that's I mean, is there no situation where you guys would where you would respect someone who did the same if like I mean,
there are some situations. No, there are some situations. It's just they didn't present themselves.
Well, if there are some situations, then why not of all things a genocide? I'll
tell you why.
If you're going to have,
I'll tell you why.
If you're going to just last sentence, okay? If you're going to
a genocide's permissible as long as it helps. We can ignore the genocide as long as it benefits us. As long as it benefits the American people. Yeah, Pisco. Good compelling argument.
Have the cutoff at some point, then like why is like a genocide not the point where you start doing that?
Well, I give this example a lot. Wait, I want to respond to this because Vadim, I give the example a lot of like I sympathize. I know people who have family in Gaza that were killed by Israel. Okay, like I understand their line of reasoning of like, wow, it's very hard for me to hold my nose and go say, yeah, the person who helped that happen, I'm going to go vote for you. But it's our job as content creators and politicians as well, especially so, to say, hey, just because this thing is happening and is awful, there are more things that are going to happen. And because both of you acknowledge Trump is just demonstrably worse, we need to do everything we can to stop that. It doesn't matter if you
won the election. There's no like scenario.
No, wait, I agree with that. I agree. I agree with your take that the Gaza issue didn't swing the election. That's why I think it's so ridiculous sometimes for people to claim credit that, oh, if they had just, Hutch's point, if they had just listened to us, they would have won the election. I think that the loss had to do more with prices or whatever. But that's not what people are pointing at and why they're upset. Yeah, this quote tweet isn't directly responsive to the issue related to whatever, these 7 representatives who I condemned for their vote, including whatever, Glusen Perez, etc. What people are upset about isn't, well, we know they would have had a statistical effect in the election. It is the priorities of these people and what they view as the existential nature of the threat or that Trump imposes. The fact that we are all on this plane together and we're all going to fucking die if we don't gather forces and do what it takes for the benefit not just of ourselves, but for millions of other people in other places, including the people being slaughtered in Gaza. And on every score of that, there's a frustration not to be lectured to by these people. I'm not saying that it's directly responsive to what these people are saying, but you should at least understand where it's coming from. It's being sick of it. It's being sick of this kind of talking down to people who wouldn't even do the bare minimum.
No, you're like. Okay, go ahead. Ogre Boy has
There's a couple different things here, and the first one is essentially one of the arguments, or at least the attempt to try to make this make sense, is that it's not a matter of what we as a group or the people sitting on Politics Nerd Island that spend all day reading and listening to commentators and public speakers and all this different shit. It was an attempt to try to like get some kind of message across to normies and have normies hear what comes out of the candidate's specific mouth to say what they were willing to do. She had the opportunity sitting across from Dana Bash to say, what are you going to do different? And she said that she was
also to be so passive and permissive of like the behaviors that they're engaging in, what they're facilitating. Like you helped create the permission structure. You were apathetic to these things in the first place. Trying to get concessions, trying to stand on a moral principle, a firm moral principle, and not just, oh, you could just vote for Kamala, please. I know she's engaging in a genocide. I know she's a war criminal, but could you please? No, like trying to get firm concessions, trying to get things out of her before you give an explicit endorsement is actually an important fundamental thing, I think, like even politically. Because again, you're just creating the permission structures for this to happen inward, which you guys just did. You guys just helped by just being apathetic to the whole issue entirely. That's because honestly, like your behavior demonstrates that you do not see Arabs as humans, that are anyone else affected by this as humans. You just don't. Like you wouldn't just like kind of hand wave this otherwise. You wouldn't like
different.
But play it out, Ogre. Can I just say, play it out? So for example, let's say that we're in your world of political sort of analysis. Kamala Harris says, you know what? I'm gonna announce for the first time here, Jake, whoever's doing the fucking debate, what's happening in Gaza is a genocide, and I'm immediately resigning because that's what she would have to do, wouldn't she? That's what she would have to do if she were the vice president of an administration that is a party to a genocide in that respect. The way you're saying is she can't be a party to it, she has to resign. How the fuck can she declare it as a genocide from her position as vice president, part of that administration?
I'm not
Talk me through it, Ogre.
It's not.
What should she have done then that she didn't do?
You're picking the maximalist position in the other direction to try to turn it into
So you don't hold it. You don't hold it against
scenario.
her. You're right. So you don't hold it against her. So now
I'm
let's play
saying
another.
all she had to do
let's
was
just do the
play
other
into
scenarios.
Can we fucking talk? What's happening here? Only thing that she had to do was say yes. Under my administration, if evidence comes across my desk that the Leahy Act or the Foreign Assistance Act 620I, I believe, that when and if these things are being violated, I'll look into it. That's it.
Yeah.
That would have been that would have been enough to get a lot of the grassroots activists. Why would you ask me if that's what I feel is necessary when I'm telling you what I think is necessary?
Okay, so what you just produced, right, is you're saying, I'm not asking her for the sun and moon. I just want some sort of token gesture that she would look into her boss and everyone that she works with for violations of the Leahy Act. Okay, but that's
the person.
And then what's the Ogre? Let me finish. What is the next question after she says, I think that we should look into violations of the Leahy Act? What's the next question? You produce it. What's the next question? Go.
Why hasn't Biden done that?
That's a great question.
Do you feel, or how about number two? Do you feel the Leahy Act has been violated under administration? Maybe our administration is violating its obligations with respect to genocides. And so
if we go back to what I
that's
actually
a good
said,
political strategy.
Can I go back to what I actually said as opposed to what you tried to make me say?
Wait, actually admit to wrongdoing and like hold yourself accountable? Wow, Pisco. Yeah, maybe they shouldn't be in power. That's a good question. Why are they in power, Pisco? Why are they in power? Why are we just like we should keep these people in power? Actually, Pisco, why Pisco, why would they do this? Then they would have to admit fault. Yes, you would have to admit fault. Yes, you would actually have to hold yourself accountable and do things to stop continuing that behavior and resign disgracefully, mind you. Pisco, why would we want these people in power? Why do you want that?
I said all she had to say was essentially, if information comes across my desk that there's violations of the Leahy Act and the Foreign Assistance Act, I'm willing to look into it.
That would have appeased a lot of the leftovers.
And also, bottom line, here, let me ask this, because this is one of the things.
And this is Ogre Boy saying, like, this is the compromise of, like, just acknowledge that, hey, like, there's some serious concerns and we should look into this. Like, this is Ogre Boy being, like, willing to compromise of, like, yeah, they're probably going to be full of shit, but, like, if you really wanted to appeal, all you had to do is, like, even just on the most basic, like, politics maneuvering 101 or whatever, is to be like, actually, yeah, it seems like there's, like, some genuine concerns and in the way things are being handled, and we'll look into this. That was, like, a lie that you could have sold that would have... Listen, it was a lie. It's still inappropriate. It's still immoral. It's still not something like I would rather you not lie. I'd rather you actually look into the concerns and stop the genocide. Stop, giving funding to Israel. Stop sending weapons to Israel. I'd rather that. But like Ogre Boy's being like, hey, like here's a compromise. If you wanted to win, very least you could do is lie to our fucking faces and say, we'll look into this strongly and convincingly. And maybe you fucking dipshits wouldn't have to bitch and moan if, like, she did her job and just lied to the leftists. And just lied and said, yeah, you know what? We'll actually meaningfully try to do, like, convince people that you're going to try to do something about it. Now, they wouldn't have, obviously. This would be based on a lie. But it's like, if you wanted to win, if your strategy was to win the office,
that I wanted to get at,
then that's what you would have. That's what you would have to do.
Do you guys even fucking continue to read articles or stay up to date on any news whatsoever to any of this shit?
Why is that relevant? Why is that? Hang on. So first of all, why did you just bring that up?
Why did I just bring that up?
Yeah. So you're like, are you studying your Gaza? Yeah. So and why is that relevant exactly?
Because there was two articles that came out in November specifically about how the Biden administration knew in December of 2023 that they were already committing war crimes in Gaza.
No, you're getting into the substance. You're getting into.
Yeah, they were already aware, by the way. Yeah, they were already aware that they were committing war crimes. It's not like it was a secret.
Getting into the substance of the argument. That's not what we're talking about.
I haven't forbid I touch on substance.
But you know that's not what we're talking about. Do you want us to actually have a conversation about whether or not they have violated Leahy Act, or whether they're not? Is that what you think we're talking about, Ogre?
I'm talking about a
that's what we're
failure on
talking
their
about?
behalf to do what's right in order to actually.
You don't think we're talking about the Leahy Act, do you?
Not only to be on the right side of history, but to also simultaneously save the potential for the fucking election. Yes.
Okay, let me jump in here. Let me jump in. There's a couple things I want to point out. Okay.
Yeah, Pisco is actually more obnoxious than Hutch in this time, which is actually very sad. Very sad to say. Like, just as obnoxious. Let's be fair. It's a little bit more accurate. He's just as obnoxious as this panel. These arguments are fucking dog shit.
There have been
like he's such a dem shell. Yeah.
In multiple independent organizations that have done their own estimates about the projected death toll from USA ID cuts globally over the. You can
Don't
moralize to me about Gaza.
Project 2025.
No. Don't moralize to me about Gaza and imply that I don't give a fuck about like people dying or whatever. If you're gonna poo-poo and hand wave the current
you were hand waving the fucking genocide in the first place. You were complicit in making genocide denial remarks. I don't give a fucking shit about your. Look at the potential like massive like death toll of like what the Trump administration is going to bring us. Don't you want to stop that? Don't you want to stop? Again, he doesn't see anyone in Palestine or any other place for that matter, like near the Middle East or whatever. My assumption is that he's completely Islamophobic and he doesn't see them as human. So his main priority, his main concern is the American people. And like he'll just hand wave and just make these observations of like, oh, well, you know, what Israel's doing is wrong, but like Hamas bad and stuff like that. And he'll just minimize until he can't anymore. And then he'll just ignore the topic completely and just ignore the massive war crimes that are still going on to this day and the breaking of the ceasefire multiple times now. Like how many times? 50 times? Oh, how many times have we broken the ceasefire now? What's the count out? Israel ceasefire. How many times? This is just like this is from November 11th, 2025. But they've broken a ceasefire. They've killed 586 Palestinians and injured 1,558. This was from like last year. At least 282 times, but that's from November 10th to October 10th to November 10th. Let's go to Noah Sampson's video. Maybe he's got a more accurate assessment that can cause a ceasefire. I don't know if he ever gives the count.
Genocide. For 2 years straight, we watched Israel commit genocide in Gaza. We watched as they killed hundreds of thousands of Palestinian people, tortured them, starved them, locked them into cages and opened fire. On this tiny strip of land, of which half of the population is children, they dropped the equivalent of 13 nuclear bombs. They tried to erase Gaza, and the world watched. But one day, late last year, the bombing stopped. A ceasefire had been reached. The agreement, backed by the United States and signed by Israel and Hamas on October 10th, calls for the exchange of hostages, the suspension of all military operations, and the commencement of the full entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Soon after its implementation, hostages and prisoners were released. Some Palestinians would attempt the journey home. Many would return to find that there was nothing left. So was this it? Was the genocide over? Did we finally achieve peace? And well, no, not exactly. In the 4 months since the ceasefire was signed, Israel has killed over 500 Palestinian people, men, women, and children. They've wounded thousands more with their snipers, their drone strikes, their tank shelling, and their aerial bombardment. The IDF has continued its campaign of mass destruction in Gaza, blowing up everything in sight, demolishing thousands of buildings with explosives and bulldozers. They've also continued their brutal strangulation at the crossings, restricting the entry of vital humanitarian aid and all the other basic necessities required to sustain life. The genocide did not end. It continued, only this time slower and quieter. Gaza's corpses have been hidden under the shroud of peace talks. The violence described now not as massacres or war crimes, but as incidents and tests which underscore the fragility of the ceasefire.
Jesus Christ.
In the past 2 years, Israel has been systematically destroying the Gaza Strip.
Okay. There's not an exact count that he puts up, but you get the point. You get the general point. They're not exactly, and like there's like a lack of coverage on that from Hutch's end, or a lack of acknowledgement from what I've seen. To be fair, I don't watch Hutch 24/7, but I would imagine it would not surprise me that he's never mentioned breaking, the ceasefire. And this would probably go for Pisco too. It wouldn't surprise me. It would probably go for most of these neoliberals that they wouldn't have such a heavy focus on such a on an issue like this. Look at Pisco's face right now. He's got the look of like he's got the look of hatred right now.
Dude, fuck you, all right? You don't even think it's genocide. You don't even don't speak. You told him to speak. Fuck you. The current projections.
Hutch. I muted them. Start over, and then
the current projections right now, and I'm gonna make my other point. The current projections now are that 200,000 kids on the low end of the estimate have died.
Oh, now we care about kids dying.
Just in the last year from USAID cuts. That number is expected to swell to over...
We only care when they're American, though. We only care when they're American kids.
1 million. So you have no leg to stand on. You have no leg to stand on moralizing as though your red line of Gaza was some kind of justification to allow the Trump administration to come in and do what he did.
It's not like justification. We're saying you're going to lose because you can't hold to a strong, moral, firm principle and not commit a genocide. You're no better than the Trump administration by facilitating, you're just a more clean, you're better for the American people, but you're not exactly clean. You're still a war criminal. Bill Clinton is only better than Donald Trump in the sense of, was he a better president for the American people? Yeah. But he wasn't a good person.
I want to make my second point that I think is much broader, which is that you guys...
He's not really that much better than Donald Trump.
Need to stop treating these elections like it's a fucking game that don't have real consequences, okay? These are real. People are living and dying because of these things.
Wow, it's almost as... Dude. This guy's so fucking gross. He's actually like one of the grossest pieces of shit on in this space. It's crazy. This is exactly what you do. These are real lives that you're just passively moving away from your conscience. Was he Bill Clinton was a good president, but was a bad person? Simple as. I don't know enough about Bill Clinton's presidency to be able to say that he was most Democrats are really not that. Most presidents are really not good presidents. They're probably effective in certain means. They're more effective than Republicans for sure. But it's I don't know.
The outcome of the election is so enormous.
A week ago, listening to both
you don't get to tell me. You don't get to tell me that it's. Hold on. Let me. I wasn't quite done.
Now, actually, you don't get to tell us. You don't get to tell us that these lives not matter. These American lives not matter. When you were hand waving the Gaza genocide and you were doing genocide denial, actually, you don't get to tell us. You threw them under the bus. You did. You did that. You created the permission structure. Not you, but you participated in creating the permission structure to facilitate that genocide even further, to grant the permissions to continue that genocide. Disgusting fucking rodent. Disgusting piece of fucking filth.
I wasn't quite done. Stop using the threat of helping Republicans win.
You are reversing this whole
Listen to me.
thing.
Stop using...
You're helping Republicans win, by the way, by doing this stuff. Hand-waving all these atrocities. You helped the Republicans. Congratulations, you fucking played yourself. Now it's inward. It's happening all to the American people. You participated in this. You were helping. Congratulations, Pisco. Congratulations, Hutch. Congratulations, Destiny. Congratulations, Soy Pill. Congratulations, I'm really important. I'm sorry, you were just helping us. Congratulations to anyone and helping create the permission structures for this all to happen to us. It didn't matter that this was happening, like poor illegal immigrants, all these horrible things happening to immigrants, you know, out of sight, out of mind. Doesn't happen. It doesn't matter that it's happening to Palestine right now. It doesn't, you know, out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, endless justifications for all these happening. Like, you don't get it. All these things are a lot more complex. You don't understand.
I'm going to help Republicans win. This is pathetic. Vadim, this is pathetic. Don't ask your soldier boy to jump in and take over for you, and then jump in with this belligerent nonsense. Do I look scared, Ogre Boy? Do you two intimidate me?
Okay, wait, Hutch, let me respond.
No, I was not done. Let me make my last point. You guys, can you mute that for a second? Mute that for a second. I'm serious. This belligerent clown.
Let him respond.
Let him respond. He cut me off, bro. He's been screaming the whole time. It is
because I'm fucking disgusted by what you're saying, and I need to.
You told Ogre Boy to jump in because you don't know how to collect your thoughts, and then I start speaking, and you jump in and start yelling. No, you don't.
I know exactly what I want to say.
I'm muting all three of you. Okay, Hutch.
Wow.
I think your point was almost done. But you did make a lot of points there, and clearly Vadim wants to have a little response to this, so let's let Vadim get a word in, then Ogre Boy can respond, and then you can all scream at each other again. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, okay, so it's my turn now? Is that...
Oh, wait, hold on. He was the only moderate president that makes the deficit positive. I'm not saying he was the best president, he was the businessman Trump president. So yeah.
That was
go ahead.
Speak!
Go ahead and respond.
Jesus Christ!
Bro. You are far more to fucking blame for this situation. So you're someone who every step of the way has denied that there is in fact a fucking genocide going on to begin with. So like I'm not like going to be like lectured by someone who actively helped create a status quo with the situation that is the reason why we lost the election because fucking the Dems and principally Biden and Harris did not do not only what was a moral imperative, but what was an imperative to get people out to vote, to create a groundswell of like just like a feeling that they were going
to shake your head and make your fucking little faces all day long. Harris lost for a reason. Harris wasn't captivating. Harris wasn't engaging in any much better behavior. It just didn't happen to the American people. They just didn't do it to the American people.
To actively be different than Biden and you have to start from like in order for me to like vaguely respect anything you're fucking saying, you have to like actually acknowledge all of the experts and like the a massive amount of data that we have that points to it actually being a genocide before you try and guilt trip us about this bullshit.
Did you see the exit polls, Vadim? Like that issue was nowhere near the top of why people voted.
Well,
I've already put in front of Hutch before, like a aggregate of 34 different polls that show that it would have meant winning in the swing states for Kamala. And the first name on that list that put the first poll was Lakshya Jain, your guys' fucking polling boy.
Ooh.
Like the information.
Our polling boy.
That's your polling boy. That's your boy. That's your man's.
On for podcast is our polling boy. So we
you guys blaze. That's your boy. Hutch is your boy. This is your polling boy. What do you want?
That's your boy.
Inflation and immigration.
Yeah. Shut your bitch ass up. Ogre boy. Dude.
Inflation and immigration.
I'm not talking
and
about
you're right,
nationwide. I'm talking about in the swing states, which she lost. Wait, wasn't it all? It was all of them, right? Right. So.
Yep.
Whoa.
Wait. Just pause right there. Why did you say? Oh, it was all of them, right? Are you like trying to dunk on the fact that she lost? Like, wow, like you're.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Because she's a fucking loser. Pisco. You supported a loser. A loser to a pedophile rapist. Yes. Congratulations. Let's see. Kamala Harris. Let's fact check this. Lose all the swing states. Oh no. Oh my God. Kamala Harris lost all 7 swing states in the 2024 presidential election, including Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. This loss was attributed to a combination of factors, including a significant shortfall of approximately 780,000 votes compared to Donald Trump, who secured a larger share of the popular vote. The election results indicated that Trump gains in these traditionally Democratic battleground states were substantial, making a reversal from the Biden-Harris victory in 2020. Let's see. Why did Kamala Harris lose the swing states? Identify turnout shifts and change the composition of the electorate as principal reasons. Which swing states were at stake and which Harris lost? Margin reporting what the sources do and do not say. I'm trying to look for like an identifying reason. Like what were the in those swing states, because they mentioned like one of the things at the top of the polling, like a number 1 or a number 2, was the Gaza genocide. Top reasons. Polling. Unclear messaging, underwhelming campaign, turnout issues, demographic shifts. Donald Trump swept all 7 swing states, easily paving the way to the White House. Suggested a neck-and-neck race, but not enough time to prepare. Interview doom loop. Rise of new media. Derangement syndrome. Minority outreach. I'm not seeing anything related to Gaza, admittedly, in some of these. Who did he reference? It was their poll boy. Who's Ogre Boy referencing exactly? Where can I find the more accurate assessment of, like, to get an idea that, like, this is even, like, again, I don't want to say, like, Gaza was, like, a primary thing that, like, American voters, like, had on their mind when they were like, I'm not going to vote for Harris. Clearly, that's not the case. But, like, you have to take into consideration of how much, what level of influence, and I'm sure there was a pretty decent amount of influence in a lot of people's, minds of not wanting to actually vote for Harris.
Us about this bullshit.
Did you
Go ahead,
Did you
guys.
see the exit polls, Vadim? Like that issue was nowhere near the top of why people voted.
Well, there
But
are
I've already put in front of Hutch before, like a aggregate of 34 different polls that show that it would have meant winning in the swing states for Kamala. And the first name on that list that put the first poll was Laksha Jain. Your guy.
So you put that. I would have to ask Ogre Boy for this if I'm able to. I'd want to see this on my own or whatever to be able to look at that. I mean, I guess I'll take his word for it for now, especially if Hutch has already seen it. But yeah, Trump won Pennsylvania because Elon Musk lied to the Amish. Let's start a GoFundMe to buy Epstein's Island and start a podcast. Starting a podcast on Epstein's Island, and that's the whole entire gimmick. Hey guys, we're on Epstein's Island, and it's a podcast about Epstein's Island. Let me be clear. We're not talking about the Epstein files. We're not talking about Epstein's like life. We're just talking about the island. We just want to talk about the landscape, the the infrastructure. We just want to talk about the environment in terms of like it's a very nice, cozy environment. That's all we want to talk about is the island in of itself and how beautiful it is. I got a chicken dandy from Wingstop the other day with honey rub. It was like $3.99, and I am daydreaming about it right now. Easy best chicken sandwich based on price alone. This is how I know I'm losing the audience. This is how I know I'm losing Zoo Phillips. This motherfucker talking about a chicken sandwich in the fucking chat. Big L for Emery here.
Guys, is fucking polling boy. Like the information.
Our polling boy. The guy
What
we had
the
on for a
fuck?
podcast is our polling boy. So we
That you guys blaze. That's your boy. Hutch is your boy. This is your polling
It's
boy.
your boy.
It was inflation and immigration. Inflation and immigration.
I'm not talking
and
about
you're right,
nationwide. I'm talking about in the swing states, which she lost. Wait, wasn't it all? It was all of them, right? Right. So
yeah,
in
but
this-
wait,
you guys
wait,
non-election
just pause right there. Why did you say, oh, it was all of them, right? Are you like trying to dunk on the fact that she lost? Like, wow, like you're happy she lost? That's what it seemed like, but you can
No,
dispel
my
it, right?
name isn't Cenk
Why did
Uber.
you, but why did you do that then, right?
Quick shot at Jank. Bam, bam, bam. Right there. Are you happy that she lost? Are you happy? No, we're not. I wouldn't have been ecstatic if she won, but that's not out of a, oh wow, like I wish Trump would have won, right? It would be more out of a, oh well, status quo, you know. At least it's not Trump. That's literally the only thing. Literally, that would be like, and in the universe where like Harris wins, and I'm reacting to that news, I'm like, whew. Dodged a bullet. Dodged a major bullet. Well, guess it's back to status quo. Or no, not back to. We're continuing status quo, to be fair. Yeah. I'm here at least. You're my favorite streamer for real. Appreciate that, Brody. Appreciate that.
You were like, all of them, right? All of them?
Because
Like you're
the
trying to twist the
conversation
knife?
is about
Why are you
trying
trying to
to
twist the knife? I'm
warn
asking,
for
are you
impending
trying to twist the knife when
Because
you do
there's
that?
also an absolute refusal.
It's
to
like
learn any
tone
fucking-
policing. He's so upset, man. He's so upset. Dude, just dog. Kamala Harris ain't your best friend, bro. She don't know you, little bro. She don't want to fuck you, little bro. She not interested. She out here getting money, little bro.
lessons from this whatsoever and blindly, reflexively defend people that didn't want to win.
True. Stop reflexively defending people that actively did not make the best decisions they could possibly make. They did not want to win. It's like, what can I do to not win? Is a rapist pedophile versus, you know, she is a war criminal, okay? But, you know, who has the worst image at the moment? Who clearly has the worst image? Who is the most unbearable person? Let me just go in. Let me cook. Let me cook up a strategy to be the most unlikable, boring, status quo, shill. Like, I'm basically just Black Hillary Clinton. Listen, guys. I've got the perfect Democratic, person to run as president. Now, hear me out. This is gonna blow your fucking mind, guys. What if? Now, hear me out. We have to bioengineer this person. We have to groom this person. It'll take some time, but this is the perfect candidate for presidency. Hear me out. Hold on. Let me cook. Black Hillary Clinton. I'm blowing your fucking mind. Now when Black Hillary Clinton pulls out hot sauce from the purse, Now people, now the black community is gonna be like, oh, she real. She for real. Oh wait, hold up. I was not familiar with your game. That it's the perfection. Black Hillary Clinton. Why didn't I think of it before? Oh my god. By the way, I love those videos. I didn't realize it was you, or I would have been arguing with the chuds sooner. That's all chill. You don't gotta fight the chuds for me. Ain't nobody gotta fight the chuds. Honestly, I shouldn't have even been fighting the chuds. I was just kind of bored. Just reading their shit was just like, oh, you guys are like subhuman. Yeah. Quite frankly, I think that should be my new strat. Like, is like, if I get like hate mobs or whatever, just don't respond to it at all. Point blank. Period. Just let it be, bruh.
She left. She absolutely explicitly left votes on the table. And the real bitch of this is, I actually brought like a full 2 pages of fucking notes, clips. I got shit that I was going to use to make my fucking case.
Those analyses. I had a conversation.
Oh, he said. look at Peace Coast's face, dude. No, this is epic. Hold on. It's gonna be an annoying way. I just have to. I have to. Dude, bruh got cooked, and he's just like, I can't stand this motherfucker. The look on his face. Hold on. We need this to be. No, this is awesome. This is so awesome, bro. I took a photo of that with my phone. Oh my god. It's so good. Dude, I bet you I can find so many iconic photos here. Dude, this is so good. He can't stand Ogre Boy right now. He said, I'm sick of this motherfucker. Truly. Someone need to get rid of this man Ogre Boy really thinks he deserves to live. Embarrassing. Oh god. I had another one, didn't I? Oh yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. I wanted to actually put this on my screen, I think. We need to add this. We need to add this now. We need to add both. I want to add both. Pictures. Videos. Would it be this one? It's a GIF. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Nope, not what I wanted. Where'd the media file go? Oh wait, does it have to be on a loop? Is that the way it works? You have to loop. There you go. Yeah, there you go. It's kind of stupid that you have to put it on loop. You should just assume I want it on loop. If I'm putting up a GIF, you should just assume I want that shit on loop. I really want that image of Pisco on here now. But I'm afraid if I put it somewhere, it's gonna not be in a good place where it just like takes up too much space and it just crowds it. I might be trying too hard with this one. Why is it not? Why can I not just access? You know what I'm looking for. Why do I feel like I have to like dig through? I didn't download this. I just saved this. Screenshots. Like I just hate how it functions. Like how it organizes stuff. Like, dog, you know what I'm looking for. Let's save this into JPG. Pisco L or something. I don't know. Very strange, guys. See, and it just doesn't show up. It's very annoying. Now I have to like, okay, Pisco L. What if I just... And it doesn't show... It's so stupid. I hate... Why do you complicate things, computer? Fuck you. Fucking out of my... I hate you. Anyway. We'll take the L. We'll take the L. Oh God, all day. Oh God, all day, motherfucker.
About this stuff, and those analyses, they only do like one part of it, which is like how many votes you would have gained, but you don't do the calculation of how many votes you would have lost, and that's what's so insane about this entire thing. You know,
but that's my point. You guys, listen. This is actually, to me, this is actually really important. There's an element here that you guys, in Hutch specifically, which the whole point of this was like, Vadim and Ogre Boy confront Hutch. There's a whole cross-section of this information that you guys never present to your audience whatsoever. There's a half of this story that's completely missing, and then maybe they could come to the conclusion.
No, this is bullshit, Ogre, because you know I get a lot of shit because I am someone who thinks that like we shouldn't be doing this kind of like pivot to mansion or whatever the fuck it is. I get a lot of shit for that kind of stuff. And when I say I don't think lefties cost them, Kamala the election, I'm basically saying that by and large the left came through for Kamala. That's my empirical conclusion based on the data that we have available. What you're suggesting is the left did cost Kamala the election.
No, that's not what's being suggested. I think a more fair argument could be that if you gain more. So here's the other thing to take into consideration, and I don't know why I didn't just realize this until now. I really should have thought about this way earlier, and I don't know if anyone else thought about this, but when you're making an appeal to your voter base, when you're making the appeal to staying principled and doing all you can to actually hold Israel accountable and give consequences if they don't abide by a ceasefire, actually hold true to those words, and you stop giving them funding and giving them weapons or whatever. If you strive toward that goal, you present yourself as someone who's willing to do that. It's not just leftists that you would be appealing to by that point. You would be appealing to and admittedly, I have to say, admittedly, I don't know how many you would have been able to sway to vote for you, given they're Republican, but you could have reached those people that considered this a moral imperative that were Republican. Again, admittedly, I don't know how many you would have gotten, but it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It's more so that you could have had more to work with. You could have made yourself more appealing to a broader amount of people. You could have stood out more distinct from Biden, and the leftists would have felt more comfortable voting for you. I'm not saying this would have been the night and day difference. I am not saying the leftists would have won you the presidency. But I'm saying appealing to them gains you a bigger chance, especially the ones who opted to protest for them.
What you are suggesting,
right?
No. So I'll ask you now. Did the left cost Kamala the election?
No.
Why not?
That's your missing point. In virtue of what? The whole
Virtually
point
what
was
he's
the laws
asking.
of the swing states. It was the laws of the normies, the ones that don't pay attention to politics the way that we fucking do.
They cared about Kamala's position. So the ones who are not read in on Israel-Palestine,
The
those
ones
are the
that
ones she
go
lost.
off of the bare minimum information that they have the ability to even pull their heads up from their
Yeah,
life.
the ones who are there are going to be those normies who look at like the moral framing of an issue, and they're not going to be like super well read on the whole history of Israel Palestine, but there will be certain people, again, in the swing states. I'm not saying this for a certainty that like I'm not sure how common this kind of person is, but there will be those people that are aware of what's going on, and they'll be like, "Wait, why are we funding a genocide? Why would we do that?" And those kind of normies could have like either did a protest vote because they didn't feel compelled one way or another on either candidate. And like maybe the Gaza genocide thing was like, I don't want to, that's gross. Fuck Democrats. That's gross. But if you were to be the person who's like, oh, you know what? I'm actually going to do things to stop the genocide. I'm going to actually get a ceasefire. Those people could have been swayed over. Your normies could have been swayed over.
And take a look out on a daily basis.
And they knew enough to know that Kamala...
And then when Kamala has the opportunity to go on a national stage and say what the fuck she's going to do
Yes,
different.
yes. Like when you're appealing to a national stage of people, it's not just the politically informed that are going to be watching. It's going to be like... It's going to be people that are like... not super invested at all times, but they're going to like want to take into consideration of, well, I am going to vote. Let me see, you know, what's a more compelling voice? What's a more compelling argument? What's a more compelling candidate?
Including Gaza, was basically she's not going to separate herself, which she also
Understand how
fucking
insane that
lied
is.
about during her book tour.
You're suggesting that the least informed among us...
Guys. She could have just fucking lied. Politicians do it all the time. She could have just lied. And
she had her people.
And
then
say what? And say what?
And say that she was going to implement an arms embargo or force a ceasefire. She could...
All right. What's the question? Vadim. First of all...
It's not that people want her to lie. It's not that anyone wants that. But if you're saying, oh, like, I'm not saying Pisco's saying this, but if you're saying like, oh, like these leftists, like, you know, they shouldn't have, you know, they shouldn't have like ignored. Wait, what's the best way to frame this? They shouldn't have opted to stay out. They shouldn't have done a protest. These leftists are these normie voters who are disgusted by like the facilitation of genocide, the bare basics of what they have of the knowledge. Like presenting yourself as the opposite, presenting yourself as someone even through a lie would have swayed those people to come over and vote for you. So just even like in terms of like political maneuvering, it's not very smart to not just do that in the first place. It's not that Vadim and Ogre would, and myself or any other leftist would want you to lie to us. But like if you wanted to win, that's one of the things that you could have groveled on and lied about. Well, what would I prefer? I would prefer you actually do something. But like even just like as a strategy, it's like why would you not capitulate to people that like have a moral concern here?
That's not going to be... People are going to be upset that she like lied or whatever.
I don't
Well,
want
people would be upset, but like it's too late at that point. Like when they realize she's already president,
to lie.
and the circumstances are already better. Like it's better than a Trump presidency. Obviously, that's what they're saying.
Imagine she said this. Imagine she says this. I believe that there should be an arms embargo on Israel.
Yeah.
What do you think is the problem with the sitting vice president coming out and saying that?
I don't know, but it was the right thing for her to do.
It undercuts Biden in the course of the negotiations.
Who cares? Fuck Biden. Who cares?
They're actually having, where he was actually trying to push for a ceasefire near the end.
Yeah, and
his vice president over there talking genocide, talking arms embargo, talking all that stuff. These are sensitive international conversations. Just so you're aware.
People wanted there to be they were getting sick as fuck as Biden, and so they wanted a departure.
And number two, I just want to finish. And number two, she looks weak. It'll make her look weak. So I'm not saying
she looks weak either way. Again, you would look much stronger. Actually, you would look way stronger opposing what you guys are doing. Like, it was never going to happen, realistically. Like, it was never going to happen. But you would look much stronger being like, you know what? I'm actually not okay with this, but like, I want to implement this. I actually genuinely want to implement a weapons embargo. I want meaningful changes. I want to advocate for those things. And like, in some ways, they were already trying to do like this capitulation of like, there will be a ceasefire, there will be a ceasefire, there will be a ceasefire. But like, they needed to do things. She needed, even if it was lies, to win the confidence of normie voters or leftist voters that were going to opt out, originally going to opt out. You know, they could have been swayed with some of these lies or truths, preferably truths, that you were actually going to take a stance and, you know, say, hey, you know, it's not going to be status quo. If I win, I'm going to do more than Biden. Throw Biden under the bus. Fuck Biden. Fuck Biden. It actually doesn't, it makes you look like a backstabber. Oh, fuck it, man. We love this backstabbing nature. Fuck it. This is grimy fucking politics. Get in this shit. Yeah, backstab that motherfucker. Fuck that guy. Fuck Biden. Front stab that motherfucker for all I care. Backstab, front stab, side stab. Get filthy, bro.
I don't agree.
It was never going to happen, but like, there was plenty of options on the table. Let's not pretend like there wasn't options on the table.
See, I don't think that we should be. I don't think we should be giving funds to Israel. But the political. But the political. No. It makes her look weak. It makes her look weak.
It does not make her look weak. Otherwise, there's nothing strong about capitulating to like your boss.
True. Like, you look weak and pathetic. You look like a fucking loser. Oh, I'm not gonna do anything. Like, you know, I'm status quo. Like, I'm not gonna really meaningfully change anything. I'm not gonna meaningfully criticize Biden or blah. I'm not gonna say what I could do better. Blah blah blah. You look like a fucking. I know she's a woman, but like, you look like a fucking bitch. You, like not in the gendered expression of, you know, but like, you look like a coward. You look like a pussy.
Just asserting yourself and doing something different, which the whole country wanted her to do, would have protected strength.
Can I agree with you, Vadim, and just say briefly, I agree with you that Kamala did not do a good enough job separating herself from Biden and showing how she would be different. I don't think it would have mattered on the issue of Gaza. I think it had way more to do with inflation and what she would do for this country to make people's lives better.
Well, hold on.
Okay, well,
to be fair, can I play off that for just a moment?
Go for it.
So, first of all, no, that wasn't the singular thing, but it would have been an indicator that she was willing to start branching off in a different direction or a slightly different direction from Biden. That you're correct in that. It wasn't the only thing, but there would have been enough there to, I think, especially if it had happened earlier, that could have gotten a lot more grassroots attention and pushed her campaign farther than what it had. And I still, like I said,
why are we even fucking? Can I ask? Why are we even talking about this? This is a deflection because the difference is we are willing to acknowledge that there were mistakes. Let me finish. We were willing to acknowledge, and Harris herself is willing to acknowledge there were mistakes in the campaign. What you guys crucially are unable to acknowledge is that every voter who stayed home because of Gaza did a disservice to this country and should be ashamed of themselves.
Nope. Take your L. If you can't earn the vote, you're not owed the vote. You're not owed the vote. If you can't earn the vote, you're shit out of luck. Nope. You're not owed a vote. You're not owed a vote. Compel me. Compel me. Meaningfully compel me. Do something. Show that you're going to do something. Now, I voted. Again, I'm a pragmatic voter. What's in my best interest? What's in my best interest and what's in everyone else's best interest in America? And primarily, I put the American people first, above myself. But ultimately, yeah, it's in my best interest as well. Is voting blue. Voting Democrat. This does not make them a good candidate. This does not make them, because they're the only option between that and a piece of shit. It does not mean that they've earned my vote. I am being forced to vote. What's the meaningful difference at this point? What was it? The conversation? I want to go refer back to the Mr. Gold conversation a little bit. They went into this idea about. Yeah, that'd be interesting. It was basically about how democracy functions, where, again, it almost seems like it functions as as fascism, basically, but it's the illusion of democracy. You have two choices, but you feel compelled to either vote one or the other. And while there is a choice, Mr. Girl saying that is democracy, you still get the choice, that is freedom. But I feel like that's not really the case, because you only have one choice when it comes down to it. When it comes down to it, it's the illusion of choice. It's the illusion of choice. One person can have the perspective of, wow, this is not, this side is not viable at all. This side is going to lead us into where we're at right now. And then we can have stability. At the expense of others. That still, doesn't capitulate to us in the ways that it needs to. It does. It handles things at a very, very slow, incremental pace, and still suppresses us. There's not a meaningful distinction enough between the two parties to feel like, we're not it feels like we're in a slave mentality. We're kind of in a bind. We're in chains. What was the let's see. I think Democrats, liberals don't understand that people who like Trump are cool with almost everything he's doing. Don't see it as him being a crazy person. As Mr. Cole said, there's a weird delusion, narcissism at play. So a lot of Trump supporters want him to go further. Him attempting to overthrow democracy, even as a premise that is agreed on by others in the left. Want him out as a person who likes Trump. I think the country is better off thanks to him. Without democracy, you are a slave, and slavery of a different form finds foothold within democracy as well. There's no political solution to an animalistic exploitation, and that is what we are, animals in a herd. This person is just going with this nihilistic understanding of we are all slaves. Holy shit, those hashtags compensating much. Not sure what that's supposed to mean. What am I compensating for? Just jotting down hashtags of stuff that might be relevant to any potential stream. Is it one of those admin filth people? Probably. Wouldn't surprise me. So basically it works there's an illusion of free choice. I don't really think it's a real thing. We're already kind of in a state of despair where it's you vote blue no matter who. This is the only choice. If realistically your choice is either full-on fascism or stability at the expense of others, which realistically is, we're still put in our own chains or whatever. We're still working within the means of giving more to the billionaires, the ones with the most power, the corporate structures, then we're not. Why should I care that somebody didn't vote blue?
including you, Ogre.
Either way, we're like complicit in facilitating some sort of genocide, some sort of atrocity, because the people in charge are not being held accountable. Your priority, you should be holding these people accountable and not giving them these positions of powers in the first place. But Pisco just wants to Pisco and Hutch just want to complain about people not feeling compelled to bring themselves to vote for a person who is giving arms embargo to a state that is committing an onslaught, mass slaughter of actual children. Yeah, sorry that people don't feel compelled to do that.
Able to acknowledge is that every voter who stayed home because of Gaza did a disservice to this country and should be ashamed of themselves, including.
I don't care, man. I genuinely can't feel compelled to care. We've been comfy for far too long, if I'm being honest. I'm getting to that breaking point of we've needed to understand what is at stake here. For we've needed to really face these consequences. I hate that it had to come to this where this is the way we have to face these consequences. We have to address the chains that we're in. But this is apparently this is the way that we've been compelled to. What am I supposed to Yeah, it's horrible that this is happening to American people. I'm not happy about this. But you've granted the permission structures for it to happen to other people. For America to do it onto other people. I don't know, man. I don't think you guys are the ones to be moralizing about this.
You, Ogre, you tried to slide and say, well, I told other people to vote. You did not vote for Harris, and so you have to reconcile with your own shame, which you have not done. You should have shame. You should have shame. You should have shame.
Because she also, the other half I was going to say to IRI's point was that she lied about knowing the importance of separating herself. Okay. After the election, her people went on Pod Save America and said that
Yeah, I never really thought to do this, but couldn't hurt. If he wanted to talk after I reviewed this, that'd be cool.
that they knew they needed to, but they didn't know a way. She goes on her book tour in front of the fucking View and says, I didn't understand that it was that important to even do it. All of this, much of this shit is fucking cope. It's insane.
We have had so many conversations on this podcast about how Kamala Harris could have run a better campaign. To my knowledge, liberals do not shy away from these kinds of conversations. They happen all the time. So that's fine. We can dive into that topic if we want to. I want to dive into something different. I want to respond to something specifically that Vadim said. You said, or implied, right? And tell me if I got you wrong, that Kamala had a moral imperative is the word that you used. A moral imperative to do everything she could to get out the vote to beat Trump, right? You said that. You just said that.
I said that she had a moral imperative to. I actually didn't say moral imperative in relation to her, but
yes, you did.
No, I didn't. But I'll go ahead and kind of say that I think she did. Yes, I think that any candidate should have a moral imperative to
Okay, all right. So she had she had a moral imperative, right?
Get
So
our funding out of the fucking genocide. Yes.
no. I'm saying she had a moral imperative to do everything she could to beat Donald Trump. Do you agree with that?
By doing the arms embargo, she would have.
I understand that. You keep going to that topic. I'm just asking you in generalities.
Yes,
You know.
he said yes. The moral imperative that performing this action would have won her the election. I believe that, and I can explain why.
No, I'm past. Okay, listen. Why did she have a moral imperative to beat Donald Trump? Specifically Donald Trump.
Oh wait,
dude, I don't know where you're going with this. This is
just walk with me.
You're in this moment. You're kind of acting as though.
Why won't you answer my question, bro? Come on. What are you doing here? I'm just asking a simple question. Why did she? Why did
fucking mind games? And you're not accepting the simple fact that.
Okay, let me jump to the point. I just spare me, please. I just want to get. I've been very patient. You guys have been speaking. You're not engaging with me in good faith. I'm asking you good faith questions.
Just let him go.
You're not engaging with my questions. You don't want to do it. Fine. I'll just arrive at the point. You did say that she had a moral imperative to do everything that she could to beat Donald Trump. Yes. I agree. I think the reason why she had a moral imperative was because Donald Trump is uniquely dangerous, and him ascending to the office of the presidency was inevitably going to lead to mass suffering. Okay. What I put to you right now is that it's not the moral imperative.
Again, I just want to emphasize. We're almost about done with the coverage, but I just want to emphasize, the point I made earlier is they're picking and choosing when it's a moral imperative. They're picking and choosing when to follow your morals and principles. So again, the leftist is under this specific obligation to vote blue no matter who. That's a moral imperative to stop fascism. But for Biden to stop fascism, he's not under a moral imperative. It's okay for him to follow his morals and principles and not be corrupt. By releasing the Epstein files and optically, or even just even if that is the low-key reason, if it's his political ambition to fuck over his political opposition, Trump, for example, right? That in that case, in order to stop fascism, right? Because that's the ultimate goal, is to stop fascism. He doesn't have the moral imperative. He needs to now stick to his morals and principles. He needs to stick to a standard. I say, fuck you. If that's corruption, that's in the lines of corruption, that's a level of acceptable corruption. I said this earlier too. At a certain point, certain morals and principles, you want to be consistent and following those morals and principles as much as humanly possible. But there are certain exceptions. There are certain lines, thresholds. I think this is one of those thresholds that would have been acceptable, where it's that's perfectly reasonable. I have no problem with this. This is a moral net good. Again, this is operating under the framework that Biden actually cares about child harm. He clearly doesn't. That Harris cares. That any of these people care. But if we're talking about I'm just talking about if you want to operate within the framework of these people want to be morally consistent. They want to do the right thing. They're trying to they're not corrupt. They're trying to help the system. They're trying to be doing a net good for us. Biden is doing a net good for us. Harris is doing a net good. They want to do the greater good. They could have been done that with many different things, and the Epstein files is just one of many. I just don't believe this narrative. There's a huge lack of consistency in terms of one person is more responsible and more complicit for the genocide than the other person who is in fact enabling the genocide as we speak. It's just absurd. What's up, Bugger? The other thing that was frustrating was that they kept going maximalist even when that wasn't what I was saying. Yeah, they kept doing this thing too where they would say, or Pisco was being highly disingenuous. Where he kept saying, oh, you're trying to release the Epstein files. You're saying Biden should have released the Epstein files. But that would have looked bad because you know why he would have released it. He would only release a select group, a select amount of them. That would have implicated Trump. When you were just, you and Vadim were simply just saying, no, he should have released all of them. And I think there was a compelling response where Pisco is basically saying, well, you don't want to just release them without doing a thorough investigation of everything first. That's That's compelling where, yeah, like if you release all of them unredacted, this could mess with the investigations, right? Having the public have, seen all the materials or whatever. That's fine. That's the valid concern. But like, look where we're at. Like, what world would I rather live in? Where he released the Epstein files, the public was able to see it, and they were able to do investigations at that time, or would I rather live in this world where, like, it could have potentially could have stopped Trump dead in his tracks? But we don't live in that world. He said at one point, I was twisting the knife talking about strategy, losing every swing state. Yeah, you mentioned the she lost every swing state, and I double checked that, and I looked at that, and I was like, I couldn't find exactly what you were talking about. I believe you when you say this, but I couldn't find the exact the reasoning for some of the pollings. Most of the reasoning is stuff that people have already brought up with underwhelming campaign, unclear messaging, demographic shifts. I couldn't find the exact one you were talking about with Gaza. I do believe you when you say that. I'm sure it's here somewhere or whatever, or maybe you can link it to me sometime. But yeah, like it wouldn't surprise me if most of those swing states, if you're normie average viewer, or like your average person is not fully bought in on watching everything politics. They're not like a politics nerd, but they come in and they're like, you know what? I'm interested in seeing who I'd vote for. Like that's coming up. Like I'm kind of, a little bit skeptical of voting for the Democrats right now because they're facilitating genocide. Like the bare basics. Like, if I don't see a compelling message from, like, Kamala that actually meaningfully takes steps to stop that, then, I don't, like, I might just sit this out. Like, I could see a normie thinking that, where it's like, I'm not really compelled by anything that she's saying already. And that could have been, like, and I'm not saying this would have been a large portion of people, for certain. But, like, there are certain things that people are single-issue voters on. And that could be one of them. I meant it as more of an across-the-board outcome, the idea being to do something different. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, unfortunately, I described this earlier, and I hate saying this about someone like Pisco or whatever, where I feel like and even Soy Pill, where I feel like there's like redeemable aspects of Pisco and Soy Pill that I can see, like, where it's like there's certain things that they do where I'm like, you're kind of heading in the right direction, but they still treat the Gaza situation like Hutch does, where unironically it becomes more of a like a thing that they can use. Like unironically, they're using it, and I don't even know if Pisco intends to use it, but like they're using it as a talking point against leftists, where it's like, oh, like you guys focused in too much on this, and then it feels like what they're doing is like hand waving the atrocities. And it feels like no one like really meaningfully talks about like how disgusting it actually is. That like you're being run by a bunch of people that will happily facilitate stuff like that. Like they're actually murderers. They're actually child killers, unironically, and they facilitate that. And then it's just like kind of brushed off, and it's recognized, but it's not really fully. It doesn't really fully sink in as like, why do I support this? Why does anyone support this? Why is this how our political structure functions? And it's just kind of like hand waved. It's like maybe as a way to kind of be able to adjust to that reality, you have to dehumanize, even subconsciously. Even if this isn't fully conscious, you have to dehumanize people that are completely separated from you in a whole different place. Like you can't experience this, you can't empathize with this because you've never experienced this. So it's just strange. This is how like I feel like Pisco operates, Soy Pill operates, I'm really important, Hutch operates like this, and it's like, oh, like, well, this isn't like a major issue in the polling or whatever, and like, so like, God, you know, it's as if it's just like a talking point where it's like, oh, like, Harris didn't need to appeal to the people about Gaza. It wasn't the thing that made her lose. Even if that's wholly 100% fact, like, you don't find it gravely concerning at all that we're just kind of like hand waving this like horrible thing here? It's just strange. I don't like, you're given the passive permission of, you know, manufacturing the consent of what the Republicans end up doing to us by this point with ICE. And they're talking about like moralizing where it's like, you guys don't care, and like you should have voted Kamala, and it's like, but like, all you care about is the American people, and it's cool to care about your people, it's cool to care about the Americans, but like, you did this to other people. You're willing to vote in a person that would be willing to do the stuff that's happening to us right now, that's been happening to other people, at like, with our funding, with our money, with our weapons. So it's like, what I do. There will never be a time you will hear me express this on past streams, if anyone like pays attention to past streams that I do or anything like that, and I will continue to express this. What's happening now is not to be like, not something to like laugh about. It's not to be apathetic about. But the blowback, it's a blowback situation where this was the obvious conclusion. It's happening to us now. Now you can empathize. Now you can understand. Even more so. And I don't. Anyone ever get it, but I understand what you're getting at. Yeah. I feel like the scope of Epstein releasing the entire files unredacted is the play. Even before investigations, it makes me sad that so many people support abortion bans. Support abortion ban? I think supporting an abortion ban is fine, because you have to keep in mind. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I read that wrong. Why the? It makes me mad. It makes me sad that so many people support abortion bans. Yeah. Sorry, I read that as the opposite. I don't know why. Yeah.
Not just rest with politicians. We are a democracy. We have a vote, and people with positions of influence, like politicians or even influencers, they also have a
voters.
They also have a moral imperative, if they care about these issues and can see Trump for what he is, to do everything that they could to prevent that from happening. With that same moral, you only want to talk.
It's almost like the trolley problem, where it's like, I understand the trolley problem is like, you pull the lever. It's literally like, okay, your two examples are like, pull the lever, continue having, you know, the Democrats basically just bend over backwards for the Israel state. The circumstances could be like, I wouldn't even say could. I would say they would be substantially better by comparison to where we're at right now. But they would still be enacting and facilitating the genocide. And I don't believe them when they say they would have gotten a ceasefire done. I'm pretty sure they would have just let it continue, and there would have been like slight pushbacks here or there, but it would just continue as it was for the most part. Perhaps not a total escalation or anything, but yeah. So there's that. So you can pull the lever, you can make the vote, and continue on with that and be complicit in that. Or you could just do a non-vote, which is still, you know, technically complicit. Either way, you're complicit. Either you're complicit in the ongoing Gaza genocide, which is not a fun thing to come to terms with, or you're complicit in the continuation, the escalation of the Gaza genocide in a worse capacity with Trump, which is admittedly, this is admittedly true. And then you're also complicit in what is going to happen to the American people as time moves forward. And what is happening to the American people? Our neighbors, children, like innocent bystanders, like just immigrants, like our citizens, Renee Good, like Alex Beretti. It's just like, yeah, you'll be complicit in one or the other. But why does our system have to function like that in the first place? And this is part of like the frustrating thing is that I keep talking about like whenever I mention this, I keep talking about how unfortunately it feels like having the conversation, of like a third party actually recognizing a viable third party, like, and it feels like the first conversation to be able to like stop us from having like the only two parties that bring us into one version of fascism or the other, being complicit in one form or the other. Like, and the third party is like, it's just like non-viable. Everyone just writes it off immediately. And like, I understand why. Like, we've been like trained to write it off immediately as like unrealistic. But like, no, like a lot of people, and this is what Vosh did like way back too. He did this with, he got into arguments with like Deep Fat Fried about this, where it was basically just like, this is realistically like what's happening. And then like Deep Fat Fries is like, but why can't we do this third party? Why can't we like have the conversation? And it basically just like there's a stalemate, and it like we never improve further on beyond like our two-party state. We never actually make something more substantial than what we had as a third party, which was I cannot remember her fucking name. Jill Stein. Or any other independent party. Like we don't have other options, and that's because we're like completely constricted. Most of these are grassroots. We're like in competition with people that are like being supported by like large amounts of funding. Insane amounts of funding. Yeah. If you ever get bored, look into the Powell Memo and the Crisis of Democracy by the I am butchering this, Trilateral Commission, and Hutch ends up making a lot more sense. The thing is, he doesn't know about them. Okay, I'll look into those when I've got some time, actually. I'll, hold on, let me screenshot that on my phone, just so I have a, like, somewhat of a way to be sure I can go back and remember. And I'll look at that. Not gonna lie, the main reason I can't watch Hutch or Pisco is because of their toxic positivity. The quote, at the end of the day, we are friends and having fun, while talking to people like Rob Noor and oh yeah, that's the other thing, is we have to stop having these, like, I don't know, man. I'm like back and forth. No. On one hand, I want to be like, I'm really back and forth on that. On one hand, I want to be like, it's okay to be a little friendly, especially if you're like, you make your stance clear. It's okay to be a little friendly to like people like Andrew Wilson or Counterpoints or. But like on another, I'm just like, dude, these people like are like the most, they have the most disgusting fucking viewpoints. And I'm not saying you have to be like full on aggression, but like, I don't know. There's just something that feels like really off. Like I get it how the whole social circle works around, but there's just some people that I'm just like, I don't understand how you can even pretend to have a cordial fucking, friendship with or business relationship. Like, I just don't understand how you can tolerate it. I guess the one thing I do respect, and this is, there is some respect to this where it's aimed at the wrong place, but it's like, I respect that he's being transparent about it. I do respect that Hutch is showing that, however diluted it is, showing that, like, yeah, I fucking hate leftists. I fucking hate Hassan. I hate Hassan. Like, it's misplaced. It's delusional. It's crazy. But I do respect it. It's like, yeah, I don't respect it. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. Like, it's delusion. It's stupid, but like, I feel like that should be aimed even further towards like people on the right, because like dude, they got us where we are. Like, I just cannot understand like, I resent the fuck out of Republicans. I really do. I resent them wholeheartedly with all of my heart. There's not even a day. Yeah. Just look for the synopsis of them. Don't necessarily dive into the whole thing. Okay, well, I might dive into it anyway, just out of boredom, just cuz. I think talking is great, but acting like Rob and Andrew are not trying to fuck us over is not. Yeah. To be fair, I don't know if that's necessarily what Pisco is doing. Well, with counterpoints, I think counterpoints, he's kind of acting like he's not trying to, like, or at least some of the conversations. They get to the heart of the matter. He does get aggressive when he needs to. With Andrew Wilson, I think he's a little bit more transparent. From what I remember, he's a little bit more transparent. It's like, this guy's an ideological, like, this guy's just a piece of fucking work. He's filth.
Imperative of Kamala Harris, and you don't want to put any responsibility on people that are in a democracy and have a vote and have a say. The second point that I want to make,
it's not that you want to. It's not that they have no responsibility. It's not that we're saying we don't want to hold anyone accountable, because, like, I admit this too. Like, there is a part of me that understands the resentment of, like, I wish you had voted blue no matter who, because pragmatically, it is to my benefit. It is to the American people's benefit. We live here. But I can't resent them to the point of, like, being, like, so deranged and so insane to treat them as an enemy. Because I understand why somebody would be like, I don't want to be complicit in this. This is gross. No thanks.
Shut up, bro.
Wait.
Stop.
Dude,
wait. I gotta be both of you, because this
I don't know if you're still here, Ogre Boy, but I saw this. Like, he did an eye roll moment at you. This was very, very brief, but Peace Guy's got some funny ass. He's got some funny ass moments there. This guy here, he was not having it. He was not having it with you.
You're talking about each other. Hutch, your analogy of the thing of, like, they're not helping build the wall, right? Wait, Hutch, please, Hutch, I want you to listen to me, please. Hutch, the idea that, tell me if this is wrong with Demon Ogre Boy, is that they're saying, hey, you need to build this wall out of concrete, and if I help you stack up mud, it's not going to matter. And then they didn't build it out of concrete, and then the fucking ocean destroyed the village or whatever, right? So, like, can you engage with, like, they think this is the only thing that would have won the election? I don't agree with this, but you're talking past both of them.
I don't need you to translate for them and be like an intermediary, okay? He's a big boy. He's an adult. He's a grown-up, okay?
Are the people
you say...
I do think Soy Pillow is helping communicate. Listen, I love Vadim. We love Vadim here. I have very cordial conversations. He can be a little long-winded, and sometimes not. And I do this too. I'm not perfect, so I'm not saying this as a wholehearted negative or anything. Like, he can be a little bit all over the place. Sometimes he's a little messy in the way he constructs his sentences. I think Soy Pill being, I think Soy Pill has managed this very well. I think his moderation has been great. He's been able to, for both of you, Ogre Boy and Vadim, be able to communicate, like, a good faith, honest, for the most part, from what I've seen, read of what you're saying, so that things don't get too lost in translation. That, like, if Hutch or Pisco or any other person is not, like, clearly hearing it because they're in a rage-induced state or whatever, Soybo can communicate it in a means of, like, listen, this is all they're saying. I think it's pretty reasonable. I might disagree with some of this, but this is all they're saying. And they'll be more willing to listen to that. So I think while it's not necessary, I think Soy Pill doing this is a nice sentiment.
That I was responsible. Going back to what you just said, you said that I was responsible for Israel's genocide because hang on, you said that I
not responsible, complicit. There's a meaningful difference. Complicity, being complicit in something, doesn't mean you're necessarily directly responsible. It just means you're helping create the permission structures to sanitize and normalize what's happening.
Was partly responsible for Israel's genocide because I talked about the issue on my stream and expressed skepticism about particular language. You think that I am
No,
complicit
no,
in genocide?
not
You said
nearly.
directly.
You
You
did
said
not
I am
nearly
directly
do that.
complicit in genocide, but you don't think Rashida Tlaib was directly complicit in Donald Trump winning because she refused to endorse? What is that logic?
I have not
How
been
does
able
that
to
make
talk for a
any
long
sense,
ass
bro?
time, and he has made too many points for me to effectively hit. Okay,
Is,
Look,
is the idea supposed to be
What?
that as long as the party?
Shut the fuck up, dude.
is the
I
idea-
made 2 points. How can
is
you
the
not keep
idea-
that in your mind?
is
I
the
understand
idea
you're
supposed
tired.
to
I
be-
made 2 points, bro. How do you not keep that in your mind?
Ogre Boy, go ahead.
Is the idea supposed to be that if the party just waits out the person that's wanting the concession, that they can go ahead and do
No, that's not the
whatever thing is
point.
anyway?
No, that's not the point. The point is on Vadim's view, if it's the case that Hutch is morally responsible for a genocide, that on that same view, right, someone like, for example, Rashida Tlaib, or for example, Zoran Mamdani, by the way, I don't even grant this view, but if that is your view, by your own logic, they're responsible.
No, it doesn't, because there's a meaningful difference between the behavior that Rashida Tlaib was going for, which was asking for concessions, which was asking, like, Harris to do something, and then saying, here's a consequence of you not giving in to these concessions. You have to remember, Harris, all she has to do is make some concessions. She wasn't willing to do those concessions. If you truly wanted to like fight against something you see as morally repugnant, and you don't feel comfortable giving an endorsement to a Democratic figure, but that's your only option, you have to do something with it. You can't just like oh yeah, I'll just vote for you anyway, even though you're doing something vile and despicable and something against all of my morals and principles. No, like you have to like fight to stop something that you see as beyond evil, beyond cruel. And to just say like, oh, like she's not allowed to withdraw her endorsement or withhold her endorsement until some concessions are made is an absolutely otherwise she's complicit in genocide is absolutely absurd. It's absolutely absurd. Like you can't equivalent that to Hutch making active decisions to make skeptic arguments that is in favor of denying a genocide. And granting the permission structures for other people to continue granting, like denying the genocide. Isn't there a thing that Hutch wants to do, which is being responsible with his platform? If you have those questions, if you're skeptical about these things, maybe look into it a little bit further before spouting your dumbass fucking mouth about shit you don't understand. Like, again, this is the fastest way I could do it. This is not an endorsement necessarily of Bad Empanada as a person. Remember, he's just...
I think that...
It's just a means to get to the point way quicker of my examples of, like, the behavior that Hutch exhibits.
Says the ICJ ruling was new.
Like... If their intent is to destroy the population of Gaza, one would think they would kill them off at a higher rate than the birth rate in that region. Like, what are we doing here with these comments? What do you think you're complicit in? What do you think you're facilitating? What do you think you're normalizing? The ICJ ruling was nuanced. Some that voted meant don't continue in Rafah, period, end of. Some that voted meant don't do it unless you don't genocide the people there. 1 million were evacuated over 3 weeks to safe zones north and northwest of the major city center. You can howl all you want, but that did happen. And the fact that Biden pressured Israel to allow it is good, actually.
North and Northwest. This happened, and Biden pressured Israel to allow it, and that's good, actually. Now, I went over earlier how I'll show it again. The Biden administration said they never put any pressure on Israel. Its officials are bragging about this now. Biden officials never pressured Israel for ceasefire. Israeli officials have even bragged about this.
Interesting. And they continue to lie to people and say, "Oh, we're ongoing for like we're trying to commit to a ceasefire. We're working every day. We're working hard to commit to a ceasefire."
And Biden officials have been open about it. So that never happened. And he frames what is ethnic cleansing. This is Israel ethnically cleansing Palestinians who they never intend to allow to return. That's what this was. They ordered them to leave under threat of being murdered. And then they bombed their supposed safe zones anyway. This guy frames ethnic cleansing with genocide. Genocidal ethnic cleansing. That's what that is. He frames it as actually humanitarian safe zones. Thank you, Israel, for confining us to the concentration camp safe zone.
Yeah, amazing. And what was it? And then creating a permission structure of just bombing fucking hospitals. It's like, who's going to do the investigation on whether or not Israel should have bombed the hospital or whether or not it was okay to actually do that? Who's actually gonna like? Is the like I just don't understand. Like, who's gonna investigate them? Israel's gonna investigate themselves and find that they did no wrongdoing. Like, that's basically just what it's gonna amount to.
Zionism, well, you're not even a liberal Zionist anymore. You can't even claim to that. You're just openly justifying hospital bombings. You're not even trying to hide it. It's of course him reacting to Hassan, right? That's what all these people do. Like, they rely on Hassan. If Hassan went away tomorrow, they'd go away tomorrow. Without him, they have no content. These guys never make. They never do anything original. All they do is leech off others. Describes Ethan Klein perfectly as well, by the way. He's never made an original piece of content in his life.
Systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals.
Oh, taking shots at me a little bit, buddy. Why are you doing that? Taking shots at me?
Bombing hospitals is a war crime. No,
I don't fully agree. Look, reaction content, it's the slot material, right? They're technically doing somewhat of original content.
He's never made an original piece of content in his life.
Systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. No,
you heard his reaction to that? Hassan said that Israel is justifying the bombing of hospitals by saying that Hamas has command centers on a hospital, something there's no evidence for. And bold Call of Duty YouTuber here, his response was to say, does anyone deny that? Does anyone think that's not real? Yeah, literally everyone, actually. Literally everyone except the IDF and Zionists like you. Yes, actually. There's literally no evidence of that ever been provided. Yeah, factual. Truth. They bomb every hospital in Gaza. Do you think like all 36 of them have command centers under them? Are you fucking insane? And then now he goes on to justify the bombing of hospitals. I'm not kidding you.
Is a war crime. No, it's not. Okay? Bombing hospitals
is a war crime. No, it's not.
It's a war crime. In your conversation to be clear, and I'm not saying all hospitals should be bombed, but
not all hospitals should be bombed, okay? Just some of them.
There's no such thing as like a building that is exempt from bombing if it's a valid military target.
Gone back and forth.
That's not true at all either. You're not allowed to bomb anything to attack any building if the toll of doing so is disproportionate to the military advantage. And bombing a hospital can pretty much never, ever be proportionate to the military advantage gained from that bombing.
Also, here's the other thing, is it was just pure projection too of creating this idea that like Hamas was building like tunnels underneath like hospitals, so it gives them the permission structure to be able to bomb hospitals, which they never provided proof of, evidence of, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong, but I don't think they ever did that. But they themselves were doing that. They themselves have their own tunnels underneath like their hospitals. It's so crazy, the projection.
It's a place with
it's so crazy.
Legs who can't run. It's a place of vulnerable, ill people who can't get away, who can't do anything, who can't evacuate. So yes, there's literally no situation under international humanitarian law where it would make sense to attack an actual active hospital that hasn't been abandoned for like years just to get to a supposed military target within it. Literally, there's practically no situation where that could be justified, where it's not a war crime. Not to mention that the idea that there are military targets in the hospital is a fucking lie. You cannot and will not provide any evidence for it, aside from like the IDF fucking planting easily movable weapons in basements that they themselves built on the El Shifa hospital, which no one ever fucking bought. What a disgusting freak.
On it, and you called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha.
I'm not sticking up for bombing every hospital. I'm saying if you set up shop in a hospital, you make that hospital.
Guys, I'm not a total fucking psychopath. You shouldn't bomb every hospital. I'm just saying, we're creating the permission structures, we're creating the excuse, the valid excuse. Israel has a valid excuse. If they need to bomb a hospital, I'm just saying, they could have a valid reason. That's all I'm saying.
Target.
Okay, dude.
Factually, you're not making a military target by default. It's the proportionate advantage. 2, you don't have any fucking evidence they did that in the first place. You're still spreading it.
It is not illegal by international.
Fucking go play Call of Duty. Go play Call of Duty and get fucking creamed by a 14-year-old Fortnite kid. That's your destiny. Go back to what you knew. Too old for it now, so this is what you're doing.
Not something to be celebrated by. You can't disagree with me. You can just look it up.
How is that?
This isn't something that's like, oh, I have an opinion.
Pro-Zionist. Would you like to explain that?
You're like actually not forced to engage in making political content due to your age. You could just stick to playing Call of Duty. You could have just moved on to Fortnite or some other shit. Like, you didn't have to do this to yourself, buddy. You didn't have to embarrass yourself so much here.
Responsible for Trump in some sense, and I even see you guys claiming responsibility in a causal sense, given that you think that it was a but-for, sort of condition to her losing. And so that's the point. The point is an inconsistent standard that you only apply to like Hutch for the genocide. That's wild.
No. I need to explain what I am saying. That like because I don't really like if I'm gonna like really play the blame game, I'm gonna be talking about the shit that both Biden and Kamala did primarily. But if we are going to do some sort of hierarchy of blame, then absolutely I am going to blame people like Hutch, who never took the idea that there even was a genocide seriously in the first place, ignored the statements of so many human rights organizations.
So it was the left's fault then, right?
And historians.
So it was the left's fault then, right? That's what you're saying?
If she would have rescinded her
it is you more than anybody else inside that situation.
Yes, actually, it is. Yeah, kind of is. It's people like you that like actively just like enabled all this to happen. Yeah, you like disgusted people. You in particular disgusted people. They're like, I want to support this party. What a disgusting fucking party.
It could have prevented Trump from winning, but they didn't because of the genocide. That's what you're saying, right?
No.
A lot of people had to make their votes in disgust. The people who did vote for Kamala Harris, they made it in disgust. They're like, God, I can't believe this is my only other I can't believe this is the good option. Jesus fucking Christ. What happened to it? What happened to the world, man?
What I'm saying is that if the wishes of okay, I need to kind of like chill.
Take a break.
To kind of
take a breath
properly.
Maybe take a walk. Ask
Hold on,
jump
can I just say,
he's struggling.
Can I just say, while you gather your thoughts, there's nothing Kamala could have said or done that would have been sufficient. The goalposts are on wheels. No, it doesn't matter what she said. It doesn't matter what she said. She could have said it's a genocide. To hell with Israel. I'm going to wipe them off the map if I get in there. It would have never, ever been good enough.
Did you
Let's
watch
not
Biden's
kid
farewell
ourselves.
tour?
Come on.
Did you watch Biden's farewell tour?
What is that? Yeah, some of it. Why?
One of his final comments when he talked about the secret to his success was saying that sometimes you have to know like the thing that's worth losing for. Like there's always going to be something that it's like, well, we can't do that because we might lose. Well, they lost anyway and still didn't do the thing that was probably
true. I like. There's never a thing that it's like, oh, this is the moral thing to stand on business for. I said this earlier, but it's like there's never this like for all of these people all these politicians that engage in politics. There's never a thing that they like stand on business for. There's never like I'm just gonna stand 10 toes down. Like there's very few exceptions to this. I'm sure like there's examples, but like for the most part, a lot of these people they just like they're capitulating. There's never like no, I'm actually gonna hold true to this. It seems like the only thing they want to hold true to is like continuing like the grotesque behavior that they want to continue. Like there's never like a moral stance of like maybe this is like something that we shouldn't do. Maybe we should maybe this will like actually gain us voters too. Maybe people will be inspired a little bit by like taking a moral principle stance. It's never taken into consideration meaningfully. And it's because of enablers like Hutch and Pisco. And I'm really important. And I would say soy pill to an extent from, if I'm going to be consistent here from everything I've seen about soy pill, even though he's a little bit more reasonable in a lot of circumstances. Even Pisco's a little bit reasonable, but like it's a lot of enabling of like just continuing this. Like there's never a consequence. If there's never a consequence, why would they stop the behavior? You gotta give a consequence. And I'm sorry, but this is the consequence. Now you guys are learning the consequence. The consequence of all these years of American imperialism, all these years of doing this fascist behavior, or just being apathetic, or complicit, knowingly complicit, and just kind of hand wavy of what we do to other people, what we've been doing. And now this is the consequence, unfortunately. Trump is a consequence. This Trump administration is the consequence. It's not simply leftist fault. I wouldn't even directly say it's liberals' fault. I wouldn't directly say it's just like we want to get down to the blame game. This has been a long time coming, guys. It's been a long time coming. We've just been complacent.
We're standing on the right
Well,
side.
we don't grant that. We don't grant that. What we're examining right now is the culpability, the relative culpabilities. And by this logic, I think you guys have to grant that Bernie Sanders is culpable for genocide because he didn't call.
Now, Ogre Boy makes an argument of why he's not complicit in genocide that I think I agree with. I have to think about this more. Let's hear Ogre Boy's argument. I remember the argument, like he actually had a reasonable reason of why Bernie Sanders is not complicit in genocide, but I'm a little conflicted still. I still feel a little conflicted.
Called a genocide until September 2025.
He's also
I'm just going to ask the question. So I'm just going to ask the question. So I'm just going to ask the question. So I'm just going to ask the question on the view that Hutch is culpable for the genocide. Bernie Sanders is correct.
No. This is where I disagree from Vadim, but I think his mentality is very indicative of
he can speak for
why
himself,
we're
right?
fucked as a country.
Wait, Vadim, do you think it's bad that Ogre Boy has a genocide enabler poster behind him?
It's bad, yeah. I mean, he's enabling genocide.
His refusal to use a specific piece of language, to be certain, he is still farther into the correct category of withholding arms to Israel, speaking out about what's happening over there, and he finally got on a page that not even Hutch is willing to get on. So
I think that
sure. I mean, okay. So I agree with that sentiment. Although I feel like I would have to apply this to, I don't know. I think I give less leeway to like political figures than I do to like the casual, normie, or even like a streamer or something like that. Like I give a little bit more weight to like political figures on their use of language and how important that is, especially early on. If I were to make a more compelling case of why he's complicit, is that while all that's true, I think the facilitation of using your language, of not immediately calling it, or like not being willing to call it a genocide more early on, gives a lot more leeway. It gives a lot more sanitization. It gives a little bit more of a little bit more room for questioning the validity of like the atrocity, like whether or not it's like it's an intentional massacre. When I think at that time it was a lot more clear. I think it was a lot. It was I was a lot. It's strange if, like, for me, it feels like it should be a no-brainer that someone like Bernie Sanders should have came to this conclusion before someone like me. Because it, like, I feel like I recognize this. I don't know how I recognize this sooner, or I was able to like communicate this sooner. Like, okay, I know that there's a whole political game being played too, so that's probably part of the factor of why he's not willing to commit to that language, to utilize that language. But still, I think it's inappropriate. In fact, I think it's more vital that you come out with that language a lot sooner to be able to set a precedent more. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I think in some ways there's a little bit of complicity. It's not that like the way Bernie engaged with it is like, I'm okay with all this happening, obviously, right? But there is definitely a way of engaging with it. I think that ultimately I would say is irresponsible. Better than most people. Far better than most people, especially like in what he does for a living. Way better. But still, it's very disappointing nonetheless.
Are willing to use dead Palestinians in a political debate in the cynical way that you guys do. I question if you actually give a fuck about those people, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
but like, it's so insane to like say this and then also just be like, but guys, like, do you know how many people that Trump's gonna end up killing? You know, like the stats to polling. Don't you understand the trolley problem? like the hand wave, the idea, the hand wave, the genuine, meaningful criticisms of why Kamala lost, to be like, oh, like there's just a hand wave the notion in general. Like the arguments, like don't speak to me, don't moralize to me. I've seen what you said. I've seen how you acted about this subject. Don't moralize to me about like you caring about dead Palestinians. You don't give a shit. Like, it's not that I think, here's the thing. It's not that I think Hutch celebrates the fact that, Israel's mass slaughtering like Palestinians. I think he's just wholly apathetic to it. I think that's realistically what's happening. He's just wholly apathetic. He doesn't care. He's an American supremacist. And what I mean by that is, it is truly like, it's the Democrat flavor of America first. Fuck all these other people. You know? What's in it for me? What's in it for my American people? And yeah, there should be like a bit of a priority in how America's doing, and you want your you want the place that you live in to succeed and thrive. But not like, I don't think you should do this. I don't like at the expense of like other human lives. Like, I think this is wholly gross.
I just think that this is like,
I don't think you actually care about them.
This is just manipulation, dude. You're the one.
I don't think you care about them. I think you use them as pawns in political debates.
Wait, let him respond.
No, hang on. These two constantly accuse me of being complicit in a genocide.
Yeah,
it is a disgusting smear. I spent my stream talking about how Israel.
Like, this doesn't even make sense as an argument, though. Like, what is the means? What is the means of like just using them, like not caring about Palestinians? Why bring it up at all? Why bring up the concern? Well, like, what do you think? What do you think someone like Vadim and Ogre Boy, or like any leftist really, that brings this up as a major concern and uses it as a valid talking point of like, this is not appropriate, this is not okay? Why do you think they bring it up in the first place? Do you think they just bring it up like just cause? I don't understand. Like, what do you think is the like? What do you think is like the secret plan here? Oh, they're secret Trump supporters. Is it like where are we going here? Like, where are we going here? This argumentation doesn't really line up.
Was very likely committing international war crimes with respect to proportionality. I never co-signed the total blanket bombing campaign that they embarked on.
Yeah, but
Vadim, people like you, people like Vadim, people like Vadim, get on there and then smear me and lie and accuse me of supporting genocide. You couldn't possibly do that if you actually gave a fuck about the Palestinians.
You do not have to.
They
make
are pawns in your political fight. It's virtue signaling nonsense.
Here's a political fight and ending who said this?
Support?
No, his virtue signaling. It's nonsense.
I know, but let him respond to that, though.
Yeah, who said this, Hutch? You do not have to make absurd comparisons to Dachau in order to make the case that Palestinians in Gaza are suffering. Regardless, if Biden was actually wanting to genocide that population, he's currently doing a really terrible job of it.
I was speaking to the death count compared to the birth rate. If we're talking about the proposition that
Israel... this is such a dumb argument. Like, just because the birth rates are not, are still happening, which, by the way, wasn't up to date. But just because, like, say like a country is trying to genocide like a ethnic group of people, like within their land or whether they constrain them or whatever, just because it's not going all according to plan doesn't mean they're still not enacting a genocide. It doesn't mean like a non-successful genocide doesn't mean that a genocide isn't taking place. Like, so it's an absurd argument. Like, it's strictly like an absurd, deluded, stupid argument to make that is genocide denialism. You're the equivalent to me. Like, unironically, I actually mean this wholeheartedly, and I think this should be more set in stone for people. Like, these kind of arguments, these kind of perspectives should be treated with more hostility. This should be treated with the same hostility that you would treat a Nazi doing Holocaust denial. Already should have been treated like that in the first place, but like this needs to be more set in stone. Hutch is no different from Nick Fuentes with these arguments. I mean that with 1,000% sincerity. 100,000% sincerity. Destiny is no different. I mean that. Like, I'm dead ass. Like, I mean that so fully. You are no different to me. And that way, you are a enemy. A political, ideological enemy. You're right. We're not on the same team. You're disgusting filth. I'm glad we're not on the same team. I could say some TOS things right now. Chill.
If we're talking about the proposition that Israel was trying to exterminate Palestinians entirely from Gaza, then that's going to take a pretty long time at the current rate. Was my point.
Okay.
And it is absurd to compare it to Dachau. Yes,
You know what?
it's
You know
absurd.
what? This is actually.
It's not actually absurd. There's also like some of these arguments were so stupid where it's like they don't understand. They don't understand like genocide can take place in many different facets, many different forms. This is the problem with like Holocaust exceptionalism, where like the Holocaust has to be distinctly viewed as like this grand event by comparison to any other genocide, when like ultimately it is just a different form. Like, it's just a different variation. It's a different story altogether. Like, it's all these different variations. Like, all of them are equal. They shouldn't be exceptionalized. One shouldn't be exceptionalized from the other. If you were to say Dachau is like a 1-to-1, I don't know the full history of like Dachau with, the Gaza genocide that's happening, right? But like, if you were to say they were like a 1-to-1, I'm sure if I were to look at the history, no, it's probably not a 1-to-1. But I'm sure you can find many different similarities and a lot of different facets to it. Like, I don't think this would be unreasonable. I'm sure you can find that in various different examples of genocide throughout history. And there was one like argument. It was like Food Chops made this argument. It was really stupid. It was basically like, wow, it sure does like, if this is a genocide, man, like, why didn't Israel do this like a long time ago? And they seem to be like really bad at it. Like, they hate the Palestinians so much. Why do they have like a certain group of people, like a secondary class citizens of Palestinians, why are they okay or whatever? Like it all exists in different forms. All oppression and apartheid exists in different forms and takes different facets. Like, if you're saying like, oh, this genocide's taking way too long, like, yeah, genocide could take place over years and years and years. Guess what we did to the Native Americans? Like, that's how we colonized. Like, that's how we, like, the people currently living in America. Guess how America was colonized? Guess how long that took? What was that colonization? It's a mass genocide. Like, you can argue to some extent, God, how long was it? Let's actually look. Native American genocide was not a single event, but a long-term systematic process of violence, displacement, and cultural destruction that spanned over 400 to 500 years. Like, you can't just sum up like a genocide as like one mass event or whatever, right? Or even like like, you can't put a time limit of like, this genocide has to take place within 4 years, 5 years, 8 years. You can't really put a time limit. Like, that's not how it works. So in 1942 to the 1900s, the broader timeline covers the arrival of Columbus to the turn of the 20th century, with indigenous populations in the Americas declining by more than 80% to 98% in some areas. 1776 to 1900s U.S. focus. Following U.S. independence, the government launched over 1,500 attacks on Indian tribes, resulting in the loss of 98% of ancestral homelands. Mid-19th century intensification, intense periods of violence occurred, such as in California, where the population dropped from 150,000 to 30,000 between 1846 and 1873 due to state-sanctioned massacres, disease, and starvation. Cultural genocide policies of forced assimilation, including boarding schools, operated from approximately 1863 to 1998, separating over 150,000 indigenous children from their families. This genocide included direct massacres, Wounded Knee, Sand Creek, forced removals, Trail of Tears, biological warfare, and the destruction of food sources like the buffalo. So, I'm sure, like, in the vast, expansive history of the Native American genocide, you can find plenty of different examples, parallels to what happened to the Palestinians and what has been happening for quite a while now to the Palestinians. It's like not really that hard of a concept to understand.
That we're at this moment.
Yeah, we got to the point where you get to moralize and virtue signal like you actually give a fuck about these people.
Also, while I'm thinking of it, fuck it. Let's look at Dachau's history. Let's see. I don't even know if I spelled this right. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to pronounce it. Forgive me if I butcher this. The Dachauian massacre, or Dao County massacre, was a series of violent killings in Hunan Province, China, during the Cultural Revolution from August to October 1967. Approximately 7,696 people were killed or forced to commit suicide, targeting class enemies, 5 black categories. The massacre involved extreme violence, including clubbing and drowning. Some key details include the time frame of August 13th to October 17th, 1967. So August, September, October. So about a 3-month period here. The location, Dao County, and 10 surrounding countries in Hunan. I might be pronouncing that wrong, maybe. So there was a total of 4,519 dead, with a total of 7,696 deaths, including forced suicides. Perpetrators, local militia and residents, organized by regional Communist Party cadres. I might be butchering that. The method, victims were killed using methods such as clubbing, throwing into limestone pits, or explosives. The event was a part of a wider violence during the Cultural Revolution, as was described as a killing wind. Alternatively, you may be referring to the Daxing massacre, which took place in Beijing. There's a Daxing massacre. I don't know if I think I got the right one. But while you can't say this is a one-to-one, obviously, because these are a bit different in terms of the time frame, it does seem like a systematic targeting, right? That's one comparison. There was uses of explosives in killing their victims. There's forced suicides, which I'm sure if you looked into, the Palestinian genocide, I'm sure there'll be examples out there of forced suicides. I don't know this for certain. I haven't heard anything about that. Maybe, but like it wouldn't surprise me necessarily. So no, it's not like a one-to-one, but Is it really that harmful to like make some comparisons, some parallels here or there? I don't think so.
important thing to bring up here. Okay, so I came out, came here to have this conversation. I'm not monetizing this. I'm not even streaming it. I went out of my way to do this, and I would like you, as a gesture of
I told you he was going to do this, so I
yes,
called.
of course I
him.
am.
I told you.
You watched Chris Kunzler and Overzealot's
Are you doing like a
podcast.
tag team thing?
And what's that?
Are you doing like a tag team thing?
I'm
No, he thinks you're gonna like Sam Cedar him.
He is.
Like Ethan
That's why I told you he was going to do this.
Oh.
I told you. I told you he was going to do this. I don't know this person. I don't know this person. If they want to talk on like a Discord a call or something, that's fine. I fucking told you he was going to do this. He's such a silly person.
Wait. You guys
Oh,
kicked me out? What the hell
No.
is going on?
It looked like you just left.
So of course I'm going to do this. Of course I'm going to do this. You watched their podcast. You strawman them. You said all sorts of bullshit facts. And no, you did. And in order to continue having this conversation that we're having right now,
Get to the point. You can say it in like 5 words, man.
Will you or won't you have a conversation with Chris Kunzler, who you have talked about, who you have strawmanned?
I don't remember. Who is this person?
He's the
you watched
No Politic Here. He's the co-host of the No Politic Here podcast, and you watch.
I don't care about this part of the Chris Kunzler. I told him, I was like, this probably should have been brought up later, but he didn't really care about that advice. I don't feel like it matters to bring this up personally, but that's just me. That's just me. Anyway, that's just me. Turn that off. There we go. Let's go. Let's see a little bit of this. These are some examples of kids in ICE concentration camps distraught and horribly sick due to inhumane conditions. Now, Asmin filth, as I like to call them, the Asmin filth, love to do like the denial of nobody's being kidnapped. Nobody's being forced into concentration camps. No one's like, you're just exaggerating. Like, this is just left media bias or whatever. Okay. Let's see.
De verdad, no me siento bien porque siempre hay un oficial que está, o sea, como molestando porque siempre no puedo ir a ningún lado.
So I don't feel good. There's always an officer around bothering me.
So I think by now most Americans realize that Trump's Gestapo isn't exclusively targeting violent criminals like they say they are. In fact, just 14% of the immigrants that they've kidnapped have violent criminal records. 14%.
Oh, I just realized. Yeah, if somebody were to show up, which is unlikely right now, but we'll put it in a smaller version. We'll put it in the middle. That's fine.
Which means that tens of thousands of regular people who contribute to this country's economy, which benefits all of us, are rotting away in concentration camps as we speak. Precisely 73,000, which is a new record, mind you, but one that'll
detainee population reaches new record high of 73,000 as crackdown widened.
surely be broken relatively soon, seeing as how ICE is now buying up warehouses across the country that they're going to be converting into mega concentration camps that'll hold up to 10,000 beds. And a sad fact of reality is that a number of those beds are likely going to be taken.
Let's see. Let's read a little bit of that. Not this part.
Buying up warehouses across the country that they're going to be converting into mega concentration camps that'll hold up.
Plan 9,500 beds in Hutchins, Texas could fit the daily average jail population of all of Dallas County, with thousands of beds to spare. 23 sites depicted are a part of the agency warehouse plans. Sites could be changed or removed. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So about 23, yeah. 23 altogether.
To 10,000 beds. And a sad fact of reality is that a number of those beds are likely going to be taken up by literal children, like 9-year-old Suzanne Fernandez, who you saw in the beginning of this video. She's one of many children being kept in the concentration camp in Dilley, Texas, which most people learned about after 5-year-old Liam Ramos became sick and lethargic after spending just 1 week there. Now, thankfully, he's much healthier now that he's been released, but there's still so many children enduring what he went through at that same concentration camp, and they're not getting the attention that he got. NBC News reports, Liam is all the kids there, said Becky Wallison, a senior attorney at the National Center for Youth Law, which monitors conditions at the facility under a long-standing federal court settlement. Just like Liam Liam, we've had families tell us how their children have been horribly sick and throwing up repeatedly, refusing to eat and becoming despondent and listless. Now, some of the children are getting sick because they're being served food that isn't fit for human consumption. PBS News reports that the food is sometimes contaminated with worms and mold, and their access to clean drinking water is limited. And to make matters
Fake news, guys. Fake media, guys. Fake media. Don't buy into the propaganda.
Worse, there's already been 2 confirmed cases of measles at the facility, which puts them at risk of a major public
The
health
media is trying to divide us.
crisis, which is especially
Yeah,
concerning.
some of the arguments I heard is so stupid, man. Ice good, or like media is trying to divide you. Oh my God.
Given that senators found at least 80 credible cases of medical neglect in concentration camps across the country, and they also confirmed that inadequate access to food and water wasn't unique to Dili. In fact, it was a persistent problem in concentration camps all throughout the country. But keep in mind, we're only getting a small glimpse into these concentration camps in part because the Trump regime is doing everything that they can to stop Democrats from inspecting these concentration camps in their districts, which they are legally allowed to do. They don't have to give notice. They're allowed to do it, but the Trump regime is fighting them. Now, thankfully, some members of Congress, as well as journalists and attorneys, have been persistent, and because of their persistence, we now know what we do about how bad these conditions are in Dili, for example. But it's plausible that other camps that we don't know much about are worse than Dili, which is a horrifying thought because it's hard to imagine things being worse than Dili. And I say that because an expose by Micah Rosenberg for ProPublica details how there were children in Dili who were so distraught they cut themselves or talked about suicide, according to their mothers. And one of the saddest elements of this story is that they've been suffering in silence because the cries of the child detainees in Dili have mostly gone unheard up until this point, and they've been trying to let the world know what they're dealing with in this.
Jesus, man.
Drone footage published by AP, you can see Dili detainees waving signs to try to get the world's attention, and you even see some mothers putting their toddlers on their shoulders, presumably so that way we know that human beings of all ages are being kept here. And in a video call with ProPublica, you can see that some of the children being held here with their mothers are incredibly young. We're talking like no older than 2 years old, but there's even infants there reportedly. Now, in a different ProPublica report, they published some letters from the hundreds of children in Dili, one of which was from Suzette.
Hello, my name is Suji F. I am 9 years old. I'm from Venezuela. I've been 50 days in Dili Immigration Processing Center, and I want to go to my country. But I miss my school and my friends. I feel bad since when I came here to this place because I have been here too long. I've been 2 years and 6 months in the United States, and I was happy with my friends in the school. Now I need to leave. I miss my family and my country, so now I want to go to Venezuela. But my mom do not want to leave because she wants a better future for me.
Who says that she's been trapped in a concentration camp for 50 days. There's another from 14-year-old Ariana who's since been released, and she says that she was there for 45 days and she felt sad and depressed because she wasn't getting any school. There's 7-year-old Mia who's been there for 70 days. She drew a picture of her family and she wrote a letter in Spanish, and she says that she wants to go home because she's bored and she misses her family and friends and she wants to go to school. There's also 14-year-old Gabby who's been detained for 20 days. She says that the officers are treating them inhumanely and also says, quote, I feel so much sadness and depression because she can't leave. 9-year-old Maria, who's been in Dili for 113 days, drew a picture and she wrote a letter in Spanish where she says she doesn't eat well and she's not happy, and she pleads with whoever reads it to, quote, please get me out of here. And keep in mind, these are just some of the letters from some of the children being kept in this one concentration camp. There are others that I didn't even get to. One from a kid who says that they fainted multiple times at this concentration camp. So it is a nightmare, but I want to emphasize that these are not exceptions here. We are hearing about systematic child abuse sanctioned by the US government. And ProPublica explains, quote, around 3,500 detainees, more than half of them minors, have cycled through the center since it reopened. More than half the population
So
of the town of
like, I think like anyone who comes into here, it'd be like, why do you treat Aspen filth so inhumanely? Because they're disgusting, subhuman filth that supports stuff like this. That's why. They're like a waste of life.
Itself. Although a long-standing legal settlement generally limits the time children can be held in detention to 20 days, a data analysis by ProPublica found that about 300 kids sent to Dili by the Trump administration were there for more
guys,
than
this is just propaganda, guys. This is just it's just fake news. Fake news. None of this is real. You figured me out. None of this is real. You figured it out. It's really simple, really. Don't come to the U.S. illegally or face consequences. Like, yeah, 2-year-olds. 2-year-olds are definitely like elite. Like, children are definitely like complete. Like, they're worthy of facing those kind of consequences. Fucking filth. I advocate strongly and the most strong terms. So DOS.
Do you think this is being sent by a victim? I don't. This looks like a trafficker. They're going for
I met Blank today. She is like Lolita from Nabokov. And features now, she's sent her type of candidates. Doesn't he do like a reading of some diary thing? Blank sent to Jeffrey Epstein here. Hate letters pouring in off the Reuters piece, one of which I answered as you saw. But in a day or two, The Guardian will come out with a lengthier piece in which they tried to trap me and succeeded in good part because it was Sunday and I was already enjoying myself. The key are the 14 to 15-year-old girls. Okay. I am a sexual pervert because I say they are now of a reproductive age. Question mark. I do hope there is no legal jeopardy for you in this new flurry of activity, and my heart goes out to you, brother. Being called a sexual pervert is no fun. Less so if you have served time for the crime, as I have not. They are calling me one merely for not urging your death by beheading. We'll be back in touch. Hope you are fine and more than well protected. Is this, If I had to guess who this was. If I had to guess. Alan Dershowitz? This seems Alan Dershowitz coded.
Of reproductive age? Holy shit. And this is somebody who is big enough to have been in The Guardian and Reuters. I do hope there's no legal jeopardy.
This has to be Alan Dershowitz. This is my speculation. So I'm not saying it is. This is just my speculation. It would not surprise me is what I'm saying.
For you, my heart goes out to your brother. Being called a sexual pervert is no fun. Wow.
Because didn't Alan Dershowitz make an age of consent argument or something like that? I'm pretty sure he did. He made something like that.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's a bummer. So I hope you are fine and more than well protected. That's an interesting phrase because that's something an attorney might say. That's twice in this letter that somebody has referenced.
Yeah, that has to be Alan Dershowitz. There's no way. So you have these images. There's a theory going around, and I have to look into this more to be able to feel confident in this. But the theory is basically that Michael Jackson wasn't engaging in harming any children, especially sexually. It was more so he was interconnected, but then he was, I guess. The idea is somehow he was protecting the kids. I guess the idea was I can't stop this corrupt system because I'm going to get killed. So let me just try to work within the system how I can and pretend I'm part. I don't know how it functioned exactly. It's some schizo theory basically where the idea was he didn't harm any of the kids. He just protected them. And they pulled out Macaulay Culkin as one of the examples of you have to understand they were saying there was kids sleeping with him in the bedroom, but it was a big bedroom. This is a huge bedroom. So it wasn't in the same bed or anything. It was something like that. I don't know. And he was saying I wasn't harmed, but that doesn't really mean anything necessarily that he wasn't harmed or anything. I don't know. I have to look into that a little bit more. Deepak Chopra sent to Jeffrey Epstein, no dinner Sunday. Trump's people canceled. Let's see. Does this lady know you can't have any dignity if you've been with him? I know I have more. I have none. Only Skittles. Okay. I'll look at this video in general on my own time.
For basically.
I just wanted to read some of that. Most of this is stuff that kind of already knew about. This one we already knew about too. It's my understanding that Maxwell intends to invoke her Fifth Amendment. This was February 8th, 2026. So this is recent. I think there's a video too where she's invoking it, isn't it? Maxwell, Fifth.
Maxwell, were you a close friend and confidant of Jeffrey Epstein?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, did you at any time play any role in Jeffrey Epstein's activities involving the recruitment, grooming, or trafficking of young women or girls?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, have you ever coerced, directed, or otherwise instructed any young woman or girl to provide sexual favors to Mr. Epstein or any other individual?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Fucking, of course. It's not even really surprising. Reminds me of this. The Epstein deposition.
Donald Trump.
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with...
I'm going to have to invoke my 6th...
females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question,
I assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment.
at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Have you ever had...
Fun. Epstein survivors sent Congress a devastating open letter ahead of Maxwell's deposition. They made it clear that she was not peripheral, she was central. She protected powerful men, hid the truth, yet still refuses to name names. Even after being convicted of sex trafficking of minors, Ms. Maxwell showed no remorse at sentencing and accepted no responsibility for the devastation she inflicted on so many young girls and young women. Her lack of accountability remains deeply painful for survivors who have spent years fighting to be believed. We are further devastated to learn that Ms. Maxwell was transferred to a low-security prison and afforded what appears to be preferential treatment. We want to be unequivocal. Any attempt to grant Maxwell leniency, whether through sentencing relief, special treatment, or credibility afforded to her testimony, would be catastrophic for survivors. It would signal once again that those who exploit children, particularly when they are wealthy, are well-connected, are shielded from full accountability. Yeah. We urge the committee to approach Maxwell's testimony with the utmost skepticism, to rigorously scrutinize any claims she makes, and to ensure that this process does not become another vehicle through which survivors are harmed or silenced. Truth, accountability, and transparency must be the priority, not the rehabilitation of a convicted trafficker's narrative. Survivors have waited decades for meaningful accountability. We ask that Congress not allow this moment to be used to rewrite history or obscure the truth once again. And, she didn't really rewrite anything. She just used the Fifth Amendment and was just silent, just refused to say anything, really, of substance. All right, I think we're just about done, actually. About to go to sleepy sleep. Did Bondi say Epstein Files prosecution would cause whole system to collapse? When was this? 9 hours ago? Posted? 3-minute read? If we prosecute everyone in the Epstein Files, the whole system collapses. Well, maybe it has to go. Maybe it has to go. Maybe it has to go. But, you know, if this is how it all functions, I don't know. Maybe that says something about. Like, hold on. This is what I can. This is the only thing I can think of right now.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Listen, if this is a push for accelerationism, I don't know. I mean, listen. Is it GG's? It seems like it's GG's. It's GG. It might be GG's if that's the case. GG vodka. GG. Yeah. GG. Good games, guys. America, good game, America. Not quite a good game, actually. Kind of quite a poor game, but you lasted pretty long. You had a lot of stamina. So, you know. I mean, it is what it is. Was there any further quote on this? There's no reputable reports of Bondi speaking those words. Due to the high-profile Epstein's case, such a remark would have been widely reported if true. So did they just lie to me? I guess they just lied to me here. They just lied to me. You think people would do that? Just go on the internet and lie? Apparently so. He just lied to me. Why even make this? Okay, whatever. Department spokesman told Snopes via email that the quote is fake and has been completely fabricated. Okay, so to be fair, apparently this is a fabricated. They led you to believe this is a real quote. But if you read the article here, it's not a real quote. Okay, bro. Okay. All right. Okay, we're done. Shoutouts Vodka, Ogre Boy, Zoo Phillips, Vadim. Shadow. First T News. Ian MT301. Shout out Ian MT. Shout out Webmaster 4531. I think depending on my work schedule, I do have a flight at 10 a.m. I don't know if I have anything after that. We went for 9 hours? For real? I thought I went much shorter. We actually did do a large one today. Almost 10 hours. 9 hours and 40. I'm looking at it as we speak. What, 9 hours and 50 minutes. I did say I was planning on doing a 9 hour, something extensively long. So, and I didn't. I made up for it, guys. I did it. Yeah, and I'll continue trying to make videos too. I don't have a problem with streaming tomorrow. Yeah, I don't have a problem with streaming tomorrow. We'll do that. Find the time. We'll find the content. We'll do the stream. Don't know what that is. Hold on. Rokana reveals 6 redacted names in the Epstein files.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake, and now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nikola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI. Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public? And if we found 6 men that they were hiding...
Listen. Rokana spitting here.
In 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files. But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massey and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act.
Thank you, Mr.
Now, my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them...
They keep trying to... Oh, yeah. Stop talking now. Stop talking. Thank you. They keep trying to end him, bro. You can't end him right now, bro.
FBI files. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massey, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what? The FBI sent scrubbed files. That means the survivor statement to the FBI naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being paraded, they're all hidden. They're all redacted.
Yep.
It's a little bit of a farce. They're inviting all the members of Congress to go to see the Department of Justice, quote unquote, unredacted files, but they've got all redacted files from the FBI. And it's not the fault of the Justice Department attorneys. They were just told upload things that Donald Trump's FBI had already scrubbed. It's a blatant violation of the Epstein Transparency Act, but it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting these rich and powerful men, people I call part of the Epstein class? Why are we in a country where there is no elite accountability for people who do the most heinous things? You have, in England, the king now calling for an investigation and possible prosecution of his own brother. You have in Norway, the princess who no longer has support to be the queen.
Yeah, why can't we hold our own accountable? Everyone else seems to be able to.
United States of America, we have someone in the cabinet, Howard Lutnick, who is all over these Epstein files, who allegedly had business with Epstein after he was convicted of pedophilia, and he still is in the cabinet. We need to ask ourselves, are we in America going to have elite accountability? Are we going to call on rich and powerful people who broke the law or cavorted with a pedophile, a convicted pedophile? Are we going to call them to account? Are we going to have prosecutions for billionaires who went to this island and...
Like, this shouldn't even have to be... Like, Rokana shouldn't have to go up and ask this. This should already... The answer already should be, yes, we're going to hold them accountable. Yes, we're doing that right now. This shouldn't be like a request. This shouldn't be like a, why are we not doing this? It should just be done. Why is Rokana got to get up here and even have to reveal these names, first of all? After forcing them to reveal the Epstein files at all in any capacity, highly redacted, with perpetrators' names redacted continuously. Why is this even a conversation?
Underage girls or saw underage girls being raped and didn't say anything? Are we going to have investigations? I'll tell you what this is about. It's not just about the 1,200 survivors. It's about 2 tiers of justice in America. It's about people who can accumulate wealth and power and don't have to care about the rest of America.
Yes. It's the corporatists and the oligarchs. All blends into one way of operating things. It's all an illusion. It all is in the service of the more powerful. You need to hold the more powerful. You have to remind them. Nah, y'all ain't shit. And you have to do this in a very particular way that I'm not allowed to say.
They have destroyed so much of this country. Income inequality is at a 60-year high. Workers' salaries are less than they have been for 75 years as a part of GDP. Somehow this country seems to be working for the rich and powerful, but it's not working for ordinary working-class Americans. I say enough. It's time to begin with accountability for the Epstein class. Hold them in front of Congress, those people who visited the island or did business with Epstein after he was a convicted pedophile. Investigate them, prosecute them, and let's return to democratic accountability in the United States of America. Let's return to one system of justice in the United States of America. Let's return to a place where every American has a stake in this country.
Whole restart. We need a whole restart. Real. Whole
Yesterday,
restart,
Congressman,
please. Restart the game, guys. We've been... Kash Patel committed perjury. Finally, someone with testicular fortitude to speak names. Arrest Bondi and Patel immediately. Yeah, he was speaking names. He was speaking names. This is no longer about Democrat versus Republican. This is the people versus evil. It's always been about that. Like, the illusion is the idea of like, oh, it's a Democrat Republican, guys. It's always been the illusion. Arrest Cash Patel, lied to Congress, obstructed justice, participating in blatant cover-up. We no longer have a properly functioning FBI or DOJ. True. Which was like also the most annoying thing about like Destiny's like way of interacting with like the files or whatever. He's like, you're telling me the FBI couldn't do more thorough investigations? You're telling me the FBI is like couldn't find anything? Like, you think the public is going to be able to find? Well, it's like, no, the public wouldn't be able to like do as efficient work as the FBI should as an organization, but the FBI is compromised, especially now. Yes. So unfortunately, to force the release of all this and have full transparency and for others to look into this, unfortunately, it had to be done that way. You fucking dipshit. It shouldn't even be our job to like go in and thoroughly be able to investigate this ourselves or like sniff around and talk about that. Like, that's not our job. It shouldn't be our job to do that. Like, the FBI should have been doing that. You should have been holding people accountable, but they weren't. None of them should be redacted. Expose them all. Very factual, true. All these comments are awesome. I'm a Republican, but I don't give a damn about politics when it comes to children. I want all these people brought to justice no matter what affiliation. If anyone's in the current administration runs cover for these monsters, then they are no better in my book and should go to prison with these criminals. Like, this is the kind of person where it's like dog, you're a Republican. Like, unfortunately, you helped, facilitate the permission structure to get to this point in the first place. You were a part of that problem. Glad that you have a moral stance. I'm glad that you have like a line, but like, I should have realized this sooner. Probably shouldn't be repping that Republican ideology no more, man. Maybe take that in consideration. 6 named by Rokana or Wexner, the Victoria's Secret founder. Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of DP World and the Emirate, a billionaire businessman. Zurab Maklanzi, Leonik Lebnov, Nicola Captuo, Salvatore Nuara. Well, lady keeps trying to interrupt him. Also, well done, Representative Rokana. You and Massey are doing a great job working together in bipartisan agreement to protect the vulnerable. Yeah. Yeah, who was that lady trying to shut him up? She was acting sussy. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Let homie cook. Let homie cook. And he cooked. That's all you had to do. Thank God you shut your bitch ass up. Keep your bitch ass up shut. All right. Have we hit the 10-hour mark now? Yeah, we have, officially. Okay, cool. Awesome. Anywho, let's end off on some music, and I'll see you guys next stream. Later.